Damien? It's all for you!
This is blackmail, then come out and say it. What is it that you're trying to say? His mother was a devil! Now confess to me. She now.
I must insist that you do not.
I beg you. I murdered him.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 181 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the king of Skype and the 85 top 10 lists. And of course, still the toxic offender, offending more and more people every day, aka Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my mini Mexican swanging off my jock tonight, Double Shot J, aka JP. And welcoming back to the show, JP's complete better half and the girl that almost got as shit-faced on last week's show as I did, the Cool Killer, aka Carly. And finally, back in the house, if he's awake, the man that has been confirmed to have narcolepsy, but only during my dub reviews, the Sacktown Snore, aka Mike Merriman. What's going on, motherfuckers? Yeah.
What up?
What's up?
I think I pissed off everybody with that one. That was amazing.
I like how my
I don't know
intro
what to say.
keeps growing every time.
Well, actually, it was a compliment to Carly about the Cooter Killer, because Jeremy's name in one of the chats is the Cooter Killer, and it was, yeah. She likes to shut him down.
Yeah. I made that his name. He's the one who made JP the Jizz Mopper, so I thought...
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That
makes sense.
Yeah. So what's going on, guys?
Well, we officially have moved on from 1985. We're moving on forward to the 90s. I feel pretty good about that. It's been, I think we posted that 96 show in 2016, 15 or 16 or something like that.
Oh, it's been a long
16?
time.
Yeah, such a long time. So it's pretty fun to do that. I was very happy with how the 85 show turned out. It was a beast, a mammoth of an episode, and it was a good time. I'm sure people are probably, a lot of people listening to this are probably still working their way through that. But if you have finished that, just want to throw this out there. We have recorded our 25 through 11 video version that will be on the Patreon. By the time you hear this, it will already be there. So check that out. And if you aren't on the Patreon, if you join, you can check it out. It only costs $1, which is a pretty good price, I think. So yeah, check that out. And I just wanted to let everybody know about that in case they have forgot, because that other episode was so long. And also, man, that somebody dropped a comment on that YouTube video that you put out for the episode, Moods, and like they time stamped where you're completely gone, and you click it, and I'm like, all right, so let's go. And you're like, I'm fucking done. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, I'm fucking done.
All the comments are about who was drunk. The other one's like about Derek being wasted the whole time. The one thing was really funny because they said that guy's really wasted, and Moods, of course, thought he was talking about him, as did I, because we knew Moods was wasted. But the guy hadn't even got to that part yet where he thought Derek was wasted earlier.
Well, when he said no, it was the guy in the background, and I was like, well, I know it wasn't JP, and Jeremy doesn't drink, and Dave doesn't drink, so I'm like, it had to have been Derek. I didn't realize Derek was like shotgunning beers in the intro. So
I didn't even realize he was really drunk. I couldn't even tell the difference, but I guess.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh no, I noticed he was definitely a little tipsy at some point, but yeah, man, that was fucking funny as shit, dude. Like Moods went from like completely fine to blasted in like the course of one number of our top 10.
Oh, dude, I drank so much.
It goes from 0 to 100. It's the best.
That's what happens when you drink fucking that much vodka, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, dude, it just hammered me. Like literally, just took me right out. I was like, "Whoa, man!" I was like, I knew it too. And I was like, "Oh man, I'm fucking blasted." But at least it was towards the end of the show, and I listened back and I was like, "Oh my god, I sound so shit faced. This is so bad." But at least I made it through without me being a complete jackass and shit. So.
No, it was funny, like fine. It wasn't like obnoxious.
Yeah.
It was just funny. I still think the worst I've ever seen you was at on that live stream we did. That was.
I replay that a lot when I need.
Oh yeah. The live. Oh, that's the product. Literally drank. I think I drank 18 beers, but I didn't eat before. I like literally like that's the product of empty stomach and way too much shock top, man. That was bad. And like I said before, in my defense, like I can't figure out the Google Hangout thing sober. So, and in that state, that's what happens. That was it. Actually is pretty funny. It
was so funny.
So bad. I'm like staring at the screen. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe this is on YouTube. So bad, just so bad.
It's great though. It's great.
But it was a good episode. That was the product of drinking for 8 straight hours. The show ended up being 6.5 hours, but we were drinking from the start, and it happens. We had fun. The show turned out good. So again, check out that and check out the extended list video. That's just me, JP, and Dave. Were the ones that did the video. So
yeah, but it's video, which is cool because we've never done video before.
Yeah, and I think we might have just started a new thing too, because I think when we do the top 10 in 1991, which happens to be JP's birthday year, actually. Mm-hmm. So we'll do the top 10 as usual, and then I think we'll try to incorporate it. Whoever wants to jump on the video version for the extended list, we'll put that on the Patreon too. So, and I think we're gonna try and flip this a little bit quicker, because this show I thought was about a year apart, but it was actually only about 9-10 months. It was actually closer together than I thought it was, from the previous show, which was, what was the last, 72 was the last?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So 72 to 85. So we're going into 91. I think we're going to try and shoot for maybe like August, prep for maybe like 3 months hard on this, and then get it done before we get back into, full blown 22 shots. Cause we're not really too sure, cause we're still in the quarantine right now. And, obviously, usually we take the breaks in the summertime because I'm busy every weekend, but with the future, not for sure. I don't know what's going to happen. So we're just going to continue doing shows until things start opening up where I can go camping and stuff. But as of now, we got a lot of shows planned. And we do plan to flip that one in 3-4 months. So, which will be fun because, I'm already enjoying the prep, even though most of the movies I've watched so far have been shit. But, there's some good ones from 91. So, yeah. You guys excited? Yeah. Are you excited, Carly, about the 90s? I don't really remember at that point what people said about the 90s.
At first I was like, I don't know, but I'm kind of excited because there's a lot of movies I have not seen from that year, and with 85, it was kind of obvious what would be on the list. With this one, I don't really know besides like probably 2 movies, and then there's like 2 other movies that are like some people don't even consider them horror really, but I'm excited to kind of dig in, looking at the list of stuff. I think it'll be interesting.
I was absolutely flabbergasted. I looked at the list and I was like, okay, because I'm thinking 91, there's probably not that many films and stuff. There actually is a shitload of films from 91 that are available. There's a lot that are on media. I started going through the collection. I started getting a little bit off. I started adding things like Ernest Scared Stupid and the Addams Family and, Sounds of the Lambs, which is always there's always an argument for that one.
That's going to be there's 2
Yeah.
The other one's Cape Fear. So
Yeah,
I
Cape
think
Fear,
the two most popular
Cape Fear,
films of 91 are Cape Fear and Silence of the Lambs, the two considered best films, but they're also the two that some people might not consider horror. So it's interesting. For one, it'll be interesting to see if all of the hosts count those, and then two, it'll be interesting to see everything else after that, if they're not counted, everything, the whole entire list. Because let's face it, 85 had a good solid 9 or 10 films that you thought were going to be on multiple lists for a 100% sure. 91, there are those two films, and then maybe like one or two others that are probably going to make everybody's list or close to everybody's. But after that, it's like it could be anything.
Yeah, there's a big toss up on films for sure, and there's such a big quality dip too, right? I mean, you got films from like Wes Craven here, and things like that, all the way down to like some terrible shot on video. But the major thing about 91 is there's a lot of sequels, a lot of franchise sequels. We got Critters sequels, we got Nightmare on Elm Street, we got Howling, Scanners,
Silent Night, Deadly Night.
They're like part
Case.
5s and part 6s,
and they're the higher, weaker sequels
Yeah.
too. So that's kind of the weird thing about this year. It's just Prom Night 4, like some of the worst ones, right? Like Basket Case 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night 5. There's tons and tons of sequels, which is for
Howling 6. There's a number 6 for damn it.
For my OCD, it's tough, because I'm one of those people that likes to watch the movies leading up to the sequels and stuff. But the thing is, the irony is, a lot of these films don't even matter. You can watch them as individual sequels because they really don't have a lot of continuity within the franchise, which is kind of a good thing. Unlike Basket Case 3, I guess, kind of does a little bit. But
yeah, well, Basket Case 3 is like one that's weird because like it's a damn direct continuation of Basket Case 2. They're shot back to back.
Yeah. See, like Prom Night 4 kind of sticks on its own and shit. But I don't know, man. I was shocked though. I was making up my list, and I was like, damn, man, I own like close to 70 movies from 91. I was like, damn, that's a lot of fucking movies. Crazy. So it was good that I don't really have to go and search online for digital copies, YouTube, Qubi, fucking all that type of shit and stuff. So it's fun. It's fun. I'm looking at the list right now. I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of shit on this year, but it's gonna be a fun list. I think it'll be.
I own like 25.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see. We might have a very wide range of films. We might have like the most on top 10 lists on this one. Who knows?
I've already watched 6.
Yeah, I've already watched 9, but one of them was by default because of the Omen 4 happened to be from 91. So
yeah, that was pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Well, we used to do that a lot. We would kind of even do shows specifically to cater to those.
Actually, this was obviously completely random because we already had the show planned before we had the randomizer for this.
Well, we didn't even have it planned. Somebody else planned it for us.
Yeah, exactly. This is a Patreon pick. So, but yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. And I'd like to do it quickly, again. So I think everyone's jumping back on as far as I know, from what I remember.
Yeah. The only person that might not is Jeremy. I don't know. He said he was, but you never know with him.
Yeah,
so.
I do vaguely remember him saying that he'd be kind of interested, but that might have.
I know
been
Mike
my
said
imagination.
if he doesn't do it, Mike would want to do it.
Oh, really? Because I know Mike's not a big fan of list episodes, which it's funny because they're like some of my favorite things to do because you just get to explore so much. I like to be in the broad range of things and just explore and watch a lot of movies that I probably would never check out, like fucking Immortal Tale Sins or some shit. I don't know what the fuck it is, but
but when you're for a whole year though, that's a little different than most standard lists because your the base of movies you have is so vast, and it's probably gonna the research that goes into it. I'd probably be looking up stuff that I haven't seen that just got lost through the years. So it's not the same as like your top 10 slashers where it's like most people like. Just a judgment call says a lot of people are going to name the same movies they talk about all the time otherwise. I think with a whole year worth of movies, there's like so much to go through. There's a lot bigger chance that you're going to pull out like little hidden gems that
I've already seen a couple gems. Like I know you guys, Moods said it sucked, but I really liked the Whatever Happened to Baby Jane remake. Like I really liked it. And then the one that I watched today, it was a thriller but I still just am watching like anything right now. But it's called She Says She's Innocent, and it's a TV movie with Katie Sagal. Yeah, Seagull. Is it Seagull or Seagal?
Oh, Katie Scott. I know who that is now.
I've always heard it as Seagal, but I'm assuming it'd be either.
Peggy from Married to Children.
This, damn it. If there's anybody on the show that should know that, it should be me.
Yeah.
I did 60 fucking episodes of Married with Children.
Right.
But yeah, she says she's innocent. It's a TV movie, dude, and I was so damn into this damn thing. Like, I'd never heard of this before. It's probably like made for Lifetime or something. But the end was what sold me. I was like, yo, this got mad dark, and that was cool. And then like even the runestone was like pretty solid for a 90s video film. But I think what's fun about this is like there's like some pure garbage when you get to the bottom of the list and stuff, like some shot on video,
dude, you don't even have
trash
any idea. Like, I'm a big fan of shot on video and stuff, but I think 91 actually has one of my least favorite shot on video films I've ever seen. Like Beauty Queen Butcher, man, is like bottom barrel. Like, you can't even scrape that shit. It's so far down there. It's horrible. Science Crazed, it's one of the worst films ever, dude. It's so bad. So wait till you get to if you're gonna watch those. They're on a different level of bad. Shit.
So, but besides that, I mean, there's some gemmy type films, because like a lot of these films have been, direct to video and stuff, and like everybody knows, the 90s was like a year where everybody was kind of out of it. So you do have those little gems, and the early 90s are much stronger than the late 90s. It's just factual.
Yeah, they
like
were just
91, 92, 93, 90. They're all have some great films in them.
Still producing content for home media. That was it. It just wasn't anything big studio for the most part. There were still some studio films in there, but a lot of it was straight to video market and stuff. And still, and like, like you said, with TV films and shit too, which is kind of interesting. Like, I watched Children of the Night, the Tony Randall film. He directed Hellraiser 2. That is one I'd actually never seen before. I knew about the movie. I even remember the cover art back in the day, but I never watched it for some odd reason, and it actually was pretty decent. I mean, I saw Tony Randall had directed it, so I knew the production value was going to be a little bit big, but already, within 10 films, I already saw something I thought was pretty damn cool.
When you talk about studio films, like, dude, People Under the Stairs really stands out this year of just being like, wow.
Yeah,
like,
I meant higher budget studio films too, right? I mean, a lot of these films would be made by whatever, and then they just go straight to video kind of thing, but I mean, People on the Stairs is probably one of the bigger budget movies of the year. For
that's what I'm saying. It really stands out. You're like, wow, like they weren't really doing shit with like wide release horror at the time,
dude. But, like People Under the Stairs,
good old Wes Craven there,
and Child's Play 3 are probably two of the biggest studio films out there.
Yeah,
like.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially if you don't count Silence of the Lambs as like marketed towards it wasn't marketed as a horror film.
Well, I'm still excluding that because I'm still on the fence about it. But I mean, then there's Scissors, which wasn't like a big studio film or nothing. I don't even know if it even had a theatrical release, but that's a cool film. It's more of like a thriller, but it's really dark though. It's pretty good. But I think Body Parts got a theatrical release though too, didn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Body Parts.
Yeah.
I remember that playing at the drive-in when I was a kid.
Yeah. So I mean, there's some, but these are smaller budget studio films. They were really getting out of horror at the time. So, I mean, when Popcorn is one of your like standout films of the year, Jesus.
I forgot about Popcorn.
Yeah. Pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to doing it, but
So I told JP put me on standby if it gets to like maybe a month out and Jeremy
that's what
says he's not going to.
It's probably a good thing to have him or have somebody on standby because Jeremy obviously is just, having a tough time, not really super reliable right now. So who knows? You might just.
Yeah, maybe you should just prep with us.
Well, whatever, man.
Yeah,
I get to watch them. And I am counting Riccio, man. I'm counting Riccio.
You're counting Riccio.
Yeah. Because
that
shit's got straight gore. It's got horror gore, man. It's more of an action.
Listen, I love Riccio, man. I had a blast watching it, but is it a horror film? Definitely exploitation, Japsploitation.
But it's got the horror gore. I mean, it's meant to be in that level. It is straight exploitation for sure.
What about Silence of the Lambs?
I would count Silence of the Lambs.
That one and Cape Fear will count towards the end based on how bad the list is for me, I think.
Yeah.
I
can tell you right now, Cape Fear 1 and Silence of the Lambs 1 in 91 on last year's summer series with Duncan, those were the two films chosen to represent 91.
I always feel like Silence of the Lambs is in the exact same ballpark as like Seven. It's literally it's like a really dark serial killer
I consider
type.
Seven a straight horror film, pretty much.
See, it's weird because I've never perceived it. I just see it as like a serial killer thriller. I mean, there's definitely arguments there. I'm not going to argue against it. I mean, if you think it is, I guess to a degree I agree. But I mean, in reality, I think those films are supposed to be just like dark thrillers. You know, they're not supposed to be like that horror kind of thing. But again, I mean, who cares? I mean, what your perception of horror is and how you categorize it is, I guess, your own thing, right? That's the way it has to be, because if you put rules on it, then it just changes everyone's list. It really does. I mean, some people consider Ernest Scared Stupid to be horror because it has those horror elements. It's a straight up comedy.
It horror.
Do you consider Addams Family to be
like a kid's horror movie?
Do you consider the Addams Family?
I've never seen Addams Family all the way. I've seen clips. I don't remember. But I mean, I wouldn't hate somebody if they put Addams Family on their list because it sort of fits. You know what I mean? So, is it here? When we did the 91 series with Duncan, whenever the two films got selected for 99, 91, I was mad because I was like, man, both of those are like so loose of horror films. I was like, People Under the Stairs or Child's Play 3 or something should have been on there, you know, as like the popular vote. But and then I watched them and I was like, you know what, like I still would rather have at least like one of them be like a straight horror film. You know, because these are the two best films representing 91 for horror. And I'm like, you know, just because it's so limited to only two, it kind of stings that they're more thriller. You know what I mean? But I did think that, like, the way that after I watched them, I considered Silence of the Lambs a horror film, and I considered Cape Fear a thriller at the time. Yeah,
it definitely has the elements there, but it just has a detective angle. I don't know, man. I always see it as like a thriller with horror elements, but you know, the argument's there, man. I mean,
for which one?
For Silence of the Lambs. I mean, because it has the whole.
Yeah, I thought that one was more horror.
It has the cannibal. I mean, I think, you know, Hannibal is more horror than Silence of the Lambs. Just giving some of the scenes and stuff. I mean, involving cannibalism and shit like that. And I mean, there's definitely a heightened argument right there. But I mean, I would never say that Silence of the Lambs shouldn't belong on a horror list. You know, but I've just always considered it to be more thriller. Like it's like that detective police story.
Yeah, it's like the crime aspect to it.
It is the crime aspect. But it's not about like there's elements of
that's Giallo too, right? Like Giallos are more thriller.
But I mean the
mysteries
exactly. But it still has that element. I mean, Giallos are an interesting thing because you know they're the ones that straight up, you know, influence the slasher film. I mean, it's that kind of stalk and kill kind of thing. It's that horrific element to it. This one is more police. I mean, more of the, you know, the investigative portion. I mean, the thrillers have that too, but at least we have that aspect of killing in the horror way. So I
think because you have the aspect of like the girl in the hole and stuff, that really helps it with being a horror film because that shit's scary.
It is. Yeah, the Buffalo Bill stuff.
Yeah, it's a specific case that Hannibal's advising her on it being Buffalo Bill. If it was just like a regular old serial, well, I don't want to call serial killers regular, but you know what I'm saying. If there wasn't all this like creepy stuff added to the fact that Buffalo Bill,
like he wants to wear her skin, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
If it was just like he wants to, like, you know, take pictures of you naked, it might not be as scary as like.
It does come off a little bit more thriller.
So I can wear your skin.
It does come off a little bit more thriller. I mean, if it actually showed him, you know, skinning somebody and putting skin on and shit, and it got like into that type of area, I think I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, this is definitely diving into horror
prison
shit.
Break and
it's pretty mild, though.
Pretty horrific.
Yeah,
and like when he wears a dude's face to pretend to be like a paramedic and shit.
Right. I mean, I
and
guess.
The dude hanging up like the angel or whatever. That's pretty fucking graphic.
Yeah. He fights the face.
There's arguments either way. I mean, like I said, if someone has Silence of the Lambs as their number, I'm like, whatever. It's better than Deliverance. You know, I mean, there's more of an argument there than Deliverance. I'm never going to live it down, man.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this then. Let's say Silence of the Lambs was somebody's number 4. Mm-hmm. Does it take the sting away from it being? Is it like more justifiable to put it at your number 4 favorite, or does that not matter at all?
No, I mean, the way I look at it, if you're putting it into a top 10,
it should be fine on any play. You don't.
Yeah. I don't see the placement.
Well, you just say
matters.
number 1, so I just didn't know if you meant if it was somebody's number 1.
Oh, I mean, I didn't mean it. It doesn't matter if it's number 10, number 4, number 1. It doesn't. If it's on a top 10 list, that means it's considered to be, you're considering it to be horror. So if that's where you want to place it, then I'm fine with that kind of thing. I think there's a lot of films in this year. I mean, look at David Cronenberg's Naked Lunch. I mean, it's categorized as straight drama. I think that's a weird category for Naked Lunch to be in, even though it is based off like a book and stuff, and it's not intended to be straight horror, but it has all those elements, of like, there's a lot of drug use and there's a lot of tripping out, hallucinations and bugs and just weirdness. It's a fucking strange film, man. It really is a strange film, and every time I watch it, I always get this, I get sucked into it like it's a horror film, even though it probably isn't. But it's one of those films that's completely on the fence for myself. I mean, most people would probably not consider it that, but I kind of do, man. Have you ever seen Naked Lunch before?
Mm-hmm.
It's very strange.
I'm gonna watch it for this.
It's very strange. Yeah, it has a great...
Is that on Blu-ray? Does Criterion put that out?
Yeah, Criterion put it out. It's actually, I was watching it the other night. I got sidetracked. I got like 10 minutes into it, so I didn't count it. But I'm obviously going to rewatch it. But even like in the first like 10, 15 minutes, I'm just like, oh man, this movie's so fucking bizarre. And I love the feel of it, man. It's straight hallucinatory. It's trippy. It's fucked. And I love it, man. It's great.
Here's the thing about Silence of the Lambs, right? Because like,
success.
you want...
Oh, we're still in Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah, here's the other thing about
Silence of the Lambs is...
He didn't even hear the thing I said about Naked Lunch. He was thinking about Silence of the Lambs the whole time.
I don't know anything about Naked Lunch.
The thing about Naked Lunch... Yeah.
But no, like, so if you do consider it, then it's probably going to make every single person's list. If you don't consider it, then it leaves a spot for someone else.
Honestly, truly, I don't really care. If somebody thinks that something is horror enough to put on a list, I just like to bust your balls because I've never, ever even considered Deliverance to be a horror movie. I don't know why. I just never have.
What?
I never have.
That's the one that always surprises me.
And like I said, man, I think I always go back to the whole aspect
I know you don't care if somebody has something that's non-horror on their list because you had fucking Dead End Driving on yours. So I already know you don't care, but I'm just saying, fucking Deliverance, man.
I mean, I get why people think
when
it's
it comes
horror.
To a movie like,
it's just
when you consider Cape Fear, the reason I would accept Cape Fear as horror is because the way Robert De Niro portrays the character is like so much more amped up, and it's almost like cartoonish level of like being over the top in his delivery. He chews the scenery. Like he comes off as like a straight villain that's stalking the family, and he's looking to play out his revenge. Where if you see the original Cape Fear, like the guy plays the character as well too, but it's a different portrayal. So it feels like with De Niro and Scorsese, they were really going for like to put a scare in like people watching it as far as how everything's playing out. And that finale on the houseboat was like pretty fucking intense.
The final act like sells it.
But it's such crazy. A long period of like not horror in that movie. But what I was saying though is if you consider those two films, because they're considered such great movies, it automatically eliminates 2 spots for other films. Because I can't see, like, if Moods considers them horror, I would be surprised if they didn't make his list. If Carly considers them horror, I would be surprised if they didn't make her list. Same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Else on that.
I agree, because when I first
just because they're great films doesn't mean they're my favorite films either.
Yeah. I googled 91, and those were the first 2 movies that jumped out to my eyes. Was like, oh shit, Cape Fear and Silence of the Lambs. Well, those are probably going to be on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess if you're doing the old school version of like, your highest rated stuff isn't at the top, then I could totally see. Because honestly, Silence of the Lambs and Cape Fear are not favorites of mine. Like when I consider like favorites, I love those films and I think they're great, but they're not ones that I revisit ever.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think they're fantastic movies. I wouldn't say they're my favorites. I've rewatched them, though, multiple times, so I like them enough, and I think they're great.
But this particular year, I don't have many favorites. You know what I mean? Like there's a couple films that I go to often from this year, but for the most part, I don't consider any of these films to be favorites of mine. So I'm more basing it off of what I think the best films are this year, for example, because I don't consider any of these films my favorites, really. You know what I mean? So it's
well, they don't have to be in like your favorite, top 100 or whatever, but just favorites of the year. Like once you break down and watch like 50, 60 films and you just take your 10 favorites, they don't have to be, those films that are necessarily going to make your all-time favorite list kind of thing. This year actually does have a couple of films that I absolutely love. Right off the bat, I already knew pretty much what my number one potentially can be. I've talked about this movie so many times. And on my channel, I probably even mentioned it on this podcast before too. So
what? Ghoulies Go to College.
Howling 6.
It's actually
Ghoulies Go to College is actually not from this year.
Yeah, it actually isn't.
Oh
no,
Nothing But Trouble. I don't even know why that's
Delicatessen.
No,
Scanners
is Delicatessen
3.
from 91 or is it from 92? Like the French
91.
film? Is it 91?
Yeah.
Oh shit, man, it must have passed. Yeah, because I think it's actually not dubbed as being horror, but I think it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's not listed as horror
Subspecies.
as well. I've never seen it. Subspecies is great. I love Subspecies.
Puppet Master 3, that's the best one. So
It's the second best one, but
Yeah, I think it's the second best now.
which one's your guys' favorite one?
The Littlest Strike is just so.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I meant like that.
It's
out
a
of the first
blast,
like,
man.
collection.
Yeah. Out of the original
Littlest Reich
franchise?
is hella good.
Yeah, if you took out of the original franchise, because, the Littlest Reich is more of a
Because I consider
new
like
start.
Puppet Master 1 through 6 kind of like the first era of Puppet Master, and then they started getting like crazy with like Axis of Evil and when they fought Demonic Toys movies and all that. It's almost like that's like a whole, even though it's still Puppet Master, it feels like a different like creative body behind it, sort of.
Well, that's because the Nazi trilogy would like all three of those were made at like one time and for like $50, so they have that same kind of appeal to them. I mean, all the full
I don't even think
films
the
are back
first
in
Puppet
day were
Master
low
is that
budget.
good at all.
What is it? No, the first one sucks.
No, the first one's not great. It's entertaining, but it's not a great movie.
It's
the third
just
one actually
little
is the
to
best.
nothing happens in it, and then the second one a little
yeah,
bit more,
yeah.
and then the third one I was like, holy shit, they finally made a good Puppet
Yeah,
Master.
even
The
4 and
second
5.
one has a soft spot in my heart. I always wish they would have continued from there, where the puppets are they're driving away and they're like, "There's a child's mental hospital down the road." Let's check that out. I'm like, I've always wanted to see that. Technically,
shit,
that's
Freddy's-
the last in the timeline. Puppet Master 2 is the last film in the Puppet Master timeline.
Yeah, the timeline.
oh, yeah, that's right.
And then 4 or 5 is like one big film.
Dude, when I did Duncan's Puppet Master franchise, I got part 4. I was so pissed because like
I got part 1.
I was like, let me get number 3. That's the best. And then I draw like the one coming off of 3. 4 was just absolute garbage.
I don't mind part 4 and 5.
Some
if you
people
watch
like
it,
4 and 5.
yeah, 4 and 5 is like, at least it goes together. It's one big movie. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it goes together in the goddamn trash can because
That's what's fun about this year, though, man. There's so many just fun little like films to watch. Like, I'm excited. Like, I've kind of put off like the main films for a little bit, and I'm kind of just focusing on like some shit that I've never seen that's only streaming or like on YouTube or something. And I'll get to the other stuff eventually, but that's the stuff that I'm kind of excited for.
I always
like
do. I always go back and forth. I'll watch like something I own and I'll stream something because I find if I'm just streaming something or watching on YouTube like over and over and over again, I'm just like, ugh.
Oh, Delicatessen is on Prime Video too.
Is it? Yeah, I actually have the Blu-ray. I have like a Region 2 Blu-ray of it. So, but yeah, I always have to mix it up, man. Because I the stuff I watch on YouTube, I just watch on my computer, like on my laptop and stuff, right? So, and I usually watch it after I'll watch it on my TV. I'll just kind of flip it on, maybe try and fall asleep to some bullshit. So it's just the way I do it.
Yeah.
Man. That's just the way I do it. The only portion of this year I'm not
how
looking
you
forward
do
to
it.
is just trying to attack these sequels because, like, oh my god, some of these later ones, and I know I'll force myself to watch all these, but
Start with Freddy's Dead.
I almost died when I was like,
I did
oh yeah,
start with Freddy's Dead.
Scanners 2 and 3 came out in the same year. I'm like, that just goes to show you right there the quality of those bullshit
Those
films,
movies
man.
are awesome. Fuck off.
They are shitty. I know they were filmed back to back, and obviously, and they're horrible. They
They're
made
like,
two films
they're
out of
like
one budget.
X-Men
91.
movies before X-Men, dude.
They made 2 movies out of one budget. You can tell it's garbage. But
Basket Case 2 and 3 are fucking grand slams.
Oh, I didn't say they were grand slams, but I definitely watched those over.
I remember when we were doing that show, I was complaining that they took one budget and made 2 movies, and you're like, yeah, but it's fucking, they're good. And
well,
I'm like,
they're fun. I wouldn't say they're good. There's a difference between fun and good, but Scanners are not, they're just piss poor in both categories. They're not fun and they're shitty.
Is your number one going to be Necromantic 2?
Oh, yeah. No.
Necromantic 2. I like that movie, but me and Carly tried to watch the Necromantics back on Valentine's Day, and we just made giant steaks, like huge, like $30.
Oh man,
$15. What was it? How much we pay for those? Like $35
to watch Necromantic 2.
And
yeah, I was instantly upset.
They were these giant, fucking super thick T-bones, and I'm just like, you know what? I normally don't have a weak stomach, but I cannot watch this right now.
Everything was gross.
It is It is
what bothered me in that movie was like the
was
sliminess of everything.
Yeah, me too, man. I hate slimy, fucking snotty, gooey. That shit always grosses me out. And
which one do you like better, Moods? 1 or 2?
2.
So two has that like unnecessary video with the what the hell was it, like in the middle of the movie? It's just like this long extended scene with like fucking video or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it.
I think we talked about that actually when we reviewed it too. There is one scene that's very long in the middle of the film. I can't remember exactly what it is right now. It slipped my mind, but it kind of brings a lot of... Necromantic 2 is a better made film than the first one for sure. I always kind of gravitate to the first one a little bit more. I don't know, but the second movie's probably better.
They're both some fucked up shit, but hey, that's how it goes. But I'm kind of looking over like a wiki list of 91. There's some interesting titles here. It's funny because 91, it's like the tail end of like a lot of franchises. Be careful with those
though, because usually we go off of
IMDb.
IMDb.
Yeah, we use one source. We use one source because honestly it's the most reliable one for sure.
Fucking Nudist Colony of the Dead.
Yeah, there's some ridiculous titles, man. Scream Queen Hot Tub Party. That one cracked me up. To go perfect double feature with Bikini Island.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Fucking sorority babes in the dance-a-thon of death.
I actually have that one on DVD.
Yeah, really? That's amazing.
It actually got a DVD release.
I have a 50-pack that had about 4 91 movies on it, and like they're all like
that's amazing.
Fucking shot on video bullshit.
Have either of you guys seen 10 Haunting Tales from the Japanese Underground?
No, but I know Shake, Rattle, and Roll 3 came out that
sounds
year.
What about Holy Virgin versus the Evil Dead? What the hell was that?
Sounds great.
Probably not a Sam Raimi production.
That's fucking
looking at the list Dave made.
Well, this has been a good 91 show, guys.
Yeah, we kind of had to bring it up, last week.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it's fun to talk about.
Yeah, we were just looking for. I mean, that's one of the funnest things about the show is finding out what next year we're going to be doing. So when you're excited for it, you got to talk about it.
I'm very happy to get the 90s just because like I have a love for the 90s because I was born there. Literally born on 9
I just feel like we're never going to get to the 2000s again. It's just going to keep going back. It's going to go 70s, 80s,
that
90s. That
was the first one, right? Wasn't 2002 the first one we did?
I think so. Yep.
Yeah. So 2002, then 96, then 86, then 76, then 82, then 72, which is just fucking bizarre.
It is bizarre.
And then 85. Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Well, as you can see, the rhythm has kind of been broken with 85 because it went to 91. So now we're on like a different path. So who knows? Maybe we'll end up at like 2007 or some bullshit. So
yeah, but have you seen Mika Droid Robo-Kill Beneath Disco Club Layla?
No, but I want
to. Some of these Japanese movies, these Japanese movies I want to check out because most J horror is associated with like
they're so hard to
the more modern stuff that came out, but all these Japanese movies from that era, I bet they're like a lot different from what is commonly known as J-horror.
They're hard to find with like subtitles, though. You can sometimes find those films, but it's like in the native language, and like because they don't really have any other release besides the Japanese release, and why would you have English subtitles? So, but yeah,
YouTube is very plentiful with these films. It's like, for whatever reason, the companies who own these films like don't give a fuck enough to like get them off of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you find films in the 80s and they're like, fuck you, I own that. Like, strike it down. But like with the 90s, like there's so many like video films that like I don't even think anybody knows who owns them, so they're just like there.
But you find a lot of TV films on there, which is nice that people upload the TV films, because otherwise like where else would you find them, because they never get released.
Dude, there's like a plentiful amount of 1991 Lifetime-esque thrillers on Tubi, and I've been working my way.
I know. I was looking up the titles for those too.
I get into those damn things, man. Lifetime movies can kick ass sometimes.
I got hooked on the Christmas ones this year at Christmas time. It was like every time the wife would come up, she's like, "Are you seriously watching a Lifetime Christmas movie again?" I'm like, "I can't stop. They're so bad. I just can't stop watching." And now I'm knowing that she kept like texting people behind my back. She's like, "Moods is watching another Lifetime TV movie," and laughing at me. I'm like, "What the? Did I become that guy?" Like,
were they called like Strangled by My Ex on Christmas Eve or something? Like,
no,
it seems like every
watching non-horror.
No,
ones.
these were non-horror Lifetime movies. It's because
just the,
every
like,
movie,
Hallmarky.
Yeah, the Hallmark movies pretty much. And the funny thing is that they were pretty much all the same movie. They all pretty much have the same storyline. It's ridiculous, but I couldn't stop. It was like a train wreck, and I ended up watching like at least a dozen of them. It was bad. I got really into the Christmas spirit this year, I guess, but the wife just couldn't believe it. She's like, "I can't even watch these things," and I'm like, "I know. I don't know what's wrong with me."
Yeah, I cannot do it either.
I never could before, and then all of a sudden I was like, I don't know. I was watching one. I flipped to the channel, and Candace Cameron was in one of them, and I was like, just started watching, and I just ended up watching the whole thing, and then the next one, and then the next one. I'm like, what am I doing?
Let me ask you this.
I was so embarrassed about it. Okay, I was so embarrassed about it actually at one point that I wasn't even logging those into my fucking letterbox. Now when I think about it, like I never did any of them because I watched a lot of movies at Christmas time that I didn't log in there.
Yeah, because I follow your letterbox pretty.
Yeah, JP's always making fun of you.
Yeah. I'll be like, fucking Moods watch the entire Ozploitation fucking genre in one night the other night.
And then watch like the Goonies the next night.
I do. I get
like you watch the
weird
entire Ozploitation fucking subgenre.
I don't know what it is. I'll get on those kicks. I'm like, oh, I feel like watching, Long Weekend or something, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I'm watching Wake and Fright, and I'm watching Dead and Dry. I'm like, okay, that's just how my brain works sometimes. Strange, but Hallmark Christmas movie talk. That's interesting. Yeah. Anyways, but we should probably move this along.
Do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right, JP, we got some news this week.
Yeah, we do. Not too much here. It seemed like it was like more popping a couple weeks ago with news, but so first up, I don't know what this is, Mike. You probably know, but Qubi announces a horror anthology series called Horror Accidental. To me, it seems like is a streaming service, but everything is in like 10-minute episodes, which just seems fucking dumb to me.
Yeah, it's like TikTok decided to make a streaming channel or something. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have Quibi. I know it is live now because everyone I'm sure is familiar with.
How is that spelled? Is that spelled with a Q?
Yeah, Quidi.
Huh.
What?
Yeah, it's like a paid subscription.
It's like Tubi, but Qubi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Weird.
Similar sounding, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that it's like concept is like to capitalize on the attention span of, the 15 to 24 demographic or whatever.
Gen Z.
10 minute attention span.
Yeah, it's basically like little quick productions, like. So it's like you watch a 5-10 minute video and you're done and moving on to the next thing.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, like Sam Raimi has an anthology on there called 50 States of Fright, but they're doing another one called Horror Accidental. But I just am so against this concept. I just hate it. I don't even want to check it out because I don't even want to support it.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't mind watching horror shorts, but I don't know about a platform where it's exclusively just that. Like if that was just like a feature or like its own category on there, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah,
but
I always
like, I don't,
you know, like when you watched, you know, like the movie channels back in the day and stuff, and a movie channel or a movie would end at one point and the next one wasn't starting for 10 minutes, and they just kind of fill it in with like some kind of short, usually an animated short or something like that, or something kind of relative to what's just been played or what's coming up. That was always cool, but a whole platform of just shorts, man, I think I'd go dizzy watching that shit, man. Too rapid.
Well, it's not just like shorts in terms of like, hey, a short film. It's like everything they do is in that concept.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they'll do like entire. Like from what I understand, it's like entire. Okay, let me just fucking read the. Qubi is an American short form mobile video platform. Okay, and then it says. The company plans to spend $1.1 billion on commissioning original content in its first year, totaling 8,500 short-form episodes, including 175 shows. So they do original programming. Unlike many streaming video platforms, Quibi's content is made specifically to be streamed only on mobile devices and can be viewed in either horizontal or vertical video within the same video, instead of typical half-hour TV episodes or 2-hour films. Qubi will be delivered in episode chapters of 10 minutes or less.
This is a subscription service.
So they have some of the it's like subscription. Some of the original content. Chrissy's Court. It's a Judge Judy style show. Spielberg's After Dark, a horror series written and created by Steven Spielberg. The show is unique on the platform in that it can be viewed only at night. That's kind of cool. Kill the Efrons, a survival reality starring Zac Efron and his brother Dylan.
Oh, God.
To remote parts of the world. Punked, a reboot of the Celebrity Prank Show hosted by Chance the Rapper.
So like scare tactics.
Nothing about that sounds appealing to me.
But so they're taking the concepts and every episode is 10 minutes or less. Which I think is marketable and can work, but I just don't like it. I don't want it to work. I don't want that to be the thing.
I mean, short attention spans would probably favor that, but I don't know. I don't like the sound of that. I don't think that would be worth my money or time.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty bold idea for your entire platform to be based on that format.
Yeah, sounds like a Shudder thing. Like you say, it could be just like a short little thing on Shudder or something like that, like an extra, not like a full subscription thing.
So imagine like the people get adjusted to that short format, but then they can't even handle that, and they only watch like 30 seconds of each thing, and they keep moving on to the next one.
I think it's the YouTube concept, right? Like YouTubers, for the most part, I mean, there's some different things like Let's Plays, for example. I mean, those are obviously long form. But the concept of like where you're on YouTube and you just go from video to video to video to video of the rabbit hole, that's kind of what they're trying to turn into a, like original content specifically made for that. Like they're trying to capture that same demographic of people that do that. But I just don't know if I would. I just don't like it. Because honestly, like I was looking at some of the shows that are on there. Like I saw some clips from some, and I'm like, wow, this looks cool. Like, but I'm like, oh man, 10-minute episodes. This like just seems. I just don't like the idea.
Well, when you were referencing like YouTube generation, I can say like like kids growing up today. I'm talking like kids, little kids. Mm-hmm. It's like they're kind of growing up with that, with content overload is what I would call it, where there's just so much at their disposal where it's like hard for them to even focus on one thing, because while they're watching one thing, you have your list of recommendations on the right hand side, so their focus is already probably divided on like the next 10 things to watch. So like a 5-minute video, they'll get like 45 seconds into it, it's like, oh, I gotta see what this one over here is, and it's like they just never stop and just watch the damn video you pick. But it doesn't happen like, because I can see it in my own kids. Like my older one is starting, she's not little anymore. So she's starting to like morph into like someone who watches the full length of things. But my younger one is like the kind of like click this, click that. It's like, come on. Like for me being old, I'm just like, man, just pick something and watch it and watch the whole thing. You might like the rest of it.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on here, we have HBO Max has ordered a Shining-based series called Overlook, which I am in favor for. I think this could be good. I think that if you set it in the Overlook, say like before Jack Nicholson gets there's a lot of history that we don't necessarily know about. You know what I mean? Some stuff that was just teased. I think you can make a complete awesome little TV series based on that. But it says the J.J. Abrams is producing it. It's called Overlook. The site notes that HBO Max has handed out the production commitment to a 1-hour drama described as a horror thriller that explores the untold stories of the Overlook. Abrams will produce Overlook alongside with a couple other people.
Is it one story, or is it like an anthology type thing where they're just telling different stories within the hotel?
No, doesn't it take place with the first settlers came there and built the Overlook or something like that?
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought I read.
Cool.
Doesn't say that.
I thought maybe they would just take certain guests in certain rooms
Where'd
and
you
tell
hear
a
that
story
at?
that happened within the Overlook or something. I mean, you could do an anthology type style.
I thought
just based on one
anthologies
location.
are mostly dead. Like they don't really happen much anymore. I could see it being like a jumping around to different time periods per season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I missed like the episode, basically like what Shudder did when they brought back Creepshow. I missed that style of anthology. Now we mostly get like each season will be its own story, but I really miss just tuning in every week or whatever, and it's a brand new thing, brand new cast and all that stuff. I always liked that growing up, and
that's
when
what I'm
I was
saying.
growing up, that was a big thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that concept is kind of dead lately, but
Which I thought it was coming back, considering they brought Creepshow back, anthology type stuff. I thought it was really going to come back. That's why I mentioned maybe the Overlook, just kind of exploring certain stories within, guests in the one location, just kind of like what they do with the Friday the 13th anthology series. It was Friday the 13th. The story and every object had its own kind of story and shit, which is kind of cool.
Well, maybe them airing Creepshow the first season on AMC where a bigger audience will see it. Maybe that'll like whet appetites, or maybe if it gets good ratings, AMC will take notice and be like, hey, let's fucking look into doing something else like this.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how it fits with general audiences. Like I know we like it, but
like I love. I just know I won't watch it probably because I don't watch TV to begin with. So
Twilight Zone was pretty popular, right? Like the big stuff, the big ones. It wasn't. I mean, I don't know.
I didn't think it did very well at all. I heard people talk about it when it first aired, and then I never heard anything again.
Dude, I actually forgot about the new one.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah.
Oh no! I'm not even talking about the new one. I'm just saying it worked at one time. Like I'm talking.
Of course it worked at one time.
Well, the original Twilight Zone was groundbreaking.
Tales from the Dark Side, all that shit worked at
Monsters.
I mean, Tales from the Dark Side. I mean, Twilight Zone has had what? This is like the 4th Twilight Zone show or something. So
I think so.
Yeah, Black Mirror is the one that seems to have
made they had the 50s, 60s one, and then they had the early 80s one.
Then the 2000s,
which lasted like 1 or 2 seasons, and then this new one by Jordan Peele. Crazy. Yep. So it obviously does work, but bring back Monsters. Come on, let's do another Monsters.
Monsters is cool.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Carly? You wouldn't watch it?
Like, I mean, like this Overlook show, it's like, I love The Shining, but just for me, I just don't watch TV pretty much at all. So anytime I hear about any series, no matter what, I feel like I just never give myself the time to watch a TV series. I mean, but I don't know. I'm kind of interested by it, like depending on what they do with it.
The format for me is where it's at, though. I mean, if they were to, to me, the way the series are now, where they have one storyline per season kind of thing, I like that idea. it's a little exhausting. I think it's just being overused. I think honestly doing the anthology format would be kind of cool for this, because there's lots to explore. The Overlook Hotel is huge. It always has lots of guests. There's a million different stories, right? I think it would actually be kind of interesting for myself. I would rather appeal to that than like a full season of just one, linear narrative. I mean, that can get a little bit tiresome, but I think changing the stories would be interesting, because like I said, there's a million things you can explore in there.
The one big flaw I've seen in American Horror Story style, where it's one story for the whole season, is so many people
there's filler episodes too, right?
So many people give up on the season if there's one episode they run into that they don't like.
Yeah,
they'll be like, "Oh, fuck this, I'm out." I'm like, "What?" Like,
see,
I'm not saying you have to
with
finish
those,
it, but I'm like, "Come on."
I always hear like, "Oh, it started off really good, and it ended shitty." Like that's what I constantly seem to hear with American Horror Stories.
Every season, I swear, I've heard the exact same thing too.
Mm-hmm.
It starts out really solid, and then the last episode was garbage, and I'm like, fuck. Is it just your expectations are too high?
How to end those damn things.
I mean, it's
who's writing these things? Stephen King.
Ryan.
But no, seriously, the Overlook thing. I'm normally with you, where I think the anthology thing works good. Work like I would like to see that usually. But honestly, like, I just feel like something as epic as I feel like you can make a whole season out of the opening of the Overlook. You know what I mean? Or the twins.
You
right?
mean them driving?
Whole season.
Them driving to the
that would be super
the
cool.
whole. They have a 10 episode, 10 hours of them just driving to the Overlook. It's literally conversations in the car and stuff. That would be fucking amazing. That's exciting.
No, like them building it, right? The
staying built over an ancient Indian burial ground.
Or the twins, right? Like that story. You could make a whole season out of like that family that went there or whatever.
I would love to see that.
There's a lot of, or like the New Year's party, right? Mm-hmm. Leading up to the New Year's party, you could make a whole season out of that year.
Oh, so what you're basically saying, take certain aspects of the movie and create, full length season narratives out of it. Which you could. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
In the movie were part of that.
I feel like that could make it. I feel like that can make it more epic. But you could also do an hour-long segment on just the twins, or just the bear costume blowjob, or just like all the other.
Oh yeah, too. That's a great hour.
Or I could see that as something, But I don't know. I actually, Carly says she probably wouldn't watch this. This is one that I probably would watch.
It would really the ideas you have are awesome. It's just like I feel like TV shows never do it right. The way
HBO
Scream is a great example,
dude. But this is fucking HB man. They do.
Yeah, Carly, it's not just TV, right?
Yeah, you're not fucking realizing this is home box.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Educate me, please.
It's fucking HBO, dude. Everything they've done has been good, pretty much, right?
Yeah, and I think they're trying to launch it for HBO Max, that new streaming service. So they're gonna go for it.
Which they're doing something else for HBO Max too that was interesting.
The only problem with HBO is that they do have really high production values and put out good shows and stuff, but they never run as long as they should. Deadwood, I always bring it up. That's always the biggest disappointment ever.
It's probably just the production cost of their shows.
It literally was. They said they couldn't do, like, they had that series planned for 4 seasons and they only got 3 due because they didn't have the funding to do the 4th. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? The ratings are like crazy high on this shit and they couldn't even finish it. But HBO series never seem to run very long anymore because they do have good production values. So
Netflix has
and HBO Max, they're seeming to put a big emphasis on. They're trying to make this a big thing. You know what I mean?
See, that's
for those of you who don't know. It's basically Disney Plus but HBO content.
Hopefully they planned it out good where they're we're gonna do like 4 or 5 seasons and they only get 2 because the production values or the production cost is too much and then can't do anything else. But I don't know, HBO. I've always loved them, but at the same time they're frustrating too because I remember they canceled one show. I can't remember the name of it right now, but it was the same thing. The ratings were good and stuff, but they just didn't have the money to go
or something.
Yeah. Well, that one lasted 2 seasons or something, and it was I don't know. But they've had problems with that with budgets. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to. There was I can't remember what it was. They announced another show that they were doing for HBO Max, and I don't want. Oh wait,
I know there was a show Jordan Peele was producing, but I don't know if that's just straight HBO or HBO Max as well. He was like doing that. Wasn't it like a Lovecraft Town or something like that? I thought he was doing a show called that. But with the thing when it comes to a streaming service is you always got to keep in mind is like they're totally going to run like the algorithms and formulas to see what shows are actually driving subscribers, because that's the problem with Netflix shows, why they always get canceled after 2 or 3 seasons, because that they figured out that after the second or third season is when those shows, no matter how highly rated or quality they are, about the third season is where it caps out bringing in new subscribers. So they're like, well, if it's not bringing in new people anymore, we're not renewing it.
Well, Netflix is a huge difference than TV, because to them the ratings don't really matter, right? They're not getting paid based on ratings. They're getting paid based on subscriptions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So how many subscriptions come in? They can have every single current subscriber watch a show and it not affect their business, right? Like they're not going to make more money off of that. So it's really the who's buying Netflix for the Tiger King. The people who are already there, it does not matter.
So how does it show with certain shows that are on there, like Santa Clarita Diet that got canceled after the 3rd season? Like, why'd they cancel it? Because
did you guys notice also that Santa Clarita Diet was like trending as like not like in the top 10 recently?
Well, that's what I was wondering too.
That
because
makes me so mad.
I know, because that's kind of frustrating that they don't even look at how many streams are happening on their certain shows and stuff. I mean, obviously the popularity should factor into what they keep and what they don't and what they cancel, because that show, that kind of sucks that it got canceled, because it was fun. It was a really fun show, and it seemed like everybody was watching it and talking about it, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, they just announced they're canceling after season 3. I'm like, what the fuck? This is why I don't watch shows when they're on. This is fucking bullshit, because it never does end.
I think
they got a flawed system there, man. The subscriptions is nice.
It's flawed for the true TV and cinema fan. It's flawed for us.
Yeah.
But for the regular Joe who, like Mike says, watches a TV for 3 seasons and gets kind of bored of it and moves on, it's great for them, because they take what they would have done as a 4th season and just make something totally new and do a 1st season of a new show to try to capture people. That's the fundamental flaw with Netflix. Is you're never going to get a Friends that runs for 11 seasons or 12 seasons, for sure, or How I Met Your Mother or The Office. You're only going to get the occasional Orange is the New Black that over.
But that's just it's just the bullshit. It's just bullshit. I mean, they should honestly incorporate that a little bit, though. I mean,
I mean, it's tough because it's not like an HBO where like you're gonna have HBO subscribers, but then you're also getting a cut of whoever has HBO in like their actual cable or satellite package.
I think there's
Netflix, it's 100%.
I think there's a lot of cons to that, man. To be honest, like, I mean, if they continuously shut down shows based on how they do things, I mean, don't you think you would end up losing subscribers too? I mean, I understand it's like a revolving door.
Yeah, they do.
It's a revolving door. Like, people are going to leave Netflix. They're like, fuck, man. I've been watching this show and this show, this show and this show, and they canceled all of them. Fuck Netflix. I'm unsubscribing. But they might get more subscribers. It might just even out at the end of the day, is how they're kind of seeing it. But I mean, at the same time, if you're going to incorporate, the stats on your your streams on the certain shows and stuff, keep those. You won't. I bet you won't leave.
I don't know, man. The problem is it doesn't seem to bother the regular person when a show goes away. They don't even fucking notice.
But that's also because we live in the day and age where there's so much content, man. They literally forget about it 10 minutes later, unless you're a hardcore kind of thing, right? That's the problem. There's an overload of shows on there. I mean, honestly, dude, there's more TV shows and those type of series and shit than there is movies on Netflix. At least there is on Canadian one. It's fucking insane, dude. That's honestly one of the biggest reasons why I never even click on Netflix, because when I'm going for the new releases, it's 90% shows, and I'm like, I don't have the fucking fucking time to get involved with a show because I'm one of those binge watchers where if I click on something, I have to watch the whole thing, but I know I really don't have the time because I got to prep for these damn shows and everything else I'm fucking doing at the same time. So I'm like, I mean, I'm the exception to the rule, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, man,
well, there's
way too much content.
With Netflix, there's really two camps of like Netflix subscribers / viewers. There's like the people that are watching like Breaking Bad on there for the first time because they never had AMC or satellite in the first place. So they're watching all these shows. They're just watching like the archives and the entire catalog. Then there's like the camp that I fall more into. It's mostly like the original shows. And like maybe if they actually get a decent horror movie or make one on there, I'll watch it. But I rarely ever just get on Netflix and browse for stuff. I usually, especially now, it was different like 10 years ago. But now it's like I mostly just get on Netflix when I know ahead of time.
I know, man. If somebody recommends something that's on Netflix, that's when I turn it on to watch the movie or something like that. But I mean, the horror films are so far in between now. It's crazy. Like the wife, she uses Netflix to watch because she's a TV fucking show horror, man. It's just crazy. I meant not as in like slutty horror, but you know what I mean. But she actually watches the show The Ranch, and it's like Ashton Kutcher's show.
I know a lot of people that watch that.
It's pretty much fucking the 70s. Like the last season had like everybody from the 70s show on there. It's kind of funny, but I actually kind of like the show. Like Red's on there. It's actually really funny. It's cool to those type of shows because it's like the 70s show, but like on a ranch setting, but it has swearing and it's kind of dirty, but it's serious and it's funny. It's actually a pretty entertaining show. But again, it's like I'm very hesitant to get involved with it because I hate when shows fucking end. But oddly enough, this one, I even said to him, like, because I remember when the show first came out a couple years back, 3 or 4 years ago or whatever, we actually watched the first 3 or 4 episodes together, and I just kind of forgot about it. I just kind of fell out of it kind of thing. And she was watching it the other day, and I'm like, whoa, this shit's still on? She's like, yeah, it's on like season 6. I'm like, holy fuck. So JP, going back to what you're saying, like you'll never see like, those long running series on there. This is a Netflix original series that has lasted that long. It's crazy.
Well, 6 is okay. They've had a few 6s, 7s, a little bit, but I would be surprised if it keeps going. Now the other thing is there is the random situation where you have, do people subscribe for this? You know what I mean? And also,
but how do they know But how do they know that what people are subscribing for? That's
because they look at what new subscribers watch. Yeah, let's say you just make an account. What is the things that they're watching, and then they take all that and put it in a big pool.
So you subscribe on May 1st, and the first thing you watch is The Ranch. Like, oh, there's a bonus point.
Maybe it's the first things you watch. Maybe it's the first things you watch in a month. You know what I mean?
Plus,
I mean, I get that.
If you have the latest update of Netflix right now, when you go into the main screen, it even shows it right there, like what shows are the top trending. So a lot of times that's driven by new subscribers.
I love that they've added that. That is
pretty interesting. Just look at it.
Yeah. And that's what I saw. Santa Clarita was trending in that area like a couple weeks ago. But it also matters how much the show cost, right? Like, is The Ranch a cheap show? That might factor in of keeping it
honestly
a little long.
It's funny that you bring that up because I was watching an episode with the wife the other day, and I said to her, I was like, man, this show is like super low budget. Like, I mean, not like cast wise, like the cast is actually quite incredible, man. There's a lot of big names on there and stuff, but it's totally shot on sets, and you can tell like the background on the sets, on the sound sets, is literally just like cardboard. You can tell it's that cheap. It's kind of funny. So, but it just kind of reminds me of watching like old school shows and stuff like that, where you totally could tell that they were shot on like sound sets and stuff like that. But this one, it's set outdoors, so it's even more obvious that it's a fake background.
and that's the thing. Original content costs so much to produce compared to like just buying the rights to a show from network TV and throwing it on there. That their business model is only going to allow a show to run so long unless they're seeing the financial benefits from it. Like that's just the way it is, unfortunately, because they don't have advertisements. I thought I read like a story like a month or two ago about like Netflix, and I might even got the email where they sent out like a survey to like a certain amount of subscribers that said, would you like be willing to like take a reduction in your subscription cost if we put like a ad? And now it wouldn't be like Tubi where it's like ads throughout it, even though Tubi's not crazy
Dude,
about
Tubi
it.
is
But
so easy to watch.
Yeah.
It's like a 30-second ad or something.
yeah,
like that.
exactly. It goes by quick.
Yeah,
And
no, I seen
and
the
it goes
thing
by
with
time,
the
though.
Netflix
It goes by
thing
time.
too. I seen the thing where they were talking about potentially putting ads. I don't think they would, but I mean, it would probably help change the way that everything goes, because they would be able to make revenue off of what's actually popular and not what's actually getting
and not
people to
cancel
subscribe
shows when they're being watched.
But yeah, that is a fundamental flaw with Netflix is they cancel shows that are being watched or very popular shows. They won't always do it. Like sometimes they'll keep a show around simply because a lot of subscribers do watch it. But you know, it seems to be secondary in their thinking of traditional TV, where you have HBO, where if you know, a certain million people tune in for Game of Thrones every week, you keep it on because it's a ratings hit, and you don't cancel it after 4 seasons based on, you know, whatever. But the thing with Netflix now is, you guys are absolutely right. I pretty much exclusively watch their original content these days. I don't go in there and check out the horror section like I used to. That's what I use Shudder for. But you know, for the most part, their original content. But like Tiger King, you know, restored my love of Netflix again, because I was like, man, this is awesome. This is why I like Netflix. And I remember a couple years ago when like The Ritual came out, and like that other one with the you know, the plant society that's like sacrifices people, the little period piece there, and Bird Box and stuff. That I was having a lot of fun with Netflix original movies and content then, but lately it just seems like Tiger King and nothing else. Was Vivarium, was that the Jesse Eisenberg movie? Was that a Netflix original?
I don't think so. Is it on Netflix?
I think they just focused on
on
TV show content. That's why. So I've lost. Yeah,
Really?
I mean, I agree. A couple years back, man, the original Netflix horror films and stuff I thought it was going to keep moving forward. I thought the progression was there, but it kind of took a step back as TV just kind of overtook everything, and I just don't click onto it anymore. I'm not looking for that shit.
Tubi got brought up. Who's that bought them? Fox, was it?
I'm worried.
Tubi.
Worried about that.
I know. I just don't want if they just
they're going to start
buy
charging,
it, but keep everything the same.
No, they're going to start charging for sure.
Well, the thing is they might not charge, but they might
charge.
get stupid with their ads, because right now Tubi's ads are like it's not.
Dude,
overbearing.
honestly, if they were even bigger ads, I wouldn't even longer ads. That doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. If it's free, like if I'm paying for it, I don't want ads.
No.
If I'm not paying for it, you could put 2-minute ads on there, and it's still not going to bother me.
Yeah,
I'm
as
not
long as you
paying-
leave your movies uncut, I don't care if there's an ad.
The thing about Tubi that's great is they have stuff that nobody else has, and that's what matters to me. There's a lot, like when I was looking for 91
still
movies, there's a
regional.
lot of TV movies and stuff that are not on Netflix, not on Shudder, not anywhere. There's a lot of content that is just like more rare, and I like that.
Yeah, it definitely is
It's
regional.
very extensive.
Yeah, because the American Tubi has things that Canada doesn't have, and vice versa too. It's kind of funny.
All right, so moving on from that, we have some. I guess these are really just that's kind of it for the main news. But there's like some release announcements. Stephen King's War of the World, Steven Spielberg's War of the Worlds is coming to the 4K, the 2005 Tom Cruise version. So that's coming to 4K.
Yay.
One of the best films of the year, The Lodge, that's coming to Blu-ray, DVD, and digital on May 5th. Did you guys see The Lodge?
I still haven't seen it.
It's good.
I think it was playing here very briefly, and I didn't get a chance to see it, and I haven't tracked it down yet.
Yeah.
So that movie's great.
That's what I've heard.
Jaws 45th anniversary 4K hitting June 2nd. That will be a buy from me. So,
45th anniversary, man.
That's a good buy.
Definitely.
I don't think anyone would argue with that one.
Then The Hunt, if you missed it, is coming to DVD and digital on May 26th for digital and June 9th for Blu-ray.
Still haven't seen it. It's
already on digital.
It's on the list.
What are you talking about?
I have it on the list to watch. So
good. It's a good movie.
Yeah.
And then we have We Summon the Darkness coming to Blu-ray June 9th. I know you didn't like it, Moods.
garbage.
Oh.
Did you like it? You liked it, Carla?
I will save my thoughts for the His and Hers podcast, but yeah, I enjoyed it, I will say.
Oh, really? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I didn't find it to
were
be
you guys all in that Fresh Cuts
garbage
episode?
Necessarily. Yeah.
We just did it on Fresh
I just think
Cuts.
it was. I just thought it had a good setup, but it didn't.
Oh, there's so many problems with it, man. I had so many problems with it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it didn't follow through with like the promising setup to me. But I'll look forward to hearing what you guys have to say though, because I know some people did like it a lot.
Yeah, actually, a lot of people going into it, man. I had heard nothing but good things. It was kind of crazy. So,
I had fun with it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but we're supposed to do that next, so I'll check it out. And then finally here, Dahmer, it got announced for Blu-ray, which is made my top 10 of 2002, one of my favorite films from that year.
The 2002 one? Crazy.
Yeah, the Jeremy Renner coming to Blu-ray from the MVD Marquee collection. So pretty excited about that. I'm a huge fan of that movie. I think it's the best Jeffrey Dahmer thing we've ever got.
It is a good one, actually. Super underrated.
Mm-hmm.
Renner does such a great job as Dahmer in that. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yep, it is fantastic. So that is the news.
Cool.
Fucking thing sucks!
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so getting into the featured reviews here on episode 181. This is a Patreon-picked episode. Unfortunately, I can't remember who Patreoned it, as usual. So bad with that. But this particular person may have picked the Scream franchise also. So if it was you, thank you. And that is, of course, the Omen franchise, which does have 5 films in it. All right, so we might as well jump right into this. First film from 1976, directed by Richard Donner, is the original Omen.
It is the original Omen.
Yeah.
True, facts.
That would be the Omen.
Yeah, Richard Donner, man, he's had an awesome career, man. He's done a lot of good shit, man. Of course, he did Superman 2. Well, there's a Richard Donner cut of that. He directed mine and JP's favorite movie of all time, The Goonies. All the Lethal Weapon movies, which that's so awesome that he did the Lethal Weapon movies. So he's done a lot of great movies, man. A lot of movies that I love and shit. But quick little synopsis on the Omen. This synopsis is ridiculous. Mysterious deaths surround an American ambassador. Could the child that he is raising actually be the Antichrist? The devil's own son? That's the short version. I didn't want to read the other one. It's too long. Whatever. It's a short long of it. Yeah. So where do you guys want to start with the Omen?
Well, I'll just say that I think I watched it for the first time as a Patreon pick probably 2 years ago, and I thought it was good and really good and liked it a lot and stuff. And then we watched it for 76, and I liked it a lot. I think it was my number 2 or 3, I think, of the year. But after watching it this time, I just thought that it was really good, better than I thought before, I guess. And I already thought it was pretty good. So I think I just was as I was watching it, I was just dude, this is such an engaging movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's this one, I saw this as a kid, and it's not one I really went back to a whole lot, and I always kind of thought of it being, kind of slow and boring, so watching it this time around, I was super into it from start to finish. I mean, there's, maybe some slow aspects once you get into them kind of investigating what's all happening. But even those parts I was super into. And I actually think there's a lot of eeriness to this film that still really holds up. Just, the acting. I think the little kid is actually really creepy in the movie. He's not exactly the main focus. I mean, I think you're mainly following the father in this film is like the central character, but I think that it's well casted with the little kid. I think everyone in this movie does a really good job. So I was super into it this time, and I was surprised because like I said, in my memory, I thought it was going to be like kind of slow, boring, older film, but I was very, very intrigued with this one.
You liked it because it wasn't a Hammer movie.
I did, yes. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's kind of British, so
yeah.
That is true. That is true. That's something I didn't really notice in this movie, but yeah.
When it comes to the kid, it was a good idea. They didn't give the kid too much to do. Just let's let the kids look the kind of creepy look of a supposed evil kid do the work. We're not going to give them tons of lines. We're not going to have them running around like just murdering people. Nothing was over the top really when it came to the kid. I think this first Omen, even probably more as we get into the other movies, I think definitely this original one, it doesn't get talked about as much or enough, I think, about the kills. The kills are pretty solid in this movie. I remembered most of them from memory, but like watching the movie again, I was like, damn, like they're pretty brutal, like what happens. I think something... Oh, go ahead.
What's interesting about the kills that I like in the first Omen film is they're almost like Final Destination-esque, where it's just like they could happen. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily fact that you watch it and you're like, yep, devil's doing this. You know what I mean? Like it could, like it's wind and it's not in your face supernatural. You know what I mean? It's like a pole falls off of a building and impales the priest, which by the way looks hella good, way better than the remake.
Yeah.
And the glass and the decapitation, which is hella good as well, and the suicide, Damien, it's all for you. Like I love that scene.
Super creepy. Her hitting the glass is perfect.
There's something in general about like hangings that get to me. I don't know if it's just because like the way you're just looking at like the body just kind of like dangling there. I don't know what it is, and it's not even like the face or the torso. It has something to do with like the legs and the feet.
Just swinging like, back and forth.
Just swinging there. Like I've never considered a fear of mine, but like I started thinking about it after watching this, like just how horrifying that would be, like to come home or like walk into some place and there's just like a body hanging there. So for this to happen at like the kid's birthday party, where obviously everyone reacts the way it would probably really happen, I think, it was just pretty terrifying. And just the way it's set up too, where she's just like, Damien is off, like calling attention to it to make a big production out of it. Something I also found interesting that I kind of liked is obviously, the whole Satan thing, there's like religious undertones to it, obviously, but it really feels largely that this is taking place within like a secular world where they're almost kind of learning about relating like stuff in the Bible to like the real world as they go. Like
that's interesting. I never really thought of that before.
What are you saying?
What are you talking about? I've always taken this movie like it's set in our world, like it's just this shit is just happening in the actual reality. That's interesting. You see it differently though.
Yeah, like what I mean, like comparing it to like a movie like The Exorcist, where it's like straight up like probably what like deep rooted Catholics would think. There's just like it's an over the top production with Reagan being possessed and all this crazy stuff going on, which is cool. I mean, it's a cool horror movie. I love it. But this feels more like taking place where like it's a bunch of non-believers that are almost being converted throughout the movie because of all the circumstances going on. You even have like the guy, like they're doing the prophecies and the omens. You said you like the Final Destination aspect of the kills. Well, you can even that's even a play on the Omen, because like all those pictures he's taken when it shows like the shadows and like the prophecies and the omens of their death, those are omens in themselves, of omens of things to happen to the character. So it's pretty good. I just like the way they tackle kind of like the secular world and with the religion. It's almost treated like it's a very European style, I think, of religion and life, where it's like people might have like the vague belief in God, but most of these characters aren't running around like scared of the end times and like, oh my God, like this is going on. It's like
because it's like natural. Like they're not in The Exorcist either. You're just dealing with a priest.
I think it's also because of where it's set too. It's also set in England too. I mean, if this whole movie was set in Italy, where religion is a little bit more profound, right? I think you would have a little bit different look at of the way people perceive what's going on and stuff. Like I said, this is an American in England for the most part of the film when all this shit's kind of going down, and I think the people there they're living in a reality. I mean, you're either religious or you're not, and these particular people, they're kind of in the middle ground. They're not per se religious freaks or nothing, but they're not totally against it, but they are willing to learn and accept what exactly is going on. I just kind of take it like it's sitting in the real. I think it's very much reminiscent of how people would be, like myself. Like, I mean, I don't really believe in a lot of stuff, and I don't know, man. Like, I mean, if that shit's, I would be open to accepting and interpreting what might actually be happening, and I see that in these characters, man, especially with Robert and and with the mom and stuff like that. I mean, at first you don't really want to believe that shit because it seems asinine, right? But I think the progression of the narrative is really, really well done. I've always thought this movie is just so well done in its aspect, because when you first watch this movie, it appears to be such a slow type burn, but once you watch it a couple times, you're like, man, the pacing is really fucking good. It never pushes any aspects of what it's trying to achieve too fastly. That's what they do completely wrong in the remake too. They push things too fast a little bit. It's kind of strange how when you actually compare the two, like how differently and poorly they're done. Like in that one, it's just poorly done, but this one, it creates these characters in these beliefs and incorporates these beliefs, and then the progression of the narrative is done so well. It's so well. It's very atmospheric. It's acted super fucking well, which really does help in the movie. I think this movie is just, and like you said about the kills, man, I've always said this about The Omen, man, is that The Omen doesn't have an over-the-top kill count. And it's for good reason, too, because they didn't want to make the movie over the top. It's supposed to be more subtle. Hence, like, the whole Final Destination type kills, because it adds this kind of supernatural element to it, which is kind of scary because they could actually happen, right? And plus, the fact that they don't
like even the one
kid.
where the guy gets impaled. If you watch the Omen Legacy, which is on the 4th disc of the Scream Factory box set, it's a feature-length documentary. They had talked about the fact that like they based that on an incident in which a cross fell from a church and killed a man. Yeah. So like some of these instances are, and the glass thing, like that, freak accidents happen like that all the time when you're dealing with construction and things like that. So it's a nice little like, it's not just like the son of the devil just rising up and looking at someone and they're bursting into flames and stuff like that. It's more of this like subtle sort of eeriness.
That's the other interesting thing about this film too, is that a lot of people perceive that Damien is causing these deaths and things like that, but it's actually not. It's the evils from beyond that are really doing this shit, because at the time Damien's 5 years old in this whole film. He doesn't even know exactly what he is. Right. Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He's not doing it at all.
It's totally
essentially the devil, around him and mainly protecting him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing, because Damien
it's like
needs
an
to grow.
egg, right? You need to nurture and protect it until it's into its adulthood.
Exactly. And I think that's a misconception.
Similar to Rosemary's Baby, where she doesn't know that she's carrying Satan's kid.
Yeah.
And everyone around her is kind of protecting the process and all that.
Actually, it's funny you bring that up. We'll even bring that up because that's kind of a shout out to Rosemary's Baby having Mia Farrow as the nanny in the remake. That's totally done by purpose. But I just feel like this movie's kind of okay. Mike, you can finish.
Oh no! I was because I was just going to bring up another observation about. So Gregory Peck's character, Robert Thorne, does he even enjoy being a dad in this movie?
They neither of them do.
Well,
the wife is.
You have to understand something though. Okay, let's just take it right from the beginning, because I mean that's something that is actually believable in this story, because the movie opens up where, you know, he's rushing to the hospital. They're in Italy at the time, and, you know, the wife is having a baby, and he's told, she hasn't been told that her baby has died. He has been told this. So he goes and talks to this priest, and the priest is like, yeah, you know, your wife's baby was, your baby was born still, but we actually have a mother that gave birth to a child and she died, and there's no family. This baby's just gonna, you know, kind of go to waste, kind of thing. So he decides to, which I've always had a problem with this narrative a little bit. I just don't see anybody being like, yeah, I'll replace the baby and not tell the mom. And that's essentially
it's a very weird concept.
It is a weird, I've always had that minor kind of problem with this, because it's totally, JP,
I forgot that it even opened like that.
It's 100% unrealistic, because someone who's actually adopted a baby before, it's unrealistic as fuck to do that, man.
Wait, it's unrealistic to hide a big secret from your wife?
To take someone else's baby and pretend it was actually yours. This is what
happens all the time, though. That's actually happens.
When does this happen? When does
there's Lifetime movies about women stealing babies and passing them off as their own because theirs died in the hospital and stuff like that.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like the guy's just giving him the baby, like, hey, you're allowed to do this.
Yeah, like,
he's not doing it. He's not doing it. Well, first of all, he's doing it for ulterior motives. For one,
I know, but I'm not talking about the motives. I'm talking about Robert just accepting and being like, this is a good idea. Then I'm going to actually, because
it's not a good idea.
He literally holds the secret from his wife, and it just.
But why does he hold the secret from his wife?
Well, because he doesn't want to upset her that their baby died, obviously.
Yeah, right? Because it's a huge traumatic experience. Exactly. Somebody suggested it. It's not like he went and sucked out this opportunity. No. Somebody suggested it, so it's a little bit more believable, because it's like in front of you. It's this guy and me are the only one who knows. We're in Italy. You know what I mean?
In the long run of this, though, she's eventually going to find out, maybe. I mean, I would assume she's eventually going to find out somehow. I mean, would you rather deal with it then, or just be like, okay.
How would she eventually find out?
I don't know, man. People find out shit all the time, man.
I mean, but people have cheated on their husbands and had other people's babies, and they never find out. You know what I mean?
I'm not talking about this, though. I'm just talking about, like, their situation, right? I mean, would you rather, I'm just saying, if you're put in this position of telling your wife that you lost your baby to being stillborn, or accept this child that's not yours, bring it into your life, and then have her eventually find out, I think that would even be more traumatic than telling her that
it would be if she found out.
I know, but I mean, you got to be realistic about it.
That would be a hard secret to carry
exactly
your whole life.
That's my point. It's one of those things where
I think so, and
the burden. Of course, it's a burden.
I mean, from the beginning.
It depends if it matters to you or not. Does it matter that you're doing it for good? It's not like you're doing it in a sneaky way, right? It's something that you're doing to alleviate grief and pain and this horrible experience from this person that you love and care about. I think it's easier to hold on to secrets like that, because it's not selfish. You're not doing it for any selfish reason. You're doing it for them.
I know, but not everyone's going to see it like that, too. I mean, she could also be like, if she finds out one day and be like, what the fuck did you do? Like, that's insane. Like, that's just craziness, because a lot of rational people wouldn't make that decision.
Do you think she would love that child any less?
Well,
or by then, would it be like, I could see why you kind of did this. I'm pissed that you lied to me.
It can go either way. It depends on the person. I mean, you can see both sides of the spectrum, though, right? I mean, people might take it a different way and shit, but it's
like, how would you take it? I feel like I would take it like, I could see why you did this.
I'd be fucking pissed.
Really?
I would be
because because the person was holding a lie against me. Like, it's a lie.
But they weren't holding it against you. They were holding it for you.
I know, but see, that's the way you look at it. I'd just be like, dude, you didn't tell me the fucking truth. Like, I would have just rathered him been like, yo, man, like, let's talk about this. Let's take this. This is what happened. Let's, rationalize, replay, whatever. But it's a rash decision that is strange. I mean, I just think
it's like strange. A woman, I think it's different, because it's like she carried this baby for 9 months, and she's gonna think this was her child that she birthed this whole time, and then it's like you find out. But if she adopted it, it's one thing. But if it's like put upon her, it's like another thing. I don't know. It's just a very weird thing.
It's kind of taken away.
Here's an example, right? Here's something similar, right? Like, when I was growing up, I thought one person was my father for a very long time. And then when I was older, my mom said, hey, this is actually not your real father. Your real father's Mexican. And I was like, oh shit, for real? And I mad at my
Last name is
mother for
Rodriguez.
not telling me earlier? No, I know why she did it. She did it to alleviate this sort of pain and stuff that you go through not knowing your father. But, you know, and the guy who ended up not being my real father, I didn't feel like he wasn't my father all of a sudden. You know what I mean? He still did raise me and, you know, help me, and my brother was his real son and stuff like that. So, you know, it was easier to digest. I wasn't mad about it. And I think that it's kind of similar situation, you know, where it's like you just didn't tell her that that's not her real. I mean, it definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, yeah, if the kid turns 18 and he tells her like, yeah, she's still gonna obviously love this kid that she raised her whole life, but it's gonna be a shock to the system. Like, wow, this wasn't my blood child this whole time, and you lied to me.
She's definitely.
That's the way I see it. I don't think she won't love him.
Especially when she finds out it's actually the devil's son.
But that,
yeah, that would be a real low blow.
Yeah, but all this is kind of leading to the point I was trying to make about someone said, was that you, Carly? You said, did Robert even really, you know, want to be a dad kind of thing? I think, you know, him knowing that it's not his child, I think that was just a kind of a stigma. He just kind of looked at him a little bit differently, right? So I think that's how he plays the character in the film, which I think is fantastic too.
I think also that coupled with the fact that they're like proper rich people whose nannies take care of their kids.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a little bit of love loss there, and that just the way they do things, as you said, as you know, your status in society is a little bit different too. But I mean, I dig the whole, you know, woman intuition in this film too, because the mom is like, she just feels something's wrong. I like that aspect that they threw that into it too.
All the animals do too. The animals
exactly.
notice.
Well, because animals have that instinct too, right? And so they kind of feel like it's off and stuff. And I love the way it's portrayed in the film too. It like I said, it doesn't go too fast. It kind of develops itself perfectly. It has this great pace to it. It's like it's a slow burn, but everything is paced out perfectly. And you know, even with the kills and stuff, it's not one of those movies that kind of lumps all the kills into one time. It spreads them out perfectly. And by the end of the film, you're like, oh, wow, like 6 people died. I mean, it's pretty crazy. But going back to what Mike said about the kills, this movie does have some of the most memorable kills in cinema history. I mean, honestly, we talked about the hanging. That scene is terrifying. It really is terrifying for a couple different reasons, man, because of why she's doing it, which we'll get into in a minute, because I've actually always had a little bit of an issue with what she says, because it honestly doesn't even make a lot of sense. But the kills though, man, I mean, the decapitation scene, the mom getting thrown out the fucking window. I mean, there's some memorable ass fucking kills in this movie, and it's not even
when she falls off of the damn balcony and like kills her baby. That's a kill. That counts.
Yeah,
that's
like I said, man, those moments of death scenes in this movie, and this isn't even about it's not a body count film. It's not about the kill scenes. It's about this core narrative about, you know, the devil's son and shit like that. It's crazy, but they just incorporate that stuff so well, and you don't really even think about it until you actually start talking about like how effective those death scenes are and stuff, and really, really well done, man. But, you know, going back to, I do want to bring up, you know, the birthday scene with the nanny, the first nanny. You know, they're at this birthday scene, and that's when we get introduced to like the Hound from Hell. It's basically like, you know, this person that's
Rottweiler.
The Rottweiler is, you know, is basically a dog from hell, and it's the evil force that's protecting Damien and stuff. And, you know, basically what happens is the nanny kind of gets influenced by this thing. There's a scene where she's looking straight at the dog, and it clearly influences her to do something. It cuts away to something that's happening, and it cuts back to her, and she's on top of the roof, and she says, "Damien, this is all for you," and jumps off and kills herself. Now, I've always wondered why that scene happens like that. It's a beautifully effective scene, but the fact that she says, "Damien, this is all for you," because Damien doesn't know what he is, so what she's saying to Damien actually doesn't even matter, because he could never absorb that because he doesn't know what he is. Plus, he wasn't the influence on her. Plus, her killing herself, he's not gaining anything from that, right? It's not about that. It's
just the devil doing devil evil shit, man.
I know, but you got to admit the line. I wish
the devil was getting
had
rid of her. I think it was kind of getting her out of the way so the nanny could come in. The devil nanny could come in.
Yeah, no, I understand why she was removed from the equation for sure, because we needed the next nanny to come in because she was, you know, she had the agenda. I understand that completely, but why the line though? Why, Damien, this is all for you?
Right? She knows that he has the evil.
It's for his protection.
Yeah, it's for his betterment and his development.
Yeah.
And
I
all
mean, you
that.
could look at it like that, I guess. But like, I'm just saying, because as a kid, even 5 years old, you can still kind of absorb things. He'd be kind of looking up there like, what do you mean, what's for me? Like, he doesn't know, right?
I feel like he kind of knows.
He's not supposed to, Carly. That's the thing. He doesn't know what he is. He doesn't even know what he is until part 2 when he's 12 years old. Like, at that point, because he's still... The evil forces, even up until the time when Hendrickson's character actually tells him to go read the scripture in the Bible, that's when he realizes what he is, because he knows he's different a little bit. He has powers and stuff, but he doesn't understand. And it's not, and I think they do a pretty good job in part 2 of even not exploiting that to the point where it's like he's using his powers, but he doesn't know why and stuff like that. But once he finds out what he is, that's when he uses his powers, and that's kind of the turning point in the franchise. But up to that point, he doesn't know what he is.
At this age, though, he has a little bit of mystical.
I think he has like a feeling inside. He just doesn't know
For sure.
what it is.
But,
by part 2, that's what I always got from it.
But you telling a 5-year-old this is all for you, he's kind of gonna look at you and go,
I feel like it's more to tell. I feel like it's more of just the devil showing off, and they talk about that in the documentary too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the devil wants to show off. Like, the devil wants people to know that, like, even though it's counterproductive in a way.
Yeah.
But you could say that about the whole movie, because the prophecy is that the devil will not win. You know what I mean? The prophecy says that God and will, and the righteous people will win. So
but that's what I always liked about this movie.
Battle.
You're completely right too, man. The prophecy says that the devil will not win, but the beauty of this movie is that Damien technically, I mean, the evil forces win the first battle.
Well,
right?
the prophecy doesn't say that they won't win battles. Just the end result will be in favor
of course. But I mean, people, you could kind of look at
well,
that
that's actually all of these. Most of these movies, the evil wins, which is I think all but one, which is pretty cool actually, because you don't expect it. But that's not actually what was originally intended. The original ending was for him to kill Damien on the altar or whatever.
No, but that's why I think this is so effective. I think this is why this movie is so effective, is because of the end scene. Yeah,
I agree. And the actor,
Gregory
Peck?
Gregory
Peck.
Yeah.
He had a real issue with killing the kid. He thought it would be bad for his image, and he just didn't want to do it. So they filmed. The director finally made him a deal. Let's film it both ways, and whatever one works better, we'll use. And they ended up using the one where he didn't die, or the kid didn't get killed. But they didn't like the ending, so they had the studio had him reshoot the very end where you see Damien there standing next to the grave, and that's the reveal of what happened. And he said, it was funny in the doc, he said that he was giving the kid direction. He's like, don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare smile or laugh. I will never talk to you again. Being real, he's like, I will never talk to you again. Telling the kid this. And the kid just can't hold it in and cracks that smile. And he's like, it was fucking gold on screen.
Yeah,
so that was never planned, because
he was supposed to just turn around and look into the camera.
Yeah.
And he was telling him off camera, he's like, when the camera's when they're rolling, he's like, do not.
That's brilliant.
I will never talk to you again if you break character. Telling this little 5-year-old kid he's never going to talk to him
I'd
again.
be laughing so hard.
And the kid just can't hold it in and just smiles.
Which is very effective.
It worked perfect, you know what I mean? So yeah. If you haven't watched the Omen Legacy, definitely check it out. It gives a huge insight into it. It's a doc on all 4 of the original films. But one issue that I have with the film is, because you were kind of giving your grievances a little bit, whenever they go to Rome or whatever to check the grave of the mother, and they see the jackal, and then they see his baby, which was murdered,
but the skeleton's way too big.
Wow, is it though?
It's like the Freddy baby skeleton.
Dude, it's too big.
How big is it?
It's like, did you see how long
it looks
that
like
thing
a football?
It's way too long. It looks like it's 3 feet long. I've always had that issue because it just looks ridiculous. Like, it's way too long. But
I couldn't tell, because perspective, it's not. There's nothing next to it to compare it to.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just
comparing it to the rest of the skeletal structure, I guess.
Yeah, it just looks too big. I mean, just from the glance that you get of it, I've always thought it just looked a little bit too big. But
I don't know how big a baby is when it's born, honestly. So I just wouldn't know.
It's really tiny.
Yeah?
Yes. When it comes out your vagina, of course it's tiny, dude.
Dude.
What?
Yeah, like 21 inches is a long baby kind of thing. So you think about how short that is, really.
I don't know. How long would you say that one is?
That one looked like it was like 2.5 feet, which is way too big. Like 30 inches.
See, really, like when I look at it on screen, like I've always looked at it as like I don't know, it just seemed like really tiny to me, but I don't know. I just never looked at it.
I can't even remember.
Well, that's because you are tiny.
Maybe.
Because
it's a lot smaller than the jackal, like a lot smaller.
Yeah.
But so anyway, my point of this is like, why? Why did they bury these two things?
Well, to hide. It was.
They had to hide the baby's remains,
the
right?
evidence.
But why would you bury it in a cemetery? Like throw it in the woods or something.
Well, no, because if someone ever came looking, I mean, I don't know. It's just for evidence.
Like what I'm saying is, like you're giving the people, like you're gonna bury the jackal. Like in a grave where the mom's body.
It's not even the fact that it's a jackal. It's supposed to be its mom. It's just being played off. Like you put a tombstone here. This is this person that was or died this day,
I know,
given
but
birth.
Why actually put the jackal there? Like if somebody ever comes to investigate this shit.
Oh, you mean actually put the physical jackal in the grave? Just like have the tombstone with nothing in there?
Yes, like the people that are trying to...
Because that's kind of suspect too, though. Like you're like, where the fuck is the human skeleton that's supposed to be there? I mean, regardless. I mean, if there was nothing in there, you'd still be questioning. You're like, where'd the mum go? Why is the mum not there?
But who would question?
At this point, someone that maybe, I don't know, whoever is going to investigate.
No,
maybe
what I'm saying is the people that are in control of this, why are they burying the bodies? Like
because, yeah, I don't know. I mean, really, I mean, the people that were involved in this shit are, they're not true religious fanatics, so the burying of the body shouldn't have actually technically mattered, but...
No, they are. They're the ones that are birthing they gave the dude the Antichrist.
Yeah, I know.
Because he needs to be raised into a political family and stuff.
Yeah.
So, I'm saying, why would
I'm saying Christians. I'm saying they're not Christians. Christians would, or, Catholics or whatever, would bury their dead, kind of thing, but...
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that besides like the reasons for you're not burying your dead because it's like the right thing to do. Like I'm saying why would they not like? Okay, how do I explain this? So the people, the father who's investigating this, right? Well, why is he able to find this? Like, wouldn't that make sense to hide the evidence?
Well, I mean, it would, but I mean, sometimes the best, dude. I mean,
they did have to go through a lot
to get to it. Like I said,
I know, but I'm saying, like what the fuck is the point of burying the jackal if you're them?
Because if there's nothing in the grave, it's just as incriminating as having the jackal in there. I mean,
no, it's not.
If there's no body,
you're literally like if the legend is they're born from a jackal and then there's nothing in the grave. Like versus the jackal, that's
dude. They find out when they open it. They don't figure that out before they fucking dig into the grave that it was a jackal. They found
I thought they knew that beforehand.
No, that's when they find out because at that moment when they dig up his kid.
Like, what the fuck? I'm saying, what is the purpose of putting the jackal in the grave in general, even if they don't know?
Dude, I don't fucking know. Like I said, the way I perceive it as the way I perceive it.
You're telling me you wasted time to dig a grave to bury the jackal. Why?
I don't fucking know, dude. The way I perceive it is that if you had someone come and looking and doing some investigation and they look at that gravestone and like, okay, this is where this woman should be buried, and they dig it up and there's nothing in there.
But if they see dog bones, it's going to be it's going to be worse, maybe.
I guess you're right. I mean, all it does is basically conclude what they were trying to investigate, really. I mean,
but I'm saying okay, let's say somebody dies, and you have the people that dig the grave, the people that own the cemetery, whatever. Like they're like doing the jackal instead. Like your argument that like, oh well, they have to have something there in case somebody it's like, no, they It would be better to actually have nothing there. But I'm saying, like, why? It's almost like they put the jackal there for some sort of like reason. Like, I don't know. Like,
it
what?
has to
why
be
would
shown
you
to
put
the
that
viewer
there?
though too, man. It's you got to remember this is
That's
not real.
the payoff. Like, it's good. It looks, it's like shocking and frightening.
It's because they
saying,
find
like,
the kid because that's at that moment. That's when he realizes that the church had actually killed his baby, and he's like, "Fuck!" So then they rip open the other thing and are like, "Oh man."
No, they look at the jackal first.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, and then they see the baby, and then he's like, "Yeah, my baby's dead in there." Oh, that's right. But either way, it doesn't really matter. But
no, it's great for cinema. Like, it looks awesome. Both scenes of the jackal and then the baby is creepy as fuck. But I'm just like, why did they
love that
actually
whole
bury
scene,
the
man.
jackal? Why wouldn't they just throw the jackal away or something?
I mean, honestly, I think it's more for us, right? You want to physically see that thing. I mean, if you were in
but
if you were in the
that's a
real
plot
world,
problem, right?
I don't think so.
No.
So if there was nothing there, wouldn't you be asking the question like, how did they know it was coming? That it came from a jackal?
No, I'm saying that it's a problem in the script that doesn't make sense. Whether it's the like that scene doesn't make sense to happen that way. Is what I'm saying.
Maybe they're just sloppy.
You would have to find out
seconds.
it was a jackal from another way, not fucking digging up the remains, because that just doesn't make sense that they would be there. That's the one issue that I have with the whole film. I think that's the one flaw in the script.
I mean, these guys that were birthing these fucking Antichrist and stuff, I mean, they knew it came from the jackal and stuff. Maybe they were just given its holy bearing. I don't know.
I mean, that you could make an argument that thing was important to them. The jackal, the mother,
like
so
I said,
they buried it.
They're not Catholic. They're not.
In terms of like,
they're not on the good side. I mean, the jackal was part of the bad part of the story, so maybe they were actually just giving it its bearing that it's supposed to have, because it did birth the Antichrist. You know, maybe
but then why bury the kid with the puncture in its head?
I don't know, man.
Maybe
coming back to the investigative
the monastery,
part.
Cemetery was part of.
And then why also tell everybody where you buried it so some random people can just go ask somebody else and then go see it?
Well, they had to go through several steps, didn't they? It wasn't like one person just like, oh, here it is.
It was not very hard to find out where these graves were.
Well, they do investigate pretty quick, but they do investigate
I feel like
pretty quick.
I could go there and find out, like, hey, where'd you bury the like jackal at? And they're like, oh, it's out back down that rod, right over next to the pet cemetery.
Next to the pet cemetery.
But yeah, no, that's literally the only plot convenience thing that I have an issue with in the entire film. Other than that, I think it's brilliant.
Mean, they do investigate to the right people and stuff. I mean, that's one thing I like about this movie, is because you don't, like, you know, if you're not fully paying attention to the locations and stuff, it actually does switch around quite a bit. I mean, it starts in Rome, you know, then it goes to, you know, the UK, then they go back to Rome, they go to fucking, I think they end up going to somewhere in Jerusalem, is it in Israel or something like that, and then back to UK. So like the locations actually change quite a bit in this film. It's kind of interesting, you know, for a film that's under 2 hours, all the different locations that they're in and stuff. I like that. I do have a problem
of, give me 1 second. I love the stress level of the lead character, like, because even though you said earlier, you know, like he doesn't have that super father-son connection.
Yeah.
But still, like, when it comes down to the fact that, like, people are telling him, like, dude, this is your son, he's the Antichrist, and, like, you're gonna have to kill him. Like, it's, like, like, you're just like, whoa. Like, the weight of that actual responsibility is, like, for one, you have to kill a kid. For two, it's your son, kind of. And three, like, you still have that doubt, like, what if it's not the Antichrist? And then two,
well, of course,
like, if you get caught, you're probably going to go to prison regardless if you tell them it's the Antichrist or not. So it's like, you know, would you sacrifice your whole existence for that of the future of the world? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's heavy, dude. It's a heavy weight, really heavy. Oh, and then the other thing that I had an issue with is I feel like the performance of the preacher who first meets him, I think they try to explain it away by saying he was like riddled with cancer and was like doped up on morphine. Yeah. But he's like a blabbling idiot. Like, I'm like, of course this guy's not going to fucking believe you, dude. You're saying like, eat the son of the flesh of the Christ and stuff. Yeah, I'm like, just explain to him that his son's the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Like, you're saying all this weird shit of look like crazy babbling moron.
He's like, you guys are in danger.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe I don't know,
but I kind of like that though,
it,
because you know he's kind of taken it as like, because Robert's not a religious fanatic and stuff, and they even stress that in the film too, like this guy's talking all this crazy shit, and it pushes him further away, which kind of adds to the element in the narrative too, because he's like, what the fuck, this guy, like he's a typical religious nut talking all this crazy shit, like I'm not gonna believe it, but I like that because it pushes him further away. He really doesn't want to believe it at all now.
I like it for the result.
Yeah.
But does it make sense for a character? If you really thought, if you knew that this person was the Antichrist, wouldn't you try to do whatever you could? Like, wouldn't you think, like, I need to explain it to this guy so he'll believe me?
Yeah,
not.
You got to remember, though, if you're a priest and you've lived your whole life for God, and then this moment is there, like the Antichrist is literally underneath your nose, you might be a little bit hysterical, too, because you got to remember your whole life revolves around God. Right? This is a major, major threat to you, because if the Antichrist takes over and does what he's supposed to do, that's the end of the fucking, the good as you know it kind of thing. So I can see him being a little bit hysterical and talking some crazy shit mixed in with the morphine and the riddled cancer. I mean, if your balls are all lumpy and shit, I'd be pissed off too, talking some crazy shit, man.
Excuse rather than, he's just nervous because of his whole life.
Honestly, I actually really like the whole meetings with the priest and stuff, and the way they set up his death and shit. It's awesome. Like that fucking scene after he leaves them in the park there, and then the shit just goes crazy. Like the evil forces take off.
When the storm starts.
I love the storm, and then when he gets impaled, and oh man, it's just a brilliantly. It's almost like a beautiful death scene. It's crazy, man. Like cinematography and the way they shot these death scenes in this film are just fantastic, man. There's nothing bad about them at all.
You mean how in this one it looks like an actual storm, and the remake it looks like a soundstage studio
CG
storm.
And then the shitty ass impaling CG fucking cross.
It looks like something off of
it
like
looks so bad.
Film.
Let's save the remake. But.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, man, I think I love that shit too, man. When they get to Israel and they go and meet the archaeologist, and they go and get the daggers, the one and only thing that'll kill Damien, right? And he's just, at that point, he's just like, nah, man, I can't fucking do this. It's a kid. Throws him into the construction site, and then the photographer goes in there to fucking get him. And I'm like, dude, I just love the way that shit happens, man, because that he's probably going to die because of the, the pictures of the Omen and stuff, right? He's literally admitted that, you're
just waiting for it.
He's next in line. It's like the whole Final Destination thing. He kind of knows his death is coming, but you don't know when. And you know that as a viewer too. And then that moment, like when you first watch this film, you're just like, oh, he's going to pick him up, and then wham! Fucking greatest decapitation of all time, man. In my opinion, it just looks so fucking good. It's so perfect. That pane of glass that comes right through him and shit.
Yeah, it like bounces on the top of the glass.
Oh, it's so good because they don't cut away from it. They literally show him being severed, and like the head's bouncing on the pane of glass and shit. I'm just like, oh fuck, it's brilliant. It's so good, man. I love it. It's great stuff. Yeah. What else you guys have on the film, Mike? Carly, any things you want to, any cons to the film and stuff? I mean, I kind of stated, like my little minor things. I think JP's plot hole thing is completely ridiculous.
What?
But I think, but I'm not gonna. I mean, that's what your complaint is. But I said,
my complaint is more valid than your complaint.
What do you mean about her saying this one's for you, Damien? I just think it's kind of stupid when the kid can't. When he doesn't understand that, to talk directly to him when he doesn't understand, it just seems kind of stupid.
How come I'm the one that like, whenever you'll be like, people will be like, man, JP just disagrees to like hear himself disagree, but then like Moods disagrees with me on stuff that's actually like kind of valid. You do the same thing. But I'm the one that gets the heat for it. It's fucking dirty.
Okay, I will make kind of a petty. I will make a petty observation here. And one thing about this film that's always bothered me, and it's it doesn't really affect a whole lot of shit, but I gotta say, man, when they meet the priest in Rome or whatever, the dude that got burnt up in the fire and stuff, where they lost all the files and shit. Man, dude, the makeup on him is so bad. It just looks horrible. It looks like a 4-year-old just applied it looks like a 4-year-old applied like paper mache to his face or something like that. I've always like kind of laughed about it. I mean, it's just a minor thing. It's not affecting the film rating or anything, but it just looks really bad because it's super close. It's a close-up shot, and you're just like, oh man. And then when you put it into the context of the effects in the film, like all the other kills, the impaling, everything, the mother getting thrown out the window, everything is just so good and stuff. And you look at that one scene, you're like, they probably could have spent a little bit more time, or maybe called on Savini to do some effects on this guy because it's just not really great. But anyways, I don't really have a lot of gripes with it, man. I think it's a good film. But Carly, Michael, you guys talk.
Yeah, I don't really have much bad to say about it. I mean, I think all the kills, like you said, are beautifully done. Just like, the impalements of the guy just standing there, it's super eerie. The decapitation, that and hanging are the two things that creep me out the most, and you get both of those done perfectly in this film. So, besides it being like maybe a little bit slowed down halfway through, I really don't have any complaints with it, and even like the slower parts, I'm still completely invested. So yeah, I don't have anything major that really sticks out.
Okay, so going back to what I said earlier about Damien not really being the driving force behind accidents, it's the evil that's protecting him that's doing this stuff. What about the scene where he eventually takes out his mom's baby, because obviously Damien, they need to kill that baby because that's going to get could get in the way of Damien taking over the riches, the fortune and not fame, but the fortune and power and stuff like that. I think that's actually missed by a lot of people, why they kill the baby. I've seen that in reviews before, that they're like, why the fuck did they kill the baby off? And I'm like, it's because the whole point of protecting Damien is so he inherits the fortune, so he can get the power, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, they're gonna
his dad has the connection, the political connections and stuff.
They're gonna get rid of any threat.
Exactly.
Even if it's a minor threat, it's still a threat.
Oh no, it's a big threat, because if you have two kids, one might get more of the fortune, whatever, right? So you have to eliminate everything.
Or if it's ever discovered that he's adopted and not like the blood kid, then
true that. Sure. But that scene though, like, I mean, when the mom basically has her accident, quote unquote. Is that Damien doing that, or is that the forces that kind of put Damien in that position?
I think it's definitely the forces. That's always why I thought Damien's a little bit involved with, I feel like Damien knows kind of what's going on in a way, but I think it is like, the force is driving him to do it.
I would rather that be that way, Carly.
Cognitively knows.
Yeah, he's not like trying to do. He's not like, this is what I'm going to do next or anything like that.
It's
going back to what I think. Going back to what I think of it.
His evil protectors set up to death, but then the point of the lingering shot of him just kind of looking at her is more just to get it across that it's like he's the Antichrist and he doesn't have emotion. Like, even though it's his mom, he doesn't have that attachment, and he's like, this is just going to happen now. You're just going to die, and I don't care. While he's not actively like trying to remove her hands from it or anything, he's just kind of watching it play out.
Yeah, he's not helping or anything.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Just a thought.
The sales of the Bible increased dramatically after this film was released.
I 100% believe that, for sure.
Same with The Exorcist, but
people are like, man, I need to find some religion right now because reading the Bible apparently will save your soul. I don't know, right? So they talk about it in the documentary too. That just the amount of like people that went to church after this and stuff like that. It was the same with The Exorcist. Like, The Exorcist was the first big influx. Well, Rosemary's Baby was the first big influx. Then The Exorcist. Then The Omen.
You don't see that today at all.
No, like a film. I don't know if people were dumber back then.
Yeah, there's like no impact.
We're way more fucking blaspheme and fucking going to hell.
I think we're just so used to it. There's just so much more now, and back then it's like something like the freaking Exorcist. No one ever seen anything to that extent before, or even this movie. I mean, this movie still creeps me out a bit, so I can see that's being a shock to the system, because movies were a little bit more tame back then and not really dealing with stuff like this completely in this way, especially with like little kids. So I don't know. I think we just became like immune to it and don't care anymore.
Little trivia here. The goldfishes that are on the ground when the mom falls were actually sardines that were dead, painted orange, because the director, Richard Donner, refused to kill goldfish for the sake of making a movie. And I'm thinking, like, man, like, that's commendable. Like, but like,
who did you say? You said who was against it?
Richard Donner.
Oh, Richard, really? Wow.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, dude, I hope you never had to talk to any Italian filmmakers.
No shit, right?
I like that.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool.
I always thought they were real.
Yeah. Also, the budget was like super small at first, and the studio didn't believe in it, and they shopped it around a bunch. It took a while to get this film made. Of course, there's the whole Omen curse, which follows I didn't know this, but like,
there's some fucked up shit, man.
They talk a lot about even the continuation of the curse through the other films, which I thought I didn't know. Even the Shudder show that came out really just talk about the Omen. But like in the Omen Legacy documentary, they actually talk all the way up to the 4th film about problems that were, considered the Omen curse. But they also talk heavily about the fact that the publicity department took every single thing that happened, and they knew what they were doing. Like they were pushing it as like before the film came out, like pushing that narrative of like, hey, this film is so dark that like, there was all this bad stuff that happened. So it may have been like manufactured and at least exaggerated a little bit, but it is interesting how much stuff happened.
Yeah, man. It is eerie. Could be coincidental, but it is pretty damn eerie. Like how there actually was like a decapitation after with one of somebody that was in the production and stuff, car accident. And I think it was the wife that got decapitated. Very similar and like eerily to the decapitation that happened there. It's just crazy shit. Like there was, I can't remember everything, but I know Gregory Peck was supposed to take. He was supposed to be on a flight to England to go shoot when they first started doing the Omen and stuff. And anyways, he ended up having to cancel the flight and stuff. But that flight crashed. And the
flight he was on, the lightning struck it.
Yeah, that's right. So
and then another person, the same thing happened.
Lightning struck that plane too, and then they were like, "Okay, lightning." You see, the thing is, I worked in the airline industry for a lot of years. Lightning striking planes is actually crazy common. It happens all the fucking time, man. Especially
that's
like
terrifying.
where it all the time. But planes are built with actually like a system to actually kind of deflect it now and shit. So it'll hit the plane, but like before it, sometimes it would take the planes out, right? So it's a lot safer to fly, but yeah, that's crazy. Plane crash and then 2 get hit by light. I mean, it's kind of telling you something there. And then was it in the Omen II or they took off? The plane took off or something like that, and then it crashed and killed the family. And it was just fucking crazy. Just all this crazy shit that happened, man.
Also, Gregory Peck, before he accepted the role, they were eyeing him up for the role, and then they in 75 when they were in pre-production, and before they sent him the script, his son committed suicide. So they debated on whether they should send him the script about killing a child.
Oh wow!
You know what I mean? So they debated it and finally decided, let's
I know
send
that
it to him.
He wasn't the original person they had in mind. I think they actually thought of Oliver Reed to do the role, which actually would have made Oliver Reed would have been good in the role because he just has that look, I think he would have been great in the role, but
the studio did not want to pay. Actually, I think Gregory Peck even might have took a pay cut for this film, but they really wanted a good, name to play the part, but the studio didn't want to put the money up to pay a big name person.
Still, Oliver Reed was probably costing a little bit of money.
Yeah. And then one of the reasons that
so he just went and did Burnt Offerings.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Harvey Stevens was cast as Damien was because he attacked Richard Donner during the auditions.
That's amazing. Actually, that's kind of ironic that he attacked Richard Donner in the auditions, because I was actually reading this funny little factoid on him. Actually, I think it was in like 2017 or some shit. He actually got arrested for I think it was like a road rage attack. He got into like some kind of road rage shit, man, and he got into an altercation with some dude and punched him unconscious and shit and got sent to jail.
Damn.
So I was like, oh, that's pretty fucking funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I always thought it was kind of interesting too, because the guy that plays the kid, Harvey Spencer Stevens, he didn't really have an acting career. He did, The Omen, then he did like some TV film, which I think he just had a small role, and then he has a cameo in the remake as a reporter.
Yeah,
but that's it for his whole career. Yeah, it's it for his whole career. It's just kind of weird. I guess when you have a role like Damien, when you only really have about 6 words in the whole film, yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to show your acting chops, right? I mean, would you just keep getting roles based on looking like the creepiest fucking kid ever? I mean, realistically, that's not really how Hollywood works, but sometimes it does, I guess. But
there is so much trivia on this movie. And
Yeah,
honestly,
it's super
dude, I don't know
popular.
if you dipped into your Scream Factory set at all. It is
okay.
absolutely fucking insane how much special features are on those. Every one of them has every film has special features. Like the fourth disc, the Omen IV, has the hour-and-a-half long documentary.
Yeah.
There's a 30-minute thing with Wes Craven talking about the first Omen. Like, obviously the first has the most special features, but there is like 4 fucking commentaries, like 2 of them are new. I was so overwhelmed looking through that stuff that I just watched the Omen Legacy, but it is like, it would take you so long to get through all those special features.
Yeah, no,
it's insane.
I thought that was actually pretty impressive with all the features on that also, but I won't lie, man. Like, I was kind of being weird this week, and like I was putting off shit. I was like, I'm gonna watch 91 films. I got lots of time, and then some shit happened in my life, and I was like, holy fuck, I gotta like buckle down here and get all these Omen films watched, because you know they're like 2 hours a piece. So I found myself watching 3 on Wednesday and like 2 yesterday, and I was like, so I watched a lot of Omen in 2 days, and I was like, I'm done. I can't watch the features on this shit. I'm fucking done with the Omen right now. So I think it's because, you know, you end with part 4 and 5, and you're just like, man, maybe I should have just watched the documentaries, but knowing me, I'll watch them after we do this.
Yeah. Well,
sometime, but
there's a bunch of different featurettes and documentaries.
Yeah,
like, there's
I noticed.
20-minute ones, 30-minute ones.
Yeah,
like,
I looked
it's
through it.
just stacked in. Be careful on that set because it's actually listed wrong. I couldn't find the documentary because it said it was on disc 3, like the third film,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it wasn't. So I checked the first one, the second one, and I was like, well, it's definitely not on the
well, there's
fourth one. That
2
would be
different
weird.
documentaries, isn't there? Isn't there 2 different ones?
I think there might be, but the main one is the one that documented it's the Omen Legacy, and it documented the first 4 films.
Yeah.
That's kind of the one that everybody knows about. But
Yeah.
it was really good. Turns out the Omen was responsible for getting Star Wars made. Bet you didn't know that.
Well, that's an interesting factoid that I did not know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know it.
That's interesting. So why? What was the
Tell
driving
us
force?
why.
Because the money that it made, they used to make Star Wars.
Oh,
Oh.
that production company. Okay. Yeah.
So it filled the coffers.
That's interesting. Interesting shit. All right. So do we want to just get into some ratings? Anybody want to volunteer to go first?
Not it.
Mike, you can go first.
That was good.
Hell no. Oh, damn it. Before I could say no. All right. So I don't have many, if any, flaws in this movie. I think that it's a really good take on the evil kid / second coming of Satan. I think that it's a slow but deliberate pace. It's like I said, the kills are really, really good, and I like the ending, how it kind of sets up and how we're kind of left off with the opening. Where at the time you're probably like people probably think there could be more, but there also doesn't necessarily need to be. It's one of those kind of endings. And on this rewatch, I just I've obviously seen this movie a few times before, but it's been a while, so getting to kind of refresh my memory on everything, I just think it's a really solid movie. I'm gonna go with a 9 out of 10 for this one.
Cool.
All right. Me personally, dude, like, I think that this one is much, I guess, I don't see much wrong with it. It's very good. I looked back at my other ratings when we did it on the show, and I believe me, you Moods, Jeremy, and Brandon all had it at our, I think, number 3 spot.
Yeah, we did.
And Christian had it as number 2 spot, and it was 9s across the board. Every single person rated it a 9. But I truly think I feel like I have to go up. It's only gotten better for me since watching it. Not quite ready to give it a 10 yet, but I will give it a 9.5.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really not much wrong with this film. Again, I kind of never really ran back to this one a whole lot because I always remembered it as being like something I just wasn't really into. But great film, great kills, fantastic score that kicks in at all the right times, great acting. I mean, it really is a near perfect movie. It's hard for me not to give it a 10 because there's not really many flaws I have with it, but right now I'm at a 9. I would give it just because, like I said, it's not one that I really run back to a whole lot. So 9 out of 10 for me.
Did we even bring up their little trip to the zoo in the movie?
No, not really.
Not really, no.
That was pretty creepy. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but just a very short memory from when I was a kid. My babysitter put on this movie, and my biggest memory of the entire thing was the scene with what are they, baboons?
Baboons,
yeah.
And they start attacking the car. That always stuck with me. That was the one thing that years later when I revisited the movie, I was like, oh, that's that one movie where the baboons attack the car because of the evil kid. That was just terrifying as a kid to see.
That was not intentional. The baboons actually freaked out and they couldn't control them. It was an actual attack.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not surprised to hear that, but it made for some movie magic.
I think that's actually why that scene is a little bit awkward too, because if knowing that, it makes sense why Damien, hence the kid that actually plays him, is freaking out for real in there. But I mean, if it was intentional and he knew that was going to happen and stuff, I think in the character, I don't think he would have been freaked out. I think it's kind of one of those moments where they had the footage, they have to kind of use it and stuff, but it's a little bit confusing because at that moment, Damien technically shouldn't be afraid of that because, I mean, he doesn't really know what he is, but he still has that kind of evil inside of him. But if you watch the scene closely, man, he's fucking terrified. It's awkward because it kind of makes you
still a kid. So
no, for sure.
The fact that animals are attacking the car, he's kind of scared.
For sure. But I mean, if you contrast that scene with the end scene when he looks at the camera and smiles, and you kind of put that into perspective, it's there's that fucking evil motherfucker there. You shouldn't be scared of some baboon jumping on a shitty ass 70s vehicle. But I mean, it is what it is, right? But yeah, that scene is interesting. Actually, that's good that you brought that up too, because we'll talk about how poorly done in the remake they kind of try to recreate that, and it's just fucking miserable. Okay, so The Omen. Straight up from the casting, I love everybody that's in this film. I think everyone does a great job. I think all the acting across the board is amazing. The score by Jerry Goldsmith, which we had brought up, but he actually won an Academy Award for this, which we didn't bring up. It's very well deserved. It's a brilliant score. It's cued perfectly. It's creepy. It just adds to the atmosphere, and the great cinematography so well in this movie, man. I think there's so many great scenes, like the cemetery scene. I absolutely love. I know JP has a little bit of a problem with what's happening in the cemetery scene, but
it's a great scene. No, I love the scene.
Cinematically,
logically,
and then actually
cinematically, I love it.
Yeah, cinematically, it's really great. But it's kind of funny. You again go to the remake and how poorly they did that fucking scene too. It's so bad. Yeah, man, I just love this film because it's no gimmick. It's no gimmicks, man. It has so many great kills, so many great scenes, so many memorable scenes, man. I love the fact that it's it's a bigger film than it appears. They're in different locations. They're in a bunch of different countries and shit. And it kind of, I don't know, but it seems smaller at the same time. I just really like how they constructed that, man. I think that's really great. Pacing, brilliant. Really, really great. I like the fact that they used the angle and didn't make this movie into a killer kid film. They could have easily have done that. Made the forces make Damien do this stuff, and Damien is solely responsible, and he's a 5-year-old fucking little Mikey.
Every modern evil kid movie.
Exactly, but they took the chance of using this evil and stuff, and you actually have to pay attention to it. You're like, is Damien doing it at first when you first watch it and shit? I like that. It's not a cheesy killer kid film. I'm not saying all killer kid films are cheesy, most of them are, but it just has that evil approach to it. I like they don't shove the religious aspects and go into certain things that nobody but religious nuts know. They made it understandable for everybody. It's not confusing and shit like that. And I like that because I'm not a follower of the Bible and shit. When you start spewing certain areas of the Bible and shit, I'm like, fucking head explodes. I'm like, I don't fucking know, dude. But this is easy enough to understand and shit. And I think it
actually follows the Book of Revelations pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, that is something I am familiar with because it's probably one of the more familiar aspects of the Bible because of what's in the Revelation. Obviously, it's been done a lot. Without ever having, I've read it before and stuff, but I mean, yeah, it is very, very close to it and stuff.
I've read more of the Bible than I've realized, and I don't know why. Because I wasn't ever religious or went to church, really.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest hits.
I'm in at did I rate it 9 before? So I'm gonna come in at a 9.5 out of 10. I really enjoyed this movie this time around. I mean, I always do. I always do enjoy the movie. But yeah, just this time I really fucking was into it. Like I was just glued to it, and it was just it's everything I like in films, man. It has everything.
I could see
I'm
myself.
also not sure if we mentioned the score.
Yeah.
Did we mention it?
Oh man. I love that shit, man.
No, I was just talking about the score. I was just talking about the score.
It's
actually
I
won an
think
Academy
it's definitely
Award for it.
deserving of a 9.5. I think Mike and Carly are assholes. But you know, it's a film that I could see myself giving it a 10 eventually. It's deserving. And you know what else it's deserving of? Being in the 22 Shots Hall of Fame, which it now is, thanks to me and Moods' 9.5s and I guess one of your 9s.
Mine.
Harley, we're flipping a coin.
Okay.
But no, so yeah, I mean, the 3 films that came out in 76, the Omen, Carrie, and The Tenet, I still like the other 2 a little bit better, but this is right up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'd have to watch. Well, I've seen The Tenet recently, but Carrie, it's been a while. But yeah, it's a good trio.
Carrie's my number 1, 10 out of 10.
Burn off her rings.
I'd recently actually reviewed Repulsion. I don't know if you listened to my review, JP, but that movie is fucking amazing. Have you still?
No, I might check that out soon though.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta. Fuck man, I
I've
haven't seen it in years.
I was thinking about starting this little experiment where I take a randomizer and pick a random year from like 1950 to like now, and choosing one film that I've never seen.
Yeah.
From each year, and then removing it and just kind of doing that. But yeah,
that's cool. That's cool.
In my free time,
just his and hers randomized podcast.
All right, so that is The Omen.
That is The Omen from 1976.
The terror of the past is but a taste of the future. What happened before was a hint of the horror to come. The first time was only a warning. William Holden, Lee Grant, Damien, Omen II.
Tell me about Damien.
All right, so moving into 1978, 2 years later with the Omen II, Damien. Quick little synopsis. Damien, the Antichrist, now about to turn 13 years old, finally learns of his destiny under the guidance of an unholy disciple of Satan. Meanwhile, dark forces begin to eliminate all those who suspect the child's true identity. All right. So, thoughts on the Omen II, Damien?
I like it.
Who wants to kick it off?
I thought it was fun. It was a first time watch for me.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's as serious as the first one, obviously, but I had a fun time with it. I think the kid is actually pretty well cast. He kind of looks like the little kid from the first one, and I think the kills are pretty entertaining in this movie as well. And I just I dig the storylines. Overall, I actually had a good time with it. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel. I didn't really know much about it, so I dug it.
Did you like when the lady got engaged by the Mack truck?
Yes, that was the best. That's the best.
And she,
man, that's my dummy death joke.
It kind of defies physics because she got slammed by the front grill of it, but then somehow flies up into the cab of it.
Dude.
But it was so hilarious.
It's like 15 feet in the air, and it's like sheer dummy. I love the fact that the wheel just kind of nicks her. I mean, as it's running, as it's driving, you're like, come on, run her over. But it just kind of nicks her, and you're like, man. But it's
that's exactly what I thought too when I saw that kill, because I was like, dude, I almost was gonna rewind it to see if I just saw it incorrectly because you get the big slam and the fly up, and then she's on the road, and I was like, okay, it's gonna run over her head, and it just kind of like bounces off her head, kind of bounces off the side of the wheel, and you're like, oh, okay.
I always wonder if it was like a miscue on that when it was supposed to run her over, but it actually just kind of nicks her head and just moves the dummy over. It's kind of funny how it is.
Out of schedule, we can't do it. It had another shot,
but it definitely defies logic on physics, though, man. Because if you hit somebody with a rig, they're just going straight forward, right? They're not jumping up in the air 15 feet. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're either going to be like decimated, like 100%, or they're going to get smacked and thrown forward and then get run over. Probably. I guess there's always weaknesses, but continue, Carly. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. I mean, yeah, I just like I said, it's obviously not as serious as the first one, and not on the same caliber, but I thought it was actually a pretty cool follow-up with following Damien as he pretty much goes through life, which you also get with part 3. So I do like how they do that, just kind of, he's with a new his family, and he's kind of figuring out who he is, and at one point he's like a nice kid, and then the next it's like he's doing some devil type shit, and he's kind of defiant about it, and then other times he's all for it. So I liked how it played out.
That's actually one thing about this movie that I've always found kind of interesting, because the Omen ends with Damien smiling at the camera, like super evil antichrist kind of look and shit, and you're like, oh fuck this kid. And then it jumps, obviously, 7-8 years into the future, 2 years in real time, and he's living now with his father, well, Robert's brother's family,
aunt and uncle,
and uncle in Chicago. So this one, it takes place in Chicago, and he's also very wealthy. He's also running like because his dad runs Thorn Industries and stuff like that, and so he's very wealthy. And Damien's like this very proper kid. It's a little bit jarring at first. Throw $1 in the jar.
Well, yeah, it's that proper English. It almost feels like, even though it's in Chicago.
I heard Dave Z say that he wouldn't speak English.
It's not true.
Like that English.
It's actually not true, because my grandma is from England, and she's been here for since like the early 60s. She speaks like she just came off the boat. Like 100% English accent. She's been here for.
But how old was she when she got here?
Well, she's 90 now, so in her 40s.
Well, yeah, but this kid was 5. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it is a valid point, but some people just retain their accent. It's weird. It's very, very strange how accents work, man. It's like if you go somewhere, like I knew a girl that went down, or she went to she moved down to the south. She was in she was actually a nurse in New Orleans. And she started talking like that. It was fucked. Like, she came back to Canada, and I was
no, you're definitely a product of your environment.
Yeah,
like, I would get around friends who talked a certain way, and I would talk like them. But I think that's the argument that
it goes both ways, because sometimes people retain them.
Talking like American English, because
it's a valid point. I mean, but it goes either way though too, because I've seen some people
sound so much damn better and evil with the English accent.
It does.
The old world.
Yeah,
it's a nice little aspect to his character, because he is like totally rich and proper and stuff, and he's got that English accent. He's coming across as like that snobby English kid in an American.
It helps add to
Chicago
the aspect of differentiating him from other kids too. Like, there's something off about him, and the accent helps.
Good point. It definitely gives him that true identity, right? He definitely kind of sticks out, which they don't actually even exploit in this, because, like you said, up until the point where there's a scene where it's revealed that he needs to read some scripture to figure out who he is and stuff. They don't actually put a point of making him like the outcast or anything. He's very much part of the family. He actually has this relationship with his cousin. The cousin's name is Mark, I believe.
I really like that relationship, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I could tell you right now, and I think they might have mentioned this on ABC's The Hidden Horror, but if Damien was my cousin, and my cousin Scotty, and he told me he was the son of the devil in that situation, I'd probably rock with him. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I love that dude. Mm. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Especially at that age, right, where you're impressionable, I would be like,
but
all right, dude. Like, I can rock with the devil, I guess.
I think it depends on your situation though too, because I mean, Mark is very much part of this family, and he's not a badass. So he's lived. I mean, he's kind of like the product of his father too. Like he's like a good person and stuff. I can't see him just kind of switching personalities, being like, "Yo, man, you're the devil. Okay, I'm gonna fucking roll with that." I mean, there's no indication that he's ever gonna go that way. I mean, maybe the conversation between his father.
No, just because they're like such good friends, like they care about each other so much that like, but he's like, "Fuck you, you're
I get it.
Son of a jackal or something." I'm like, oh man. I was like the bromance because Damien seems genuine. Like Damien seems like, come with me, Mock. You know what I mean? Like we'll roll together or something. Like he seems like he really genuinely loves his cousin. Like they're boys. You know what I mean? So I felt bad for him in that situation because like now he has literally no one. You know what I mean? Like that was his one human. Like what if you like? I think it's interesting too how once he's told he's the son of the devil, he's just like, well, I guess I gotta be it then. Like there's no like defiance in it, right? Like,
yeah, it definitely feels. I mean, he's shedding kind of his human condition, like, and those attributes to kind of embrace, like, well, this is what I am.
He just like cries it off, and then he's like, oh, it's okay now.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming into adolescence, so it's like he's already at the age where most parents consider their kids the devil's kids anyway. So it's kind of like almost like I
always was confused by that
devil
scene.
Coming of age.
I was always confused by that scene, even watching it this time around too. I think his reaction to reading the scripture and realizing that it was actually about him, and he kind of like he doesn't react in like. He doesn't do that cheesy moment where he looks up from the Bible at the camera and kind of smiles like, "Yeah, I'm the fucking devil." He reacts like a normal. He reacts like a normal kid would when you find out something kind of detrimental to your health. A little bit. He fucking loses. He runs out of the military academy, runs to the docks, and kind of cries about it a little bit and shit, and then kind of accepts it because I mean, if you are what they say you are, I mean, you have no choice. That's what you are. So you kind of accept.
Well,
it.
That's what I was gonna ask you. So does Damien have free will?
What, like from the forces?
Like, God gave man free will to do what they choose. Does the devil give Damien free? Like, is it? You know what I mean? Like,
see, could
Damien be like, I like my family and I like this stuff and I don't want to be the devil's son, or is it just automatic because it's the prophecy?
I don't think he has free. I don't think it works like that on the dark side. I think it works on the good side, but I think the devil controls that situation. I mean, hence the evils that are controlling everything, controlling basically the outcome of his life kind of thing. And
so he has to be evil.
He's destined.
No
I think he's destined for it. And I think at that moment, I think that's a realization in the narrative is that, he wants to be, he still has the ability to live like normal, but and at the end of the day, he can't be that person. And he accepts it right on the spot. He's like, it's in the scripture. Like, this is your destiny. This is exactly what you're going to be. There's no going back. I'm literally the spawn of the devil.
Yeah, like the whole movie, he's kind of controlled. I mean, when he's talking to that teacher and knowing all that information, and he's like, "Oh, I just knew it. It just came to me." Like that's going to be his entire life. He's always going to have that like thing in the back of his head telling him what to do. It's kind of like, just
that's
his
such a
alter
good
ego in a way.
The way that scene's done, where he's just.
I don't really like how
Abraham Lincoln's birthday.
The one thing about, I mean, we're getting a little bit far ahead of ourselves, but I don't really like how they incorporate the Lance Hendrickson character into this. I think it feels kind of forced. I mean, I understand it. Like, he takes over the sergeant job because the other sergeant has died, right? And I mean, it's implied that he is basically killed off for the Satanist to come in there, and his job was to tell Damien that, what Damien is, kind of thing. That was his sole purpose in the film. But I don't know, man. It seems kind of like the way, like, that's really his only point in the film is just to do that. Like, he is nothing else. Like, he's just this kind of Satanist that just basically tells Damien what he is, and that's it.
Well, yeah, there's a couple sacrificial lamb characters in this movie.
I think with that is like we see this happen in the first film where like there's like almost like a society of people around the Antichrist that is like helping it. Like the nanny that comes in and stuff like that.
Exactly.
This is just another nanny. You know what I mean?
You mean the another piece?
Well, the cult of Satanists is everywhere, right? It's implied that there's this force that everyone's working for the devil, kind of thing, right? And they're spread out, and that's what kind of keeps them alive, kind of thing, right? So his job at that moment was to go in and tell Damien what it was. But But that's kind of it, though. Like, he doesn't. They don't really take that character any further and stuff. In fact, he doesn't even end up like dying in this film at all.
Is it just because it's Lance Henriksen that you feel like he should have had more? Because think about it, the nanny didn't get any more. Any more happen with her. The nanny that comes in and replaces the one that killed herself in the first film.
Well, she does. I mean, she's there throughout the whole film, and I mean, at least she gets fucking taken out and shit, though, too. So.
I guess.
Right. I mean, there is more of a narrative with her than there is with Lance Henriksen. I just feel maybe that's what I'm contrasting is that I feel like the nanny did have more of a part. Like she had a bigger part in guiding Damien into where it was, and then ultimately ended up having to get killed and stuff. And in this one, Lance actually doesn't die at all. He's just kind of at the end of the film, he's kind of seen at the at the funeral and stuff like that. I don't know. I think they just kind of underutilized.
What I expected was for Lance Henriksen to be in like Omen 3 as like his right hand man.
Yeah,
that would have been cool, right? Because like that's how I was picturing Lance Henriksen's character in Omen 2. I was like, he's gonna be the one to guide him the rest of the way. Like he's gonna be like his second.
Yeah, he's like
in retrospect,
basically.
It actually makes sense that he would, because he does survive part 2, and then into part 3, it's full blown, cult status. He's got tons and tons. He's got thousands and thousands of followers. But we'll get to that in a minute. Mike, you were still talking.
Oh no, I was just general thoughts on this. When it comes to the trilogy, because I kind of consider the trilogy its own thing before the other ones came along. This one always seemed to be the one least talked about. Everyone talked about obviously the original, and then the third one because I don't know if it's because of who plays Damien in it or whatnot, where it was just seemed always more visible. But rewatching the three of these, I actually had a lot of fun with this one. I thought it was better than I remember it being. I haven't seen this one a ton. I have seen it before, though. I thought like the setting, of him kind of becoming a teenager and kind of growing into the role of what he is, discovering it, kind of embracing it was really good. Again, I think Carly already mentioned it, but the kills in this one were pretty strong as well. I was kind of wondering because I didn't remember how a lot of the kills went. I was like, are they going to be able to match like the kills from the first one? And I thought they were pretty good in this one. What was it? There was an aunt and uncle and that other old lady. What was she like? Like one of their moms or something. That was actually
Aunt Marion. Aunt Marion is
that's Juno, the caseworker from Beetlejuice.
I know. Her voice is so recognizable.
It actually is. It's that's actually Richard's auntie. It's their auntie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. As soon as she started talking, I was like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "That's." And then you hear the voice, and then you look at her again, and you're like, "Holy shit, that's Juno!" But I thought that was kind of cool.
For sure.
Yeah. But overall, yeah. I wouldn't rate this one as high as the original, but this is still, to me, a really solid follow-up for considering how strong I thought the first one is. And a lot of times with sequels, you're always a little worried going into them, like, what are they going to do?
This was a different time for sequels because there weren't any. Like, there were very few sequels in the 70s, you know what I mean?
True.
So it's very rare you get a sequel. I personally love it. I think this is one of the best sequels ever, actually. I think that it's a fantastic follow-up, and it does what I love a sequel to do, and it just tells more of the story. It's the next chapter in the film, you know what I mean? It's a continuation of the story. I think, and when I say best sequels ever, like it's not one of my favorite. Like I'll watch any of the Friday the 13th over this. I'm just saying, like as a sequel, what a sequel is supposed to do, like a Psycho 2 or something. Like I think it's one of the best follow-ups to continue this story. I love it. I love it. I think it's great. I think it's right up there with the original, honestly. I don't have many issues with it. What do you guys have any like problems with it really?
I mean, in terms of filmmaking, it's nice that they made a direct sequel and stuff narrative wise, and it explores Damien. They don't reveal or they don't give the reveal to him right away. It takes a little bit of a build up and stuff, but in terms of like actual filmmaking, I think this movie is acted pretty well. It doesn't have the atmosphere as the first film at all. Like at all. Like it doesn't capture that. It doesn't have. I mean, it's got pretty good music. I mean, it's got the cues from Goldsmith and stuff. The music is pretty good. But this one, it's a little bit lopsided with kills.
The original are better. Yeah. I was just gonna say, I think the parents are more compelling in this than like the aunt and uncle characters, but.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's not really. I mean, yeah, actually, to be honest, man, I won't lie. I think the biggest downfall to this film is all the stuff with the Thorn Industries and stuff. I mean, they go into it a little bit much, exploring the factory and what exactly they're all about. They're dealing with what the fuck, like the anthropology. Whatever the fuck they're dealing with in their plan and stuff. Like, I think they just kind of go into it a little bit too much. It's kind of boring, to be honest. It's not really
I can see that.
It's not really that interesting. I feel like it does take away from the core narrative, which is Damien. I mean, we're exploring what he's going to be the head of, but it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't theoretically matter. And, there's a couple cool scenes within, the plant with, kind of, I always kind of call it the zombie scene when these people get gassed out and shit and they come out and they just look like fucking zombies. It's like ridiculous, but yeah, no.
I like that he, that they're like, yeah, he's like fucking super immune to it. You know what I mean? Like nothing happens to this kid.
For sure, man. For sure.
I think with the Thorn Industries thing, it helps me because I get the like Bruce Wayne effect where I'm like, this kid's gonna be. It adds to the prophecy of him being this huge important person one day, and I'm like, okay, this is the setup, this is why this matters to me,
for sure. You know what I mean? It's there, but I just find they do a little bit too much with it and stuff. I mean,
I can see that. I think that it probably goes a little too long, but personally, it didn't bother me as much, but I could see where you're coming from.
Another thing I think is all right. I don't necessarily love it, but they did get rid of the devil dogs in this one and they replaced it with ravens, which, it's very Poe-ish to do that, have the ravens representing the devil or doing the evil work and stuff. I guess it kind of works. I mean, I prefer the dogs. I think the dogs work a little bit better. They actually replaced the raven in part 2 and bring back the dogs in part 3, which is kind of cool. I mean, it's the certain subtleties. I just don't think this one is as great as the first one. The first one, this one isn't as paced as good too, and it's a little bit shorter, I believe, too. But it's a little bit lopsided the way the kills happen and shit. Like the body count in this movie is, again, it's not a body count film, but they kind of turned it into one because there must be like 12 to 15 kills in this film. It gets ridiculous. Like that's one of the biggest critical when they're talking about it in the documentary. They were saying that critically, like people thought it was too much of like a horror film, like a slasher-esque, like blood, like body count film. See what happens like the third act, man. I mean, there's a fair amount of kills up into that point. They're kind of spread out. It's doing a pretty good job. It's very reminiscent of the first film where they spaced them out perfectly. But then the third act happens and there's like 9 kills in like 10 minutes. It's like insane. And plus there's actually a twist in the end of this movie too that I absolutely loathe. I think it's stupid. I just don't even understand why they would ever even put that in there, because they don't have to. It doesn't add anything to with Anne being a Satanist and fucking stabbing and killing Richard.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's a scene in the end of the film where shit's kind of going down and stuff, and then Anne, which is married to Richard, she ends up killing Rich, stabs them and shit like that. But the beauty of that scene is that Damien doesn't really give a fuck about that, and he actually blows up the place and kills her anyways, even though she helped Damien get away and basically save his life. He's like, fuck this. And I kind of like that because it adds to the evilness, because at this point in the film, in the narrative, Damien knows who he is and what he's about and shit, and he's like, fuck you, man. He kind of killed her off. But what was the point? Explain this to me. Why do they make Anne why did they even throw that in there?
I just to be deep seated into the
so she was a saint.
There's more and more people. It's to let you know that the revelation is that, like, half of the people, like a lot of the people, will be not saved and stuff like that.
Okay, so when did she
and
become
they'll be
a Satanist?
The servants of the devil.
I was thinking that Damien had her acting that way, but
no,
see, I don't know.
She does say she's always belonged to him, so I guess that could mean she's always been a part of that. But
I don't know if she was a Satanist before then.
See, this is my
explain.
This is what I tried to think of. I was like, did she become a Satanist after the, knowing
I took
what
it
happened?
as in that moment she became like,
see, that's even
a servant of him.
But that doesn't make sense because she says before, like, you know, Damien's always been a part of me. So either she was thinking about doing it, it was pre-planned.
It means like you've always had.
I feel
that's what I think. That's what, like, because you're susceptible to being controlled.
Yeah,
because you've always had that little bit in you is how I took it.
I guess. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. I mean, if you look at it from the vantage point of, like,
I don't think she was in the satanic temple like praying on the weekends when she was by herself. Like, I don't think
I'm thinking that she turned into a Satanist, you know, after what happened in the first film, knowing what happened to Richard's brother and stuff like that. And then, you know, maybe she knew something about Damien and, you know, when they took him in and stuff, and then that's when she kind of turned, like, I can be part of this kind of thing.
That's where a commentary would help.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
I guarantee you they talk about that line and what it means.
I would hope so.
I took it as that she wasn't a Satanist. She just had darkness in her that was controllable in the moment.
Okay, see, it's hard to read because at that moment you're like, it feels like it's one of those twists. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like, there's a little bit of indication that she was kind of on that side, but not really. It could go either way, kind of thing. But she does some pretty drastic shit in killing her husband. You know, it is pretty fucking extreme, man.
Similar to the woman who kills herself in the first film, Damien. It was all for you. I don't think she was a Satanist. You know, I mean, she wasn't.
No. She wasn't a Satanist. She was under the influence of the evil force.
Yeah,
but she didn't get that influence. If she didn't get that influence, she would have never have hung herself. She would have been the nanny, right? So in this case, but she's not under the influence at this point. Like, Damien and the evil forces, there's nothing even indicating that Anne is under the forces. It seems like she acts like this on her own. But I'd like to know what point she became this person that was willing to stab her husband and die for Damien. Essentially, I mean, I don't think her plan was to die.
Damien finds out he's the devil.
Yeah,
that's one of those things.
But does she know?
That's a typical thing that happens in sequels where they feel they have to, like, take that one extra step because it was something that probably wasn't needed in the movie, but it happened. And then when you start thinking back, it's like you're trying to piece it together, and you're like, okay, well, when this? Because there's no sign of this. Was she?
Oh, exactly.
Did she get taken over by the darkness? Was she always part of the cult? So that feels like something that we didn't, like, the original kind of made an effort to stray away from those kind of things.
I feel like it's there for shock value.
Bit. Like, we had, why did she say, Damien, it's all for you? Like, it's the same situation. You know,
no, it's not though. But it's not the same situation.
She was under the influence of the demon dog.
That's
the
thing. That's the thing, JP. It's not the same. The nanny was under the influence. She had no control.
No. That's not what I'm saying. You asked, why did she say, Damien, it's all for you? Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, there's that uncertainty of, like, okay, well, did she say it because, you know, we just had that conversation a moment ago, you remember? So, like, that's what I'm saying. There's unanswered sort of
okay, that's one aspect. I'm just
the dialogue itself.
I'm just talking about
we understand the sacrifice part, I guess.
I'm just talking about the difference between the two characters is that one was under the influence and the other one wasn't.
Yeah, one was clearly.
Well, you don't know that
she has.
Well, okay, let's put it into clarity. We know that one is under the influence. The other one, they haven't shown us this, so we have to assume that she wasn't, or else it's just a plot hole, right?
Not necessarily.
Would you not? But it is a plot. But that would be a plot hole. If she is under the influence, say she is under the influence at this moment, and we're not shown that, and she acts like this, is that not a plot hole?
No, because certain you say it all the time. Everything doesn't need to be explained to you.
Yeah, but if you're gonna throw a crazy twist into the end of the film, yes, that has to be explained, dude. It didn't seem like she was gonna be pulling some crazy shit like killing her fucking husband, man. That just seems like it's thrown in there.
Well, she throws the line out that Damien's always been a part of her, so you assume that means that, okay, there is some kind of fucking influence there.
Yeah, that's one little thing, but it doesn't prove that she's being completely under the influence is a totally different thing.
What is the alternative?
Or just saying some crazy shit.
I guess it brings into the question is, like, is she doing it because she's a full-fledged Satanist as part of the conspiracy, or is it more just a family aspect? Because it comes out of nowhere, it starts making you ask, like, well...
The reason I don't think that she's, like, a Satanist is because it would break the film, because there's nothing shown to us that suggests that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's a problem with the movie, man.
But if you take it the other way...
It depends on how you look. I think it's a problem.
Like, it's just an aunt having motherly instincts to protect a nephew. I mean, that's the other way.
See, I personally think it's a problem.
Thing to do too.
It's fine that you don't, but I'm just saying, I personally think it's a flaw in the film. I think it's there for a lot of shock value, man. I think it's just thrown in there. I think if it was
like
developed a little bit more, I know it's a twist, but it's like, it seems like a left field. I mean, a lot of twists are from left field.
It's kind of like
but sometimes you can explain the twist though too. In this moment, it's like, it's just, she literally turns and stabs him.
It's like a thrown in twist, like at the very end too. It just happens. Then something happens, and then that's kind of it.
It's a very sequel type twist in nature.
She fucking
that's the type of thing that happens in sequels a lot.
He blows, the shit blows up. She fucking burns up, and the movie ends.
Yeah, it's not like, oh my god, so mind blowing. I knew it all along type of twist. It's just like, we're gonna throw this in here. I would have loved it
so much more if it just. I mean, the fact that Damien walks away from that.
Here's another reason.
It's
okay. Check this out. Here's another reason why I don't think she was like a long-term Satanist who, did this thing, and it's because she's thrown away as if she's a tool, right? But other people that follow Damien's words and stuff, he'll keep them around as followers. But it's like, because she burns up like that, it looked to me more like he used her and was done with her. Whereas like in Omen 3, we see the people that are devout followers, like, they're kept around a little bit. Like, again, with even Lance Henriksen's character, right? He doesn't just use him and toss him aside. He's around. You know what I mean? But the stepmother or the aunt was a tool, so she was discarded as if she was a tool. That's how I took it. I see where you're coming from with there wasn't any. We don't spend any time with her really. So I mean. I would actually be interested to watch it again and pay attention to that scene specifically and see how the acting was done, or check out a commentary. There may be an explanation. You know what I mean? There may be.
Of course,
we might have just missed it.
I'm just going off what I see visually, and like you said, you actually just proved my point a little bit more. We don't spend a lot of time with her. There's really no indication besides maybe a line in there, so it's kind of a mystery twist. It really kind of doesn't work for me, but that's just me. So. I just see a lot of problems with it, but
I did a little digging on Wiki, and supposedly her turning and that character turn is supposed to, and I don't know the Bible too well, so if any of you guys know more, she's supposed to represent the horror of Babylon. It's a reference to that in the Bible.
You know what? I'm pretty sure they mentioned that in the special features too, and it all ran together.
Yeah, because in the Bible, the horror of Babylon actually used that line stating she always belonged to him. So I guess in the big picture that wasn't a piece of throwaway dialogue. It's just that because of my lack of knowing biblical stuff,
this is my problem with that even more is that for somebody that doesn't know that type of scripture and follow the Bible like that, I mean, there's a lot of people out there that don't. You see that as like a very fucking confusingly odd left ball twist. It might make sense to people that know that shit, but in reality. I mean, let's face it, dude. We don't know because we're not Bible followers. So it's like
I know, but now that you do know, it like you could see where it like okay, you definitely can see where like
I know
it makes a little bit more sense.
Maybe
but
a tiny bit,
still see
a tiny bit, but at the same time, it's like you still would like some development leading up to maybe she is going to kind of turn it. It seems left field to me a little bit, but
yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know where the fuck were we. We didn't even start from the beginning of the movie.
I mean, honestly, I like most of this movie. I like following the kid Damien. Where like I think teenage Antichrist is such an interesting point. You know what I mean? It's like. It's like it's because it's kind of like coming of age too. It's like
metaphorical.
It's metaphorically to like not knowing who you are and like how to find yourself and stuff like that, which kind of works. And then you have this whole military academy thing that I think is cool. And he has like the typical kid problems, like people razzing him and stuff about whatever and the bullies and shit like that. But little did they fucking know he's the damn son of the devil and he got powers and shit.
I like actually it's kind of a metaphor for like. Him being in fucking training for, the rest of his fucking, rest of his life. I mean, obviously the military, that's what it is, but I don't think it's ironic that he's in, a military school setting, it's like drilling him. It's teaching him to be this kind of person and shit. I kind of like that, actually.
Do you think Damien's likable?
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
I do.
Isn't that weird?
I don't know, man.
'Cause
I mean,
think
he's not
likable, too.
dislikable. I don't think he's someone I would gravitate.
Like-
He's kind of dorky.
Like, especially at the beginning, him being, like, in the car with his cousin and them kind of, like, you know, BSing a little bit and, like, complaining about their aunts. It's just, like you said, it feels like a coming-of-age film, and you forget for a second, oh, this kid is, you know, Satan.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I liked him.
Yeah. I need to watch it again. I want to watch it again because there are more scenes with the aunt, like at the beginning with the great aunt talking about the you know, Damien's bad for Mark and stuff like that. I'm curious to see, like, look at her reactions and see if there's any tells a little bit more. You know what I mean? Because
I agree.
I forgot that she did that when I watched it this time, so wasn't like looking for it. You know what I mean? But I think that would be an interesting thing to pay attention to.
Really, I always remember just thinking about that. I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? And then, of course, you know, it happens again, and I'm just like, I don't know what's going on with that. So,
but anyway, if you guys want to get into ratings, yeah, anything more on it?
Yeah, I mean, I do like the way this movie starts out. You know, it takes place like a week or two after, you know, the Thorns have been buried and stuff, and it basically, we get reintroduced to the Bugenhagen character and stuff, and, you know, he goes and tells his friend about that, you know, Damien with the Antichrist and stuff, and to prove it to him, they go to this place, and of course, they show him the mural and stuff like that, and of course the fucking place collapses on him and kills their characters, right? I like that. It's kind of important because
that is a cool opening.
It is cool because it's like a direct, it's like right after the events of the first one, and then of course, you know, there's this mural painted in this cave about, you know, that looks exactly like Damien and shit. And of course the evils take over and it collapses and kills him and stuff like that, but it plays into the end where they actually excavate it and stuff, and then, you know, and then gets real carnagey towards the end with that shit too. So, but I really like that opening scene, man. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I dig it too.
Yeah, I think it's a good continuation of the story. I actually think, like, the trilogy, it flows pretty well with, like, the natural next steps in the evolution of that character. So,
yeah. But I mean, it's just, again, you know, it's like, I like the aspect of the evils are, you know, they're protecting him all around, and he just doesn't even know, you know? It's like,
well, yeah, I like
they're
the
coming to
aspect
kill him.
of, like, that Satanist side. I mean, kind of similar to Rosemary's Baby, where at that end scene with the party, where, like, all these people out of all sorts of walks of life are gathered up in there to see, like, the baby, and they would come off as just normal people in everyday life, but they're part of this secret sect of dark satanic folks looking to.
I don't know why I can't remember what it is, but I mean, the Thorn industry's in, like, this agriculture type thing, and I can't remember exactly what they're trying to develop, man. It just totally slips my mind right now. But
they're trying to develop a killer Michael Myers, like 30 years back.
Yeah, right.
So when Damien fails.
Another thing that I remembered, so if you watch the movie, which I thought was I think they talk about this in the documentary. I don't think I noticed when I watched it. But no, maybe I did. But they, like, at the beginning of the movie, when, you know, the limousine takes them to the military academy or whatever, and they're asking that dude for cigarettes and stuff. After that building set on fire, when he kills his aunt and stuff, when he gets to the limousine, it's the same dude. So, like, that even is more, like, shows that, like, it's, like, deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because, I mean, when he drops him off the first time, he doesn't know that he's part of it, and then when he picks him up, he is. Yeah, it's kind of
No, I don't know if he was in it the whole time. You know what I mean?
But he probably was, though. I mean, I don't think it's just coincidental.
No, that's it. Wait, what are you saying? I'm confused.
Are you talking about the driver?
Yeah.
So he drives him to the military school before, and this is pre-Damien knowing who he is. And then he picks up Damien after the events of, you know, the fiery showdown at the end. So he picks him up. But I would be under the impression that he knew who Damien was the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. He's basically just another pawn in the game. Like, he's dropping him off, and he's dropping him off into Henderson's under his watch. Like, he knows.
Yeah, but I just
he's
think
making
it's
sure
so
he gets
cool
there. Yeah.
How there's that little, like, that's something you might not even notice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I noticed it. It's cool. Yeah.
But yeah, ratings.
If you guys have anything else to say on it, get into ratings.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I love this movie. Like, even the issues that you guys had, like, they don't really bother me. I think that it's a fantastic sequel. I actually think that the casting, like Carly said earlier, was very good on Damien. I think he's perfect for the role. And I honestly could have just spent a bunch of time, like, following his character. And, you know, that I think this film is the strongest when we spend time following him and his process. So yeah, I give it a 9 out of 10.
Who's after you, Carly?
Yep.
Sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed this one. Like I said, it was a first time watch. Don't think it has like the same atmosphere or seriousness that the first one has, but it's a fun movie. I think Damien is oddly likable in the film, and you actually kind of feel bad for him sometimes, which, you don't really feel that way. You think he's kind of like the evil little kid in the first one, then in the third one you don't really feel bad for him either, so it's kind of interesting seeing him in the teen years. I do like that they, followed along with his story and kind of made the sequels like this, sort of, like JP said, is kind of like the Psycho effect, where it's a follow-up of sorts and not trying to be something totally different, and there's, lack of continuity or anything like that. So I enjoyed it. I thought it had good kills and was pretty one of those ones that I would probably rewatch for sure in the future. So I give this one an 8. I give this one an 8 out of 10.
I'm a little bit indifferent on I think the casting on Damien is good look wise. I don't think the kid's acting is overly that great. I think there's moments in this where he's a little bit weak at times, man. I think he's a little bit weak just in delivery at times. Overall the acting in this film isn't as strong as the first one. It just definitely seems a little bit lower grade. The thing I miss, from the original film is just the atmosphere, man. The music in the film is pretty good, but it's better than, the visuals, like the actual atmosphere of the film. It just doesn't capture that at all. I mean, it's not trying to be that type of film, but I think at times you probably could. It becomes more of a body count film, and it almost becomes goofy to me at times too. Like, another thing I don't really care for
is a little bit over the top.
It is a little bit. It gets a little bit crazy and shit like that. I think there is some missed opportunities too. I think they probably could have even dumbed down a little bit, maybe got a little bit crazy with, when Damien kills Mark. He gives him a brain aneurysm, but they don't really take full advantage of that scene. If you wanted to get fucking crazy and, do something special like they did in the first film with the kills and shit, pull some scanner shit out your ass and explode his head, man. Like, it's just kind of a weak kill. He gives him an aneurysm, he falls to the ground, and he's not even bleeding. It's like, what? Okay. That was kind of weak. Maybe he had a little bit of remorse for him, which he shouldn't, because he's the fucking spawn of the devil. So that scene always kind of confused me a little bit too. But, I do like this film. I think it's a good sequel. I like the continuity, as Jeremy would say, in the film. And I respect that when they do direct sequels and they keep it going. And, even with part 3, because it takes place like 20 years later and stuff, I like that. But, I don't know, man. I think the pacing in this one's a little bit off, just with the Thorn industry stuff, man. I think there's too much of that in there. Like, we understand, like, they don't exploit that in the first film because they don't have to, even though this film is a little bit different because it's half of Damien not knowing who he is, and it's half of still kind of a mystery. People are coming into that light who are getting picked off, like the reporter and stuff like that. She's going there to interview, and she may be a problem, so she gets fucking killed by the rig and some defying physics laws and shit way, which is, it's funny, but it comes across a little bit goofy to me. But overall, man, it actually still is a very, very enjoyable sequel. I like the fact that Damien walks away and he wins again. It's fucking great. They don't cop out in this, man. That's the way it should be. He's the spawn of the devil. He did what he needed to do, and he won. So 8 out of 10. I'm also at an 8.
Mike.
All right, so I think this is a really good natural progression in the story. I actually think the casting of Damien's cool. Like, I'm cool with him. I just think the overall cast is a little lesser than the original. I think it's hard to match also the the story of the first one where everything's kind of coming together. It's not quite a mystery because everyone knows what was going into it, kind of that it's dealing with like the son of Satan or the reincarnation of Satan or whatever. But I still liked the way it all came together. I like the characters a little bit more overall in this one. But other than that, this one to me doesn't have many flaws. On this rewatch, I was really entertained by it. The kills were really good, and by the end of it, we're kind of left off in a similar situation on the first, where he's alive and ready for the next stage of development. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one an 8.5.
Sweet.
Did you just say 0.5?
He did.
Yeah, is that allowed?
0.5 out of 10? That's a crazy rating.
No, 8.5.
Oh, all I heard was 0.5.
8.5.
I didn't hear the 8 part.
8.5.
I was like, what? I'm like, wow. I mean, this is bad, but it's fucking not.
After
it's not
I
slaughter clause bad.
About it.
Damn. Well, that happens. I mean, me and JP are actually used to that. Like, Jeremy will fucking say a whole pile of nice things about a film and be like, yeah, it's pretty average, 5.5 out of 10.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that in the past, too. I talked about, like, Troll 2, how much I liked it, and then I was like, 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, so, yeah, that's the Omen II, Damien.
In 1976, the birth of evil was foretold in The Omen. In 1978, a terrifying prophecy was fulfilled in Damien, Omen II. And now, you will witness the ultimate challenge to the future of mankind as the trinity of living terror is completed in the final conflict.
Alrighty, so moving into the 80s. 1981 with the third film called, well, it's conflicting what it's called actually, because I've seen different titles on it. IMDb just has it labeled as The Final Conflict. I've seen it
which
titled...
Is dumb.
What's that?
I said, which is dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I've also seen posters where it says The Omen III, The Final Conflict, which makes completely more sense, but I've also seen a lot more where it just says The Final Conflict, but why would it not be The Omen III? The Final Conflict.
I know, especially considering it's like a damn trilogy at that point. It's like the same story. Like, I could see if it was just something different. Like, if it was Omen, like, it was just like, why?
Yeah. Yeah, man, 1981, kind of interesting. It was the year of the slasher, and we got, at the time, the final film in the Omen trilogy. Kind of interesting timing, but synopsis. The now adult Antichrist plots to eliminate his future divine opponent while a cabal of monks plot to stop him. Thoughts on... Yeah, see, that's right, because Wikipedia even says Omen III, The Final Conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how this dude grew up, like, really fast in 3 years.
Yeah, in 3... Well, I mean, even if you look at it from the original film in 76, the sequel came out in 78, and it's taking place 7 or 8 years later. So,
yeah,
I mean, this one, this is what, 3 years later, and he grew 20 years. So, 32 years old.
Okay, if the first one came out in 76, and he's 5. So he's 13 in the second one, so that'd be what, like...
2 years.
80 what, almost like 1980 or something, right?
Oh, like in real time?
Yeah, in real time. And then another,
in real
20
time,
years?
81.
So,
in 81, 1981 in real time he'd be 5 years. Yeah.
Okay.
So 5.
So,
yeah.
so 20 more years later, this would be 2001. Where, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2001 in Omen 3.
No, 76 or 8. No, because 8 years later in the second one. Yeah, fuck, man, that's weird. Yeah, so, I mean, they don't really pay any attention to real time, but, yeah. So, what we got here is Damien Thorne is now running Thorne Industries at this point in the film in the States. And the goal is to become the ambassador to America in the UK.
Yeah.
Basically,
and then shit can really hit the fan.
Basically, take the job that, Robert once had, his adoptive father. That was the goal all along. So basically what we get in the beginning of the film, there's this amazing suicide in the beginning of this film.
Yeah. Well, I was confused about that. So like they're like he set like what everybody believes is he set the gun up to where the door opens and it killed him.
Yeah, it's just he's under the influence, right? Because
no, I know that, but I'm saying like that's kind of dumb in a way. Because like, why wouldn't he just shoot himself in front of everybody? Why not make it more? Why not make it more dramatic and do it in front of people? It's like a big fuck you to you guys. I don't know. Even though he's not saying fuck you because he's under the influence. Does it in front of people, but it's like there's a saw contraption.
Maybe
so like
he couldn't bring.
I mean, honestly, maybe he couldn't reach the trigger, man, and he had to fucking rig it up, and by calling in people through the door. I mean, it's just just a pulley system.
Why couldn't he reach the trigger?
JP, come on.
No, I didn't think he could.
You're ruining
I
such a great
couldn't
scene.
Bring himself to do
it's the best scene in the whole movie.
No, I'm just look. I'm saying if you're gonna kill yourself, right? Why would it be like? Wouldn't people be like why? Like, okay, let's say like the people, right? The people that open the door, like they're gonna be like, why did that guy like set up this thing to kill him? Like, why did he?
Well, you could chalk it up.
Like,
maybe he couldn't reach the trigger, and he had to fucking do a pulley
reach
system.
The trigger?
It's a gun. It's a shotgun.
Yeah, you can reach the trigger, dude. On a shotgun?
Okay, man. I don't know. I never tried to kill myself before. You honestly can reach a trigger? I don't know, man. Maybe it's fucking dramatics, man. We don't even know that the people.
I'm just saying, like, I like the scene. I think it's cool and stuff, but like, you don't. We don't see even know that is like weird.
No, because I'm thinking that this is Damien's way because they are under the influence at the time. I mean, it could have been the Forges. It could have been Damien himself. I mean, he has his powers in effect now, and we don't even know that those people that are that are opening the door aren't his followers. Right. So.
No, I'm just saying anybody though. Like, just in general, like it's just a weird. It's just weird, right? Like, you think of other people who have like killed themselves, like on TV. Like, it reminded me of that guy that shot himself on TV, the dude from Pennsylvania, like back in the 70s.
Yeah, the dude in the face.
Wire.
Yeah, at the press conference.
I'm like, this is like a weird like saw contraption. Like wonder what I'm saying. Like, what would their reason? Like, what like is a natural thinking? Like, what would you think that person did that for?
Well, like maybe again, he's under the influence.
He couldn't bring himself to do.
But he's under the influence.
So like that's what you would think if you were them. Like, oh, he wanted to kill himself, but he didn't want to kill himself, so he like set up this thing to where when we opened the door, it killed him.
Well, yeah.
Because he technically doesn't. Dramatics too.
He technically also doesn't want to kill himself. Why would he want? There was no indication why he'd want to kill himself. It's because he's totally under the influence, right?
No, but I'm saying the people, like, they're not going to think that. They're not going to be like, well, that guy was under the influence of the devil. That's why he killed himself.
No, that's why I put forward that maybe those people that saw that happen and opened the door, they were.
Yeah, but I'm saying even if they didn't, like anybody, I'm just saying anybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they would eventually see the contraption he constructed and be like, oh, he wanted to kill himself but didn't have the courage to like. Well,
I mean, it is a good point. I want to
use the word courage, but he, you know what I'm saying. He couldn't bring himself to do it himself.
That's what.
So he's like, I'll set it up to where.
Yeah, I mean that's plausible. That's plausible. I mean that happens too with you get people that are killers and whatnot, and they go and do some shit, and they let the police shoot them. I mean,
but also if he's under the influence of like the satanic powers and all that too. I mean, I think we kind of mentioned this earlier about how like it seems like the devil or whatever in these movies kind of wants to make a big show of things too. So there could be that aspect.
That was
the
point. That was the point I made, Mike. It was that was his splash into the ambassador's seat, was making it just super fucking cinematic, almost, and and it was in front of his followers too. It's like, hey guys,
so you think it's more cinematic for him to earn like the? I get what you're saying, because like it's gonna make it more known that he's now gonna be the new ambassador, because it's gonna be attached to this horrible incident, and it's gonna resonate with people. But you think that like if the guy just shot himself, that wouldn't be like the contraption makes it more.
It's not as dramatic.
The contraption itself makes it more.
The personal shooting yourself, it just seems a little bit more closed doors, a little bit more low key. If you set up this big kind of, theatrics involved in the suicide, it just kind of,
I guess
people want to talk about that shit, man. Like, holy shit, dude, this guy fucking set this up. And dude, but anyways, when it fucking blows the hole right through his face and his brains a little, I was like, damn, that's fucking great.
That's a great moment.
It's a fucking great kill, man. It's like, it's one thing about this franchise, man. Say what you will about it. It's not even known for people just don't think of it like that, but it does have some amazing kills.
It's weird, right? Those should not be like good kills in the Omen.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
But they really, that one is definitely the best kill in the film. I think there's a little bit missed opportunity too with the the disciples and stuff, because there's 7 of them that are coming after Damien at this point, and he ends up taking him. He gets wind that they're coming, which is kind of a little bit convoluted too. I never understood if you guys could kind of explain this away, because Damien has these powers, like he can control things. He kind of knows things at times and things like that. But in this instance, he doesn't know that that there's basically a crew of disciples that are coming to kill him. And he kind of overhears it on the street from one of the guys talking, or from them talking and shit like that. And that's how he becomes aware of what's going on, that the fact that they're coming to kill him, and that there's a second coming of Christ going to be born.
Dude,
he doesn't have that intuition in that. And I always thought it was such a weird plot point that he literally hears it on the street through a conversation. I was like, what the fuck? That just seems so weird that the evils wouldn't let him know, considering you have to consider this through the first 2 films.
Like, you
the
would
evils
think he
have
would be in direct conversation with his dad.
The evils have been protecting.
Or maybe he's not, though. Maybe he's not. Maybe we just assume that he is. But maybe the dad doesn't talk to him at all.
So, the evils have been protecting him until his adolescent life and stuff like that. And when he became, I'm sure they still helped him out and stuff. Why at this point do they seem to almost fail him? Because they should be letting him know. I know it's probably it's stuff that hasn't been explored.
Letting him know, like lining up the stars so he would hear it.
Well, it's not because of the stars. That's how the priests find out that there is a second coming of the Christ and stuff. He literally finds out from the conversation on the street, right? It's kind of, I don't know, man. The narrative is a little bit wonky on here. I think it just doesn't explore what the evils are really capable of doing.
The whole damn plot doesn't make any sense for pretty much most of the Omen films, because it's all foretold. Nothing you do is going to change what happens. You can't stop him because it doesn't matter, because he will be stopped later. The fact that in the very first Omen film that it breaks the film by this prophecy is kind of pointless. It makes all the films pointless, because in the original film you don't need to kill him as a child because he will die later. There's no stopping this. This is what's going to happen.
I know, but it's also human nature to try and prevent something until it gets to the point where maybe it's not preventable. But the thing is, though, these are prophecies, though. These are not written in stone. I think technically they actually were written in stone.
Yeah.
Which is kind of funny. But you know what I'm saying, though? These are still ideas within the prophecies. It hasn't happened, so they don't know if it's going to go down like that for 100% sure. Right? So why not try to kill him as a child or a 13-year-old boy or whenever you can?
Sure, you can make that argument, but even the Damien, he's like how the Christians love their prophecies so much and stuff, but
would you chance it as a priest, as a disciple, as somebody that is doing God's work?
If I could stop him,
you would stop it before he might just get killed in this moment. And I think it makes sense. This movie essentially.
Well, I'm saying Damien, like when Damien's like, "Hey, the Christians like their prophecies or whatever." There's going to be they're the Christ being reborn and shit like that. Like I wonder if he thinks like he has to know that it's going to play out like it's supposed to play out. Like, I guess it.
And
I guess the only thing he could do is still try to make it go the other way. But it's just so weird.
It doesn't make sense though, because you would think in your mind, if you're this force, if you're this evil, that you can basically beat anything. That's what makes the end of this movie the weakest end in a trilogy in the history of cinema. He dies so fucking easy, but he turns.
But he dies from the knife thing. That's special.
I know, but like, dude, it's just he literally turns his back because he gets caught up by God right there, and obviously it opens up the door for him to get stabbed in the back. But it's so poorly.
It's fucked up. It's stupid
shitty.
Because it's just
shitty.
Supposed to be like that, though.
I know, but it's so lame. They couldn't have expanded and done something a little bit more exciting. I mean, it's
cooler.
Super
yeah, I think
bad.
they definitely.
It's super bad, and I've always had a problem with this too. It's like, all this bad shit has happened. I mean, this is after. I mean, we've gotten way ahead of ourselves. This is after. So basically, what's happening here? We have these disciples that are, trying to kill Damien, because there's also going to be the second coming of Christ is being born at the same time, and they need to kill him, right? Obviously, because Damien's going to be going after, the baby and stuff. So what happens is these stars align and the prophecy is, kind of foreseen. And so they know it's coming, and the babies are going to be born on March 24th, or the baby's going to be born on March 24th. But the thing is with Damien, he doesn't know which one it is. So
you got to kill them all.
So at this point in the narrative, he's the ambassador, but he also has this huge following of Satanists. It's just, they're just there. Like, he's got a right-hand man, and he's got tons of followers, and everyone knows that he's the Antichrist that follows him and stuff, which is kind of interesting. They kind of jump ahead like that. They don't really develop that all in the narrative. It's just like, bam, you're 32 years old, you have this crazy following, you're the Antichrist, blah, blah, blah. So what he does is he orders his followers to kill every baby that was born on March 24th, because, like I said, they don't know which one is the second coming of Christ, the baby Jesus. And, so that's what they got to do. At the same time, he's being hunted by these disciples, and he has to go and kill them and shit like that. Essentially what this movie is, it's your typical kind of bad versus evil type film, or bad versus good film, good versus evil film. Jesus
I
Christ.
agree, though. The end is like basic as fuck. You like for the trilogy, this is the final moment. Like, you expect something cool to happen, but it's like, okay. I
just find a lot of aspects of this film are actually quite weak, though. I mean, just where he's killing the disciples, some of the scenes with the disciples, actually the fox scene, where they kind of trick him with the fox, and they kind of like, all that shit takes forever to develop and stuff, and it's kind of boring. But I wish that when he kills the disciples,
sequence for sure.
Lots of drawn out sequences.
The fox sequence,
but I think it just it takes a lot of screen time up and stuff. And I think the payoff with him killing, the disciples and stuff is not really the greatest. Like, none of those kills are even really that great. I know it's not about the kills and stuff, but they seem like a little bit missed opportunities and shit like that. But it's a very basic story, and I think they do miss some points with. They kind of have a little bit of a montage of like baby killing. Like, there's this scene where this fucking baby carriage literally goes down the street and gets hit by a car, and it's like, that's a baby death, but they don't show the baby, so they kind of beat around the bush. It's kind of downplayed in this. I mean, it's not as graphic as the previous films and stuff.
That was like the baptism. Because did that priest like kill the baby in that too? Because it sounded like the baby started making choking sounds, and then he turns back to the parents, and the parents' facial expression changes. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, dude. There's some cool ass. I mean, it's pretty dark. I think what I would have wished is like this movie ended with like the final, like, okay, the hell is come to earth, like, I wish he won. Fucking brimstone and fire and people dying and stuff, and then that final sequence happens with the world on fire in that thing, and then maybe stab him, but make it a little more dramatic. I'm with you on that. I think it could have been cool, a lot cooler, honestly. But at the same time, I think that this movie is just like, I just like where the story goes. It could have been better. I agree 100%, but like, I just like that we've followed this story for so long, and the fact that Christ is going to be born, and like, let's try to kill all the babies so we stop it and stuff like that, and the fact that he has this big crew of followers and stuff like that, and it does feel big, but it feels bigger than it ever actually gets, which is a problem. I agree with you on that, but I still like it.
Yeah, I agree. I like the aspects of this. I like are the again, the same that I said about the progression of the story. I like how they show kind of Damien making the moves to consolidate his status and power. It's biblical in nature as far as how it works, but it still feels very real world. The moves he's making, I like that aspect of the killing of. When they said the only way to be sure is to get rid of all the kids, it's like he just executes Order 66 from Star Wars, where he's like, go kill every kid, and you're like, oh, what are they really gonna do this? And yeah, they actually go out and execute. I like the scene, when he kind of is chanting out to his followers, because you see how we kind of get a better picture of how vast his followers and that cult is, where they start repeating. What do they repeat? I can hear you or whatever. I can't remember exactly what the words were, but yeah, that was creepy. And the fact that it was not just, it's not scary looking people outside of the context of being in a satanic cult. It's normal, everyday looking folks. There's kids in it that are chanting. It's damn, it's pretty cool. And the ending, yeah, I totally forgot about that ending because I have seen this one before, but I think the ending was a little anticlimactic. I mean, I guess.
Especially if it was just the first film or something, but we're 3 films deep now. This is all, culminates into this big final act, It just felt like it just didn't deserve to go down like that.
Yeah, it just felt lackluster for what it was building up to, because it's pretty much through the first 3 films, or the first, I guess, 2 3/4 films, everything has pretty much gone his way as far as the development and the trajectory of him rising to power. And it feels almost it wasn't quite complete enough for this showdown to happen at this stage, because it feels like he was just kind of getting to that status, but we didn't go through the whole thing where he's really
because basically what happens is
him yet.
He gets taken out before. I feel like the prophecy wasn't finished. You know what I mean? Isn't there supposed to be this massive battle of good and evil, and most of the people are fucking not saved and stuff?
I just feel like God, he kind of shows up at the right time. I'm all this shit just happened. I mean, it's kind of funny when you think about it and you put it into perspective. I mean, 31 fucking babies just died, and he shows up after all this bad shit just happened. It's kind of I don't know. Doesn't that just seem a little bit odd and fucked up?
Well, it's the Hippocratic.
That's the hypocrisy in the whole thing, man. I think I don't want to get too deep into the whole philosophy of that, but it is the hypocrisy screaming at you right there. It's just crazy. Yeah. Right? He shows up at that moment, but he just let all these innocent babies fucking die.
He shows up. I don't know, but what does he do though? Nothing, right?
Well, he essentially he's the one that kind of makes Damien freeze up, and allows him to get stabbed, essentially, right?
Was that God?
Yeah,
it looked like Jesus, right?
Well, I thought it was like a fucking angel or something.
I thought it was supposed to be like God. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really look
because God isn't supposed to interfere.
Not supposed to.
Fucking cheater.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I
always thought it was Christ, it was the second coming of Christ, but I don't know. It looks
isn't that supposed to be a fucking baby right now?
Well,
but it looks like God. I think I always thought it was Christ, but then if you look at the vision, it looks like God, the way the way they project God's look. I don't know, but I think it's supposed to be Christ. Maybe it is the second coming, because I think at that one point in the film, the baby that was born, the second coming of Christ, was out of his hands. They didn't actually kill the baby.
It's supposed to be Christ.
Yeah. So is it? It's the new.
Well, it's Christ returning to Earth, right? Yeah. I mean, the second coming after,
because they technically don't.
I thought according, I'm no Bible scholar, but I thought the way it goes is Satan is supposed to basically rise to power, unite most of the Earth behind him with the 7. This, I think it's supposed to turn into 7 countries because the 7 heads of the beast and all that. And
yeah,
but it just feels like this whole showdown happened way too quick in the if they're going by how it's supposed to be in the Bible, which who knows how, I don't know if they really cared so much about that, but it it felt like through, most of the movie I was fine with it. It just felt like that end was like, holy shit, like how is this already happening? Like it almost feels like there should have been another movie to fill out some more of the story before we get to that.
Yeah, it's like if they actually succeeded and stopped him before the prophecy was like how we were talking about, like, oh, it doesn't matter if he did, if in the original he tries to kill the baby because the prophecy says that he's going to do this. It's almost like, well, the prophet, like, it's like that didn't actually matter.
Yeah, to your point. Yeah, basically it's like if the Bible lays out a certain steps and
you
can't
actually change the future then, essentially.
Right.
You can change the prophecy is what it's basically saying.
And the end of this movie made it seem like, well, Jesus or God can just kind of
actually, first of all, it was Damien who called him out, though. Like, he didn't just appear out of nowhere. Like, Damien said, "Face me."
Yeah, because he feels like he can,
like
beat
he's
him,
ready.
Right? Yeah, because if he beats him, then he wins, kind of thing, right? Yeah.
Man, he couldn't even beat the girl.
Jesus should have been like, "It's not time yet. Wait till part 4, and I'll be back."
It definitely. It sucks that it is like not big, but I don't know.
It's just weird though, because like, if Christ appears before him, then looking back on the narrative, like, I mean, the second Christ was supposed to be born.
Is Carly still?
Isn't that supposed to trigger the end of the world when Christ comes back to kill him and then claim his kingdom again? Like, so it's like, is this the apocalypse or is this some side mission that he's intervening in?
But the baby was supposed to be.
I guess it doesn't feel grand enough. It just feels like, oh, we got to end the movie, so he's going to call out Jesus and he's going to get him.
So when they say that the baby was out of like, Damien's reach at that point, so then he faces, Jesus face on, or head on. Then when he kills, what's the side right's handman's name? What was it? Is it fucking? Oh yeah, Harvey Dean, because his baby, because he had the last baby, and that he was concealing the actual birth date of it. He said it was born before that stuff, and then it comes down to it because they'd killed 31 babies, and there was 32 babies born on that day, and one of them had to have been the second coming of Christ. So when his wife gets under the influence and kills, not only
with
him,
the iron
and the baby, and kills the baby.
That was a creepy scene.
And kills the baby.
Oh yeah, that is creepy,
right? Yeah, so she kills him and the baby with the iron. So if one of those babies was supposed to be the second coming, because they even say like it was, because there's a conversation in the film about. With his girlfriend and stuff that, with Reynolds or whatever, saying that, because they're going to go and trick him and stuff like that about, the baby was out of his reach and stuff. And this is the way we can kill Damien kind of thing. And I'm like, so where was the second coming? Where did it go?
See, that's the other thing. And that's just me being ignorant about details of the biblical stuff. Cause I know Satan's supposed to come back as like a baby and then kind of grow up and rise through the ranks and get better. I never thought Jesus was coming back as a baby too. I thought what Satan does
in this
just
narrative
triggers Jesus to come back.
Yeah, I know.
As Jesus, not as
I don't think that these films are following the fucking Bible anymore.
Definitely not. But like he would the priests and they had concluded that baby had been born. So it was one of those 32, but they killed all 32. So I was like, what the fuck? But they literally have a conversation about, hey, don't worry, but the baby's out of your reach kind of thing. And that's when they go to the church and all that shit kind of goes down. It's kind of funny, actually, when fucking Damien uses her child, Peter, as a fucking human shield.
Yeah.
And he gets stabbed up and shit. And I was like, oh yeah.
And right? he was trying to have his own damn little Antichrist.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing. And, that's kind of a weird thing because, it doesn't seem to me in the film that Damien is trying to convert. I mean, a little bit, but it seems like Peter took upon himself to kind of convert himself. Like he was already evil before he really knew who Damien was, kind of thing, right? It seems odd to me in the narrative.
Yeah.
But
I think this one's definitely the
even
most
though it was supposed to be that Damien was kind of. He was pursuing Peter. He wanted to turn him into like his own little whatever the fuck he was trying to turn him into. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense, but it seemed like Peter was into it before Damien was. I don't know.
Well, I think what kind of makes it messy is through the first two films and some of this, there's kind of like that that autopilot feeling to it, where hey, this is the prophecy of what's supposed to happen, and we get through the movies, and that's kind of what happens. Of course, there's like little events in the movies that help cultivate them, but it's basically what the prophecy says. Then you get to this one, and they just suddenly decide, okay, well, now the prophecies that we were following, well, we're just going to kind of divert off that, and here comes Jesus and all this other it's like, what? Like, okay, I guess so. I guess you had to end the movie.
I really don't like the whole idea of that, like, no matter what happened in this 3-movie trilogy or narrative, that, you know, Damien had to die because the prophecy said so. I mean, I think that's so ridiculous, man. I mean, it is, you know, fiction. I mean, you kind of change it and
the
stuff.
Bible foretold, right?
But it just kind of seemed like, you know, they were changing what the prophecy, how the prophecy went down, but then they concluded it with Damien dying so easy because that's the way it was supposed to go down. It's like
that. Well, that's not how it's supposed to go down. It's supposed to be like fire and brimstone.
No,
like,
I meant not particularly just Damien dying.
Oh, well, I mean,
right.
I'm fine with that. I mean, you got to kill the evil at the end of the series.
I think it would have been absolutely masterful if he you know, when he calls down Jesus, he sees him, he turns around,
Jesus' head off.
He turns around, he slugs fucking Reynolds, he takes that fucking dagger that's the only instrument that can kill him, and he just fucking stabs up Jesus. No, I'm just joking, but you know what I'm saying?
Dude,
like he defeats the good.
If
and
that
he kills
happened,
her.
I would fucking love this movie. But I'm just saying.
If he brought 5 nails to
could you imagine he starts walking towards the camera and the carnage behind him starts blowing up, fire everywhere, and then that's the apocalypse, man. It's fucking hell taking over. That would have been amazing. It would have been the best trilogy ever.
Never happened.
Even though this movie,
Kate Reynolds wanted herself.
Even though this
Damien,
movie is kind of goofy at times. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not a terrible movie by any means, but it has points in it where it's like, okay, whatever. But
dude, Kate Reynolds wanted a piece of the devil on her. Like, she was pretty fucking verbal during that scene. I was like, damn, they're going pretty crazy.
Hey,
I read somewhere that he fucks her in the ass in that scene. Does he really fuck her in the ass? Because
when he turns her over, I think so. I think that's
is that what it's implied? Because he's on her stomach and he's like hammering her asshole. I think so.
Because when she's like, don't stop, and he almost feels like it almost like he had like some type of shame or embarrassment because like he wasn't
I was
up to
confused by
par
that
or
too.
something.
I'm like,
and then he's like, okay, I'll give it to you. And then turns her over.
Didn't it seem kind of odd and out of character considering like, you know, where she goes with this? Like, she's willing to take Satan's fucking red rock up to poop her. Like, I don't know, man. It just seems.
I don't know if she was willing. I just think he kind of went into like Satan rage or something and started. Like,
she wasn't mad.
I mean, it reminds me of like Basic Instinct when he comes home and the wife confronts him about cheating on her with Sharon Stone. He bends her over the couch. Like, he just does it. Like, I don't think she was necessarily consenting to that act, but
it happens pretty quick.
She wasn't.
Yeah, it happens real quick, and then it's just like boom. The next day, she wakes up.
Yeah, because she says you're
passed
hurting
out or something. Yeah.
Carly, what? I mean, you haven't said damn thing.
Yeah, I didn't really like this movie. I thought it was kind of boring. I like aspects to it. The opening, I tried to watch this one like a while back and like completely zoned out the whole movie. This time around I did pay attention, but I still just didn't really, it's the whole story behind it I'm just not a big fan of. I do like the beginning, the suicide. I do like the baby deaths. You know, you don't see them happen, but you know, it's implied, and I think they're kind of, the stuff that's implied is rather brutal, so I thought that was cool.
The people doing the killing really make those scenes because they just look creepy as hell, and it's like slow stop, like the iron one we were talking about in the kitchen. They do the shot where she comes up behind him, it's just so well executed.
You know what really pisses me off about this movie though too? So after fucking Damien like gets killed in the most weak fucking way ever. You know, I mean, obviously the inevitable is going to happen, and fucking Jesus is going to, you know, pick up Peter and you know, basically bring him back. And I'm like, are you fucking serious, man? Like, how cheeseball is that? It's almost as cheesy as the fucking, you know, the stars aligning, you know, earlier in the film. Those graphic effects were terrible.
Jesus saves.
You know, when the what was it, the Cassiopeia constellation or whatever the fuck it is, when the stars are aligning and shit, like just the effects on her are super cheesy.
That was
but
so on the nose.
Yeah, well, 1981, right? Yeah, exactly. It was, man. Fucking Blueprint, right? But yeah, I don't know. That ending is really, really cheeseball. But you know, he saves Peter, which of course his name is fucking Peter, because that's a Bible name. That's a biblical name, right? I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you know, I mean, there's a reference there, but it's just really, really fucking cheesy. It's so cheesy.
Right.
Okay, but the thing that pisses me off, okay, is that, you know, he brings back Peter, but, you know, does he bring back the 32 babies that were dead?
No,
he doesn't himself.
Well, and see,
because they were products of that whole situation too. Those 32 deaths were directly connected to Damien's, Damien being Damien.
I think that bringing Peter back is some bullshit.
It is.
Well, that's my main problem with diverting off what the supposed prophecies are, because the way the ending makes it seem like is that, Jesus.
Are you saying you should actually follow the Bible?
Well, to a certain extent, only for the sake of the story, because the ending makes it seem like, Jesus can just show up whenever to take this guy out. So it's like, well, then why did you even wait? Like, you could have done this an hour ago and saved some babies.
That's the whole problem all the time. It's bullshit. I hate that. Okay, let's get into ratings. We spent too much time on fucking Omen 3.
Did we, though?
Yeah, I like the Omen 3.
Okay, who's up first for ratings? Carly?
All right. Yeah, it's an all right movie. Definitely not my favorite in this franchise. I think the dude does a good job of playing Damien once again, but maybe it's just like the fact that you're dealing with him as an adult. I just wasn't too into, and the way the story plays out, I didn't care for. There's not really anything memorable about the film for me, kill wise or anything like that. But I gave it a 6 out of 10. I mean, I don't think it's a bad movie. I do like that it's a follow-up once again and, you know, following his life some more, but story just didn't really do it for me, so 6 out of 10.
Yeah. I think this movie, you know, it has one memorable scene, you know, with the suicide. I think that's pretty cool. I think there's just a lot of missed opportunities. The story is a little bit... I do like I said before, I like the whole, you know, good versus evil type story. It's very typical of that and stuff, but I hate the way this one wraps up, man. It's just really not great. I just think there's a lot of missed opportunity. I think they could have just done this part of the narrative a lot better. I really do not like a lot of things about this movie, but you know, with that said, it's not like a horrible film or nothing. It's I don't know, 6.5 out of 10. I don't think it's great, but it's okay.
Mike.
All right. So honestly, I liked it a little more than you guys. I mean, to me, I thought Sam Neill played kind of like a good Antichrist in kind of like the cunning, sly politician form of trying to, you know, be a mover and shaker to get power and do all that kind of stuff. I mean, the real problem for me, which we've already talked about a lot, is the ending and how it wrapped up. It just felt rushed and kind of sloppy and a bit of a head scratcher. But, you know, that suicide scene was great. I liked the stuff with the forming of his followers and cults. I liked, you know, multiple aspects of it. But it still overall is a step down from the first two for me. So I'm going to come in with 7 out of 10.
Damn.
Yeah, I dig it. I think it's pretty good. I just don't like the way that it's anticlimactic. But at the same time, it's not like I was mad at it. I was just like, okay. I didn't really. I guess what the thing that helped me a little bit is I didn't really expect much more. I just didn't expect it. I don't know. It just seemed like a traditional studio way of kind of fucking up the end of a trilogy type thing. But you know, it could have been fucking epic, but it ended up just being like whatever. But I did I enjoyed the ride. I liked finally seeing Damien as an adult, finally seeing him start to take over and stuff like that. He was cut short. You know what I mean? He was cut short from his goal. I would have liked to see him succeed, actually, as fucked up as that sounds, but we killed babies for it, damn it.
32 of them.
Yeah, 32. I will say that I actually really like this series so far, and the third one really didn't disappoint me other than the end. So I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I actually forgot to mention, I think the best part about the movie for myself is Sam Neill. I think he's got some pretty good rants, man. I like the scene where he's ranting to the Jesus statue. That's a great scene, man. And the Jesus statue starts crying blood.
Yeah, when he comes up behind it, I was like, what are you intending to do with this statue?
Yeah, but exactly. But yeah, he has a nice little fucking psychotic rant in that scene. It's nice. So yeah, but that is the Omen 3, the final conflict.
Look at me, Damien. It's all for you.
It was a story audiences would never forget.
Damien Thorn is the Antichrist.
About a boy with an evil so great. Who became a man destined to rule the world.
My disciples shall inherit this earth.
Damien Thorn is dead, but his prophecy is about to be reborn. Omen IV, The Awakening.
All right, so moving 10 years into the future, into the 90s, specifically 1991. You guys remember that? We had about a half an hour talk about 1991 at the beginning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a film that we watch by default. Omen IV, The Awakening. It's probably the thing that they did right in this movie. They named it properly. Omen IV, The Awakening. Yes, this is a Canadian made-for-TV film. Synopsis. 2 attorneys adopt a mysterious orphan girl as their daughter, unaware she is the new Antichrist. Next in line from Damien Thorn. Okay.
This was actually supposed to be the first of several TV films. They were going to make like 6 of them bitches or something.
Oh, really? That makes sense.
Yeah, they were just they were going to just keep making them. That was the plan.
Yeah, I think I knew that would have. I think I did know about that, and that would have made sense considering this movie is kind of like on its own, and the way it ends, it's just.
Well,
obviously.
I mean, the weird thing is that this movie, at face value, appears to be its own thing, but then it completely ties itself into, I guess, like the third one, right?
Yeah, no, it's kind of. I kind of think that's cool because I thought it was its standalone bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, even though
being a sequel was pretty cool.
Even though where it goes in that, it completely doesn't make sense. I mean, unless you assume that Damien got somebody pregnant before he was, so masterfully killed in the end of the third one. I mean, I guess you could.
Well, he was boning. What's her name?
I mean, she. I mean, it's never stated where she comes from. Really, I mean, kind of. I mean,
it would have made more sense if they said that she was her daughter, right? Like that would. Yeah. But
at least there's enough there to like.
There is enough there to.
But
say, well, he was fucking people, so.
Yeah, but I think they actually do say like where Dahlia comes from in this too. I believe so. But it's not even related to Reynolds from the third one. So, what are your guys' thoughts on this one?
You know what? I like it, man.
This one it's kind of nostalgic for me because I used to watch this on TV when it would be on TV as a kid, and I liked it back then. I think it's probably the first Omen movie I actually saw. Watching it now, I don't think it's definitely not a great movie. In a way, it's pretty much a remake of the first one, just with like a girl. But
the way that I described it is if you took that scene where the nanny kills herself, like Damien, it's all for you, and like the idea that like, oh, the essence of this little kid is causing havoc around him, and you just made that into a whole movie. That's kind of what this one is, right? It's literally more of a killer kid film.
Yeah, it's all like that girl is totally evil and aware of what she's doing in this one, as opposed to the first. But it's not great. But for a TV movie, I get enjoy. I think it's a fun film. Nothing special.
It's really fun.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's something fun about it. Like whenever they're going to like crazy pray with snake lady, and the fucking snakes just start biting the shit out of everybody. Which, by the way, one of those snakes actually did bite through like the protective gear of the person, and it wasn't supposed to, and it like actually punctured their skin with their fang. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, you could totally tell they weren't rattlesnakes, though. Like they're filming rattlesnakes, but notice how it's like almost like stock footage. Like it doesn't.
Why is it that like when I mean, is it because who Dahlia is that she's able to have these powers and stuff? Because I mean, if you look at the previous films with Damien around that same age, he couldn't use his powers. Like it was more the forces that was doing work for him and stuff, but she's like straight up.
Maybe I would almost play her as one of the forces. Like she's almost like the demon dog in human form, where she has like kind of protective power.
She definitely is a demon. I mean, she comes directly from one. So, but it's just kind of interesting.
I think she's maybe like the devil's like, well, that shit didn't work. Maybe I need to, give him a little bit more to work with.
I remember the first time I watched this movie, I was like, okay, this is pretty much like a remake of the first, just like what Carly said. I was like, it's very similar to like, the first film. It has aspects of the second one a little bit. And, it's just kind of doing that shit. And then it just takes you for this fucking total 180 in the third act with, how it ties it into the third film and stuff. And I was like, what the fuck? But the explanation.
And it's weird too, because what do they say like that she had an embryo of her.
Okay.
Like, how did they say it?
Okay.
I forget.
So this is what the twist is in the film. It appears through the whole film that Dahlia is the new Antichrist. Like she was born, and this unfortunate family adopted her, and because she's
it feels like they're doing the female twist.
Yeah, they basically just created a female Antichrist kind of thing, and she is a fucking little bitch, fucking brat child that does shit because she actually has powers in this. You're like, holy shit, man, she's the fucking spawn of the devil. Mm-hmm. But it turns out she actually is the spawn of Damien. So what had happened is, I guess there's some kind of weird prophecy. I mean, I don't know if this is actually a real medical thing, but the way they explain it is that, so Dahlia is actually the birth child of Damien, and
but it needs to be a boy or some shit.
But the Antichrist has to be a boy. So what has happened here, and apparently this is like a real thing, I don't know. So what has happened is when Dahlia was hit the age where she was able to menstruate, she menstruated eggs, and what she was doing, she was actually carrying the devil's seed egg inside her. So when she menstruated, that's what the embryo. Then you can remove it. And what the doctor did, who was part of the whole cult thing.
That's right. Yes, so he puts it in the mom.
So he puts it in the mom, and that's how the mom gets pregnant. Because
what a fucked up end.
We do learn.
Put into words.
We do learn that in the beginning of the film, the reason why they adopt is because they can't have kids and stuff. But they do explain that, like, we didn't have any problems. We just were those people, and I've actually been through that shit too, all that testing, blah blah blah. So they're like, well, it's not completely weird that you got pregnant, blah blah blah. So. But yeah, so that's what happens. The embryo gets implanted into the mom, but not only do they have this child and stuff, the other fucking crazy twist is that, so it turns out that, the baby that she gave birth to, it actually is the new Antichrist, and Dahlia was born. No, she's not. Well, she's not the mom, but she's
like the twin sister.
She's the twin sister of
and protector.
Because in the medical explanation of it, sometimes somebody can be born and have their twin actually inside them as an egg and stuff. So anyways, it turns out that Dahlia's twin brother actually is the fucking Antichrist, but she's actually sent there for a job. Like she was born for this reason.
I thought what
she was there to protect. See, at first the parents thought that Dahlia was going to kill the baby, but we learned that she's actually there protecting. Her job is solely to protect that baby so he can grow up to be the new Antichrist.
That's honestly a good twist. I'm not gonna lie.
But honestly, when you get into medical shit with like removing eggs, see, the only part I was confused about is there's a process with the whole, inserting eggs and, doing that in vitro and stuff like that. Obviously, there wasn't sperm involved here. It was just, it was already kind of fertilized, I guess.
Hold up, real quick. I thought what it was that Damien, had some semen or whatever and just kind of implanted it into his daughter's fetus, and then when she got old enough to have eggs, those semens impregnated her, and then she had a fetus.
No, I think what they're implying is that it's
girl.
Already fertilized. It's like already ready to go. The
egg
just needs to be.
See, I think it would have been better if there was some incest there.
No, I think it's already fertilized. It's just like this weird medical phenomenon they try to play off is that it's already fertilized, so they remove the egg, which you can. That's how people save their eggs and get pregnant later, just in case, whatever. So they impregnate. But I kept thinking to myself, I'm like,
but it was the embryo, it wasn't the egg.
What the? The embryo. So I'm like thinking to myself,
so it was
already
impregnated.
Yeah, it's
right. It was already semened and egg. It was an egg that was semened.
That's right. Yeah, that's the embryo.
And then
I accidentally said egg, but I'm just saying you could do that. And I was using that example, but you know what I mean.
And then she carries it to term, and it's cool because you think that she's trying to kill the baby like Damien did.
I kept thinking to myself, when did that happen? Like she was in the hospital. Like when did the doctor implant it into the mum though? Did I miss something there? Because I couldn't remember. Even after I watched the film, I was like, I don't remember.
Does she lose a baby at the beginning or something? Or no, wait, what?
Well, no,
she's in the hospital for. Wait, why is she in the hospital? They put her.
No, she was in the hospital for an unrelated reason. I think she got hurt.
No! She fainted after that woman fell out the window. Is that when it was? She fainted, and then she ends up in hysterics, and she's in the hospital, and they put her to sleep. I don't know if that's when that was supposed to happen, but yeah, she's in the hospital then. Mm-hmm. And she spends the night. She even spends the night because it's the husband's just rest or something.
Yeah, I can't remember.
And that's when they find out she's pregnant. Yeah, so that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be when, because when
maybe they found out she's pregnant by making her pregnant.
Yeah.
They just did it kind of sneakily in the film, though.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. The doctor put the embryo in there and then announced the news. She was coming out.
I thought this shit was crazy though, dude.
It's awkwardly done, but lo and behold, I mean, they do explain that whole thing in the scene. It's like one of those movies where they kind of have to explain the whole thing straightforward to you.
Because
it's such a crazy twist. You're like, what the fuck?
But I give them mad kudos for doing something fucking nuts and outlandish.
It's outrageous. It's honestly one of the craziest twists ever. It's involving medical procedures, right?
Yeah, but it's also just involving the fact that she carried this embryo because it's a boy, because it needs to be a boy. They fucking implanted it into the wife, and she's not trying to kill it. She's protecting it. That's pretty cool. Other stuff that I like, the effect of okay, I actually really like the detective that she hires, the ex-cop who's trying to figure out what's going on. He goes to the snake handling thing. But I'm
Michael Lerner.
Okay,
yeah.
What they're doing this crazy pray with snake shit, and he comes up on the one girl, and he's like, "Here's a picture of Dahlia or whatever." But it's funny because he's all she's instantly just she freaks out and gets bit, and then everybody gets bit, and I'm like, dude, this guy just fucked up everything, and he
funny
gets
how
bit,
he goes up to her too, and he's like,
hey. Yeah. And also, he does this thing where, he goes and sees her in the fucking hospital, and she's so fucked up. And then she doesn't tell him shit except for pray or something, and you're like, okay, that was pointless as fuck.
Then he leaves and she dies instantly.
Yeah, because she tells him nothing, literally nothing. It was so pointless.
You know what I love about this film, though? That's actually really funny to me is they totally overplayed Dahlia's fucking role and what she really is and shit. And there's a lot of angry ass parents in this film. She's beating on kids, she's biting them. She's just the fuck. She really is the devil child. The parents are pissed off everywhere. It's so over the top. Your kid needs fucking help.
Dude, I call this one. It's like the anti-Omen because it does everything the opposite of what the first where the first one was like subtle, like yes, you know, Damien's an evil kid, but he's not overtly out there. Dude, this one was almost like, you know what, we cannot make the Omen again, so we're gonna make her this crazy
out of a fourth film,
kid.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't want to do the same fucking thing again. Like, okay, we already did that way. It's great. It's fantastic. Let's be a little cheap here and just make something ridiculous.
Yeah, I love the fact that
she has like a bitchy look on her face the whole movie too.
Oh yeah,
like, just, I'm evil.
Dude, yeah, that kid has a like face that no one could love. Like, you just
I love the scene where they take her to like that it's almost like a fair of like, or a carnival or whatever you would call it, of clairvoyant people. And every time she walks by someone's booth, like regardless of their religion or what kind of magic they practice, as soon as she gets close, they all like are like, holy shit, there's evil in the presence of the blind guy when he's like reading the palm. And like, I was cracking up with that. But I gotta admit, like, I had way more fun with this movie than I expected, and I like by the end of it I was like, wow, like I was sitting there before like starting the remake and I was like, should I have liked that as much as I did? Like it's definitely not like,
it's because it's fun, it's fast paced, it's not fun. Slow like the other ones, and it feels cheap. It feels like a cheap sequel, you know what I mean? It just feels like some bullshit.
After coming off 3 Omen, or coming off the trilogy where it's like pretty much, you know, serious that style of film, serious and like a specific thing. This one was totally just a different style of movie. So maybe it helps that
it's funny.
It came at the right time.
It's funny because this movie, like, you know, on the outside, it's very much like, you know, portraying itself as a remake. I mean, but they do things completely different. There's a lot of different kind of things, like with the nanny, instead of like flying out the window or hanging herself and crashing through the window, like she fucking flies out on the fucking merry-go-round.
It feels like some 90s bullshit is what it feels like.
Yeah. Well, it feels like made for TV stuff where you got to come up with these things that, you know, you don't have a big.
Is it not kind of graphic for made for TV?
Yeah, like I actually think it's scary when she's laying on that merry-go-round.
I think these releases they must be like the uncut versions or something, man. I don't know. I can't imagine that shit playing on TV. It seems a little bit crazy.
Oh, it did get a theatrical release in Australia and the UK.
There you go.
But I don't know, man. I don't know if it like.
It does things the same in it, you know, like the mom is the one that's, you know, digging around, you know, trying to find dirt because she's the one that's like got the problem with the fucking, I don't know, man. There's certain kind of subtleties in this film that are a little bit different, but it's pretty much the same film. Like they take a page out of the first one. And that was actually one thing about this film I thought was pretty funny. Like, you know, they're not really beating around the bush with what they're trying to do. I mean, what is it, 10 minutes into the film and you get that fucking decapitation scene, which is okay. You know, the dude driving.
They do the classic thing where you can't be graphic, so they cut it and then they show the ball rolling by to represent it,
exactly.
Which is fine. I mean, that was funny. So I think this movie is ridiculous, but it's to its credit that it is. Like they almost realized we have to make it like that because we don't have the structure in place to try to make another Omen proper film, so let's just go batshit with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like trickery though, man. You know, like when you're watching, it's like, okay, this is a remake of the first one, but then it goes in a completely different area and stuff, which is, it's kind of funny, man. It has funny moments. Like I love the scene where the kid's up on the ladder and he fucking pisses his pants, and if you watch a scene closely, like the kids on the ground are a bunch of gingers and they're pointing and laughing, and it's just like hysterical. It's so fucking mean-spirited.
Pretty long.
It's
like a
so
long
mean-spirited.
shot of him getting teased. Well, it's funny too because you're expecting when that scene starts playing out and she's climbing up the ladder and he's going after her, you're fully expecting like she's going to do something to make him like fall off and die or something. But instead, it's like almost worse in a way where he just gets like ultimately embarrassed because he's pissing his pants because he's afraid to keep going up the ladder, and then everyone shows up to laugh at him.
I think the death with the investigator, for some reason, that death I find funny. Or the bulldozer.
The fucking.
I feel like the way.
What do they call those things? The wrecking balls.
The crane.
Yeah, like I thought the way it was to me, like it seemed like he had time to get out of the way.
Dude, thank you. I have this written down. I'm like, Inspector could have totally got out of the way of that shit. It was like. I don't know, man. It
Oh,
seemed
did
like
he see it? I didn't think he saw
Well,
it.
it comes
right.
through it's like in slow motion.
It's coming at him straight on. He's like, the camera cuts to him and he sees it and he's like looking and looking and all of a sudden, bam! It just takes him
They're
out.
pretty
man.
loud.
No,
too,
no,
aren't they?
because it goes through the house, right? And then it comes out the other side and kills him.
Yeah,
Yeah, but-
it does. But he sees it.
I didn't think he saw it until it came out the house.
No,
yeah, but like
No,
I think we see it
the
as
way
the
it's edited, the
audience.
way it's edited, he sees it coming down, and it's supposed to happen so fast that it goes through, and he can't get out of the way. I mean, he is a fat fuck too, but I mean, at the
like
same time,
it just shows like this big scene of his mouth like gaping open, like oh no, and then it just kills him. It's the way it's edited. It looks
Yeah,
like
it's
he could have
edited
like
weird.
hit the ground and got out of the way.
I mean, it's
But
still a
the-
fun kill. At least they did something like that
Oh,
because
yeah, it's
he gets
super fun.
taken the fuck out in that. You know what scene actually makes me laugh is the scene where they're at the carnival or whatever the fuck they're at there, and Dahlia uses her powers to like light that dude on fire. But it seems like the whole thing went up like gas and matches, man. Like the whole fucking thing is just engulfed in flames within seconds, man. That whole carnival setting, I'm just like, what the fuck was everything made out of like super dry hay or something? Like, it's just ridiculous, man. I don't know.
I like the weird like vision of like the dead ass kids like singing.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
when the detective is tripping out when they have the influence on him. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like creepy as fuck. Like that's what I always remember on the back of the VHS cover because I owned this on VHS as a
I don't
kid.
even understand the point of that though. I mean, I understand that they want him to kind of trip out and shit, and maybe that was what made him kind of stumble out in front of this moving wrecking ball kind of thing. But like when you look at it in hindsight, it's like, was that really needed? Like he could have just influenced him to walk in front of the thing and he gets taken out.
It's completely not needed, but
No.
it's just looks cool, so they're like throw it in. The actual director of this one is the same director of Halloween 5.
Yeah,
The French dude, Dominique Etienne, whatever. He got replaced on this film because they said he would like film an open window for like 25 minutes straight, and they kept not meeting their time. Like he would just aim the camera at the window with the girl and just do like just keep doing like takes over and over again for like 25 minutes.
That's because he was
And they're
enjoying
like,
the
"Dude."
beautiful city he was filming in because they filmed it in Vancouver. So he's like, this is so awesome. I don't know.
But yeah, they replaced him on the film with another director, like halfway through filmmaking, which is funny.
Yeah, with the Georges Montisi. I don't know. Probably something.
Is he French too?
I don't know. Don't have a clue.
Chile. He's Chilean.
Chilean? Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
No Canadian directors in the Canadian film. Weird.
But yeah, this film, the Omen 4, was supposed to be the first in a long line of sequels, and they just, they didn't do it.
Fair enough.
It wasn't successful. I have no idea why.
Dude, I mean, it's a fun film, but honestly, dude, it's not a good movie by any of the stretch of imagination. I mean,
especially when you come off of the first three, like they're all like proper movies.
You can just see, like, you can tell, like, the cinematography is choppy at times. It's really not great. I mean, it has really no atmosphere. I mean, even the narrative, I mean, it plays out like a remake and then it turns into its own thing. It kind of connects itself. I give him props for that. I mean, to me, it just, I don't know. I mean,
I think it's my favorite one.
3/4 of the movie seems pretty damn pointless. I mean, some of the kills are okay. What's that?
I said I think it's my favorite one.
Oh my god.
It's not the best, but I'm saying, like, if I was gonna watch one, this one's way
Fun-wise,
shorter.
I guess.
I'm like,
Crazy.
I had a blast with this one. It was so ridiculous. I was just like, this is really fun for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
If I was gonna watch one,
Yeah,
I'd watch this one.
This one almost is too fast in pacing, man. It seems like things are just happening so fucking quick, and you're just like, there's no time to have any suspense, and it doesn't
because
build up any.
everything feels so
feels
on the
forced.
nose from the start.
It feels
That's the thing.
forced because they're trying
There's
to be
no-
something and then be their own thing by the end and stuff. But it clips along and it's kind of showing you it's like, okay, this is what we're trying to do, but it's ripping along. And you're just like, what the fuck, man? The music is so fucking terrible in this film too. The score is atrocious. It's totally like studio catalog music that they put into this. There's no original score to this at all. At least I don't think it is, but it's horrible. It's kind of goofy. It's childish. It kind of works because there is no atmosphere, but it's at the same time, it's still trying to play itself a little serious, and the music really is kind of jarring. Throw another loony in there. $1. I don't know, man. I don't really think it's that great. I honestly don't really care for this movie, to be honest. But I do like the little girl that plays Dahlia, man. I thought she was awesome in the film. She just looks like a little mean, bitchy brat, man. I don't know. I
didn't think her acting was that great, but I thought
her acting, but she kind of looks like she looks the part, you know.
Yeah.
To me, honestly, I do give him kudos for attempting to tie this into the original franchise, which is totally cool. Like, I all the respect in the world for that. But I mean, to me, the twist is almost knee-slappingly funny because it's like, it's one of those, what the fuck? Like, seriously? That's what they did? You know,
that's what you needed for this kind of movie, though.
Exactly. You do need it to save it. Like, but at the same time, you can't help it. Like, it's one of those jaw-dropping moments. You're like, fucking seriously? Like, embryo? You know, like, medical. Oh my god, it's just so fucking funny to me, man. I laughed my ass off at this shit, but
well, because there's nothing subtle about the movie leading up to it, you almost need that kind of like twist to like cap off the hour and a half that you've just been watching of this little girl going around terrorizing, only to find out she's not even the actual Antichrist. Like, I thought it was
she did way more damage than
goofy in a fun way. She's not even the real goofball, but it's like fun goofy.
And the last thing I don't really care for is, you know, the mom by the end of the film knows exactly what's going on. I mean, she knows what's, you know, what Dahlia is, what's, you know, her baby is. And, you know, there is a point where she has a gun, yeah, and she can shoot them. I don't know at this point if the bullets are going to work because, you know, the mythology of the franchise, I mean, the only thing that can kill Damien or that could kill Damien was the daggers and stuff. So I don't even know if the bullets would work, but I don't feel like there was influence for her to shoot herself in this point because the kids are just kind of looking at her like, what are you going to do? They're not like focusing on trying to use their abilities to actually kill her, but she turns a gun on herself and kills herself. And I'm like, don't you think at that moment?
Did we see that? Or does it cut away?
Yeah, it's implied. I think you hear the shot.
It cuts away and we just
hear the shot.
We
so
hear the bullet.
For all we know, fucking the daughter could have.
Dude, she put the gun to her head and then we hear the shot. So
does she?
Yeah.
I thought she aimed it at her and then it just cuts away and you don't know what happened.
No, it goes up to her head. Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It does. It definitely goes up to her head and then it obviously cuts to the
Did you like the totally awful Cabbage Patch hand with the 666 on it?
Oh, dude.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
That's the other thing I never understood about that is, okay, if the symbol was on the hand, how come it wasn't noticed before? Because it's understandable.
Wait.
It's understandable that you would miss it under some kid's hair because, let's face it, come on, man. Like, it's fucking covered by hair. But if you're going to have a 666 tattooed on a hand, or not tattooed, but marked on the hand.
I thought that was on the baby's hand.
No, that's what I'm saying, on the baby's hand. That's why I said Cabbage Patch, because
he was joking.
Like Cabbage Patch doll arm or something.
Because they didn't mark the real baby. They used a fake hand when they showed the close-up of the 666. But the point is, as a parent, would you not notice that? It's literally on the fucking hand.
Yeah, they probably are going to notice it.
But they
Unless
didn't.
it just started to materialize.
What do you mean? There's a fucking 2-second scene where it shows it.
Yeah, later on.
No, but they're saying, why did the characters had not already have seen it, like when the baby was born?
Dude,
basically.
when they had the
baby just get born?
Yeah, dude, but like, it's your child.
No, but when a baby comes out of a womb, you're gonna examine it to make sure everything's cool, and they always check for 10 fingers, 10 toes.
It's like days later. Later.
I thought it was in the hospital where you see the hand.
No,
they're at home and they've already the baby's been examined.
Yeah, they probably should have noticed that.
Yeah,
the sister's like, I think the sister's protecting or doing something.
I mean, but if you did notice it, what would you say?
I'd be like,
you gotta kill this thing. It's the Antichrist.
Yeah,
I mean,
I might not 100% jump to that, but I might be a little weirded out. Like, why is there a 666 on my kid's hand?
Fuck. You know what else?
I'd be like, hey,
it was shaped in a way to where if you didn't know it was 666, you wouldn't be like, that's 666, but you'd be like, hey, this kind of looks like 666.
Or like a funky bird.
So JP,
like
let me ask you something.
What?
You know, like how you're like me, man. When it comes to the holiday seasons and stuff, you watch Halloween films around Halloween and stuff. Are you gonna watch this around Christmas time now? Because it does kind of turn Christmassy, at one point in the film. It's literally like music, and I was like kind of getting the goose. I was like, oh, Christmas, man. I love Christmas movies.
Yeah. I would throw the Omen 4 in there. I like the Omen 4.
Okay. You know what a funny part is in this? And I think it's like everyone's dream to do this. when fucking Dahlia answers the door and it says like religious peddlers, and they give her the flyers and she fucking tears them up in front of their fucking face.
Dude, that shit's great, dude.
That is the funniest fucking part in the
they're
movie.
like, she just snapped and tore up these things.
totally
And I like that they
lies.
bring back the Rottweiler in this one too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot to mention that they actually bring back the dogs in this one.
Yeah, 2's the only one without the Rottweiler.
Yeah, because they have it in 3, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
the
so.
dogs. Yeah, no, the dog's back in 3, and they have the dog in this one too. So I always, it's awkward that they use the Raven in 2, but yeah, whatever. I don't know, man. This is a bizarre
Rating?
one. This is a bizarre film.
It is. Whose turn is it? Moods.
Is it my turn? Yeah, man. I'm honestly not a big fan of this movie. I mean, I find myself laughing through this whole fucking thing, and it's just so
Me too. That's why I
ridiculous,
am a
dude.
fan of it.
I don't know. I don't know, man. The music really hurts this movie. I mean, not because, the narrative doesn't either, but it's ridiculous. I think it's not great at all. I'm 4 out of 10. I've said everything I need to say about the film. I'm not a big fan of this at all.
Mike?
Whoa, Woods, whoa. So I'm kind of torn because like I don't think it's like a great movie, but at the same time, I had fun with it. And when you're to the 4th installment, it's a made-for-TV movie. I feel like it was way better than I expected on a certain level of just absurd fun. If this could have been like somehow, not a made-for-TV movie, like something in modern times VOD where they really just could have gone over the top with the kills and like showing stuff on screen, it would have been. Well, I mean,
I feel like it's way more than a made-for-TV movie for me. Like more than I expect.
No, it was in some ways, yeah, I would agree with that. But I can't rank it higher than any of the first 3, but I still had fun with it, and I would tell people check it out just for the fun factor and the ridiculousness of it. So I'm gonna give it a 6 out of 10.
I really like this movie. I think it's good. I think it's a good follow-up to something different, but still something familiar. I like that it's not as serious. I mean, I think they were trying to make it serious, but I don't interpret it as serious. I think that the stuff that is wrong with it could be used as criticism for it being bad, but because I like it, I'm not going to dock it too many points for that. I think that it's a very entertaining movie, and I'm gonna be honest, like I would probably watch this one over the other ones most of the time because it's just easy to watch. It's you don't have to think too much.
So
it's
weird.
good stuff. It's good stuff, man. And I loved the ending. Like Moods did talk me down on Omen 3 a little bit, and my original rating for that was an 8. And he talked me down because of the ending. I forgot to mention that. But this one, nobody talked me down. I'm still coming in as high as I am. I give it a 7 out of 10.
God damn. The highest rating ever given to the Omen 4.
Well, you see what I give the Omen 5.
God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this one's a little bit nostalgic for me. I used to watch it when it would be on TV, and I like it. I don't think it's fantastic by any means, but I kind of agree. If I had to pick through any of the Omen movies and I was like in a shitty mood or something, I would probably pick this one out of all of them because it's easy to just kind of throw on and watch and have fun with, and it's not super serious. I actually like the mom character in this movie too. I think she's kind of likable, but
Faye Grant.
yeah, I think she does a good job. But yeah, I dig this one. I give this a 6.5 out of 10.
Damn. All
nice.
Right.
Second highest rating ever given.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep.
All right.
All right. So that is the Omen 4, The Awakening.
What's wrong, sweetie? It's just a church, that's all.
She said,
He's cold as ice. What's the matter? Those other kids didn't want to play with you?
Okay.
So moving into the remake era, right in the middle.
Wait, are we not doing the Omen 5?
What is the Omen 5?
From 1995, the Jack Shoulder one.
Are we?
I mean, I watched it.
Are you joking right now, dude?
No, the TV movie from 95.
Where?
I had no fucking idea.
I laughed when you said that because I thought you were referring to the remake, bro.
I thought he was too. That's why
this
I
is
didn't
a joke.
say
I'm looking this up. There's
Wait,
no
hold
Omen
on.
5.
Listen.
Is that actually a fish? That's actually.
There is another Omen. I know that, but that's
Hold on.
not.
Click the link in the chat, you fucks.
Bro, I'm already on here, and I know we've seen this one before. This isn't the same type of movie, though. Now, is
45 minutes. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is official. It's in the Omen documentary.
So, I didn't even know this existed.
It's on our website.
Oh shit! It is on. Hold on.
So actually,
this is a real
it's
thing?
not a. Yeah, but technically it's not a TV movie. It's listed as a TV movie on IMDb. It's actually a pilot, an unaired pilot. Or no, it did air. It was a aired pilot for a Omen TV series that did not get picked up.
I think I remember fucking reading about this a long time ago.
Yeah, they talk about it in the documentary. It is William Sadler stars in it. It's not good, and it doesn't really follow the Omen at all. It doesn't follow it at all. It follows a epidemiologist who is trying to stop a demonic entity from unleashing a biological weapon at a St. Patrick's Day parade. It is a St. Patrick's Day film, though, so you can take that for what it's worth. It's the copy I watched was obviously like horribly like quality, like visually just didn't look good. But yeah, it's very forgettable. Like it feels what they were going for an anthology TV series. So every week it would be like something like a different story, like sort of Friday the 13th ish. But it didn't really have much to do with the Omen. I did watch it. It wasn't anything special.
All right, bro. But did you watch Damien, the TV series from 2016?
I did watch it, all 12 episodes. No, I'm kidding. But no, I didn't know about that until we were doing the show, and I was like, there was a fucking another TV series from 2016
for Lifetime.
Yeah, and
Or
this
if I
one
moved
actually
to A&E,
follows
it says.
Damien like the whole time. Like it's a remake. It's like a remake of The Omen.
That's funny.
It says it's about him as an adult. So
I can't believe I didn't even know about the TV set. That's crazy. Huh.
Yeah, 2 TV series. There's a TV pilot from 95 that Jack Shoulder directed. And then there's the damn TV series that was on Lifetime. I assume you watched that, Mike. That was Evil Episodes era.
Yeah, I know we started. I don't think we watched the whole thing because we used to have a rule that like any new show we had to give it at least like 3 episodes. And the problem was that came out in the era when like there was just so much stuff to watch, where like we kind of had to like decide like, okay, what are we actually going to fully cover? And that did not make the cut.
Yeah. So there's a lot of Omen out there.
There's a lot of everywhere you turn. There's an Omen.
Yes. So on to the real 5th film of the night. I just threw that in there because I thought I was cool.
That's really bizarre.
I'm like, what about the one from
everyone
95?
went silent.
I thought he was
like,
fucking.
what?
I honestly had like, wow, that just blew my fucking shitter out. So
There we go.
wow. Okay, so let's jump forward from the 90s again.
From 95 to
2006 with the Omen remake, directed by John Moore. I think he's the guy. Yeah, he is the guy that did Max Payne. That's where I know the name from. Which Max Payne sucked. So not a horror background. Synopsis: it's an American official realizes that his young son may literally be the devil incarnate.
So this one, the most notable thing about this one was when it came out, and that was June 6th of 2006. And I remember it very fondly. I was in my friend's basement on a bed, and he was on the couch, and we were just like chilling, and we were like, hey, didn't that Omen film come out today? And it was like we were like talking about it because he's like telling me that like he read like in the newspaper or something that like that people were like doing because he was real religious, but he was like they were like, you know, getting abortions and all this stuff, like trying to stop from having their baby on 666. And yeah, like he was telling me all this stuff, like where people are like holding their pregnancies back, like trying to induce labor early, like a week early or like days early and stuff to not have their date be on 6/6/06. And I remember it was just like kind of a big deal. Like I remember hearing stories like, yeah, there was a baby born in you know, France that bit the doctor when it was born and stuff. I remember hearing all this shit because like 6/6/06 was like such a, you know, it's the mark of the beast. So all these religious people are telling you like, and who knows, like right now, if the Antichrist was born on that date, how old would he be?
If it was born on 2006, it would be
14.
Just turning 14.
So it would be Damien from Damien II. So he would just now be finding out that he's the devil's son. So I'm just saying.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I remember the whole hype. I mean, I think that's honestly,
it was cool. I give him props for
it. Honestly,
doing that.
is a fucking cool idea to actually do that. To have the ability to release the Omen on 666. That's really cool. I mean, it's a different story when the movie turns out to be an abomination. But I do give him props. I mean, honestly, man, I mean, I use the term loosely. Don't get me wrong. Okay, so let's put this into a little bit of a perspective. Now, if this was the very first Omen film ever made, would you consider this movie to be a decent movie?
Yes.
Because I would. It's actually not bad.
That's the bullshit thing about certain remakes where you're like, well, technically it's going to be good no matter what because it's working with fucking a pre-written script. From great.
An objective
you know what I mean?
point of
It's like
view.
Psycho, right? The Psycho remake. It's like, well, they literally just made Hitchcock's film again. So it's like, technically it's not a bad movie, but it's an abomination of an existence.
It is a good point because that's exactly what I wanted to say. I mean, from, you know, that perspective, I mean, the movie is actually decently made. It does have its flaws. I mean, you know, with some of the poor CG and stuff like that, but objectively speaking, it's a decent movie. It's actually not bad. It has some pretty good cinematography. It actually has some really good shots, man. There's a really great shot of when he meets up with the priest and you know, underneath the bridge and stuff. It does have its really decent atmospheric moments. The snow, that scene's really great too, back in Italy or whatever, with the snow in the courtyard and stuff. That's another really good scene. I think the casting of Damien is really good too.
I thought you were gonna say.
No, he's actually really good. I think the only miscast.
Say Liev Schreiber because I was going to disagree.
No, I think the casting of Damien's fine. I think Liev Schreiber, which I cannot see him as any other character besides Cotton Weary,
which is funny because that's not even a big character, but me too.
Yeah,
I think it's because, you know, with Liev Schreiber is that, you know, the very first thing I ever seen him in was Scream. You know, he hadn't done much up to that point, and it's very iconic of who he is, and, you know, he played in all these.
You know
stuff.
what sucks?
I can't
is
get away
now
from
on
that.
my letterbox, my most watched actor of the year is Liev Schreiber.
It's definitely doesn't have the
fucking
screen
hilarious
presence for this
dude.
role, though.
It's yours too, probably.
I personally think that Julia Stiles is horrible in this film. Like,
Me
some of
too.
her acting is fucking brutal, man. Like, there's a scene where she's sitting on the couch and Damien's playing video games and stuff, and Robert's, you know, talking to her and shit, and they're having this back and forth, like she's, you know, kind of pissy and stuff. It's just horrible. It's fucking terrible acting, man.
She seems way young for the role,
and she
too.
does seem a little bit too young. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's always.
Oh yeah, dude, she seems totally too young. Maybe it's just because of I mean, I guess she's not too young to have a baby, but they're too young to be fucking the ambassador of the fucking U.S.
And like they're using like
I agree.
the script. Some of the script is exactly the script from the original. So some of the lines are saying sounds dated like they're trying to sound like how he would sound back in the
Very
70s
good
as like a
point.
40-year-old.
No.
But like she's like I can't stand that racket, or she's like hasn't
Like,
had any
nobody says
injuries.
racket
Strange,
anymore.
strange, isn't it? Like
you.
it's just so proper.
Thank you, Carly, for bringing that up, because I actually have that written down too. Not only did they do most of this movie is like shot for shot, with the exception of a few kind of
I would
subtle
describe it
differences.
as scene for scene.
It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
that's what I meant. Scene for scene, shot for whatever. Yeah, scene for scene works a lot better. So it's scene for scene kind of thing. But they do, man. There's a lot of dialogue in this movie that's verbatim, man. It's literally word for fucking word, and some of it doesn't work. Like the way she talks to the nanny about like, you know, getting Damien ready to go to church and stuff. It's literally the exact same lines, but it comes out so piss poor. You're just like, oh man, people so.
This
I don't know.
is the perfect example of I think Mike was kind of alluding to this earlier, like of this era of films, just this glossy look to it.
Very
it's
polished.
so weird. It's like they all look like this back then. And I like some of it, like
Very
like I
polished.
said, the snow scenes and stuff like that. It does have a little bit of atmosphere. It's like the color correction is way darker than it was in like this whole film just reminds me of glossy darkness. Like I don't think there's any real light in this film. But
Which is
normally
a good
that's
thing.
a good thing. I like that, but it just seems pointless. Everything feels flat in this. Like even with the hanging, you know, Damien, it's all for you.
The worst
Like
scene in the
such
film.
a classic moment. And it's just like, why did you do that? Like, do it a little bit different or something. So, because I say the same thing in the Elm Street remake, right? When you remake exact scenes and they're not better, it just points out that they're not better.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
and
problem.
that scene
If
specifically.
you're going to do a scene again, you got to do it better.
That scene specifically too is a perfect example of if you're going to do it, you need to try to one up it. Not, I mean, it's so bad because first of all, when she jumps that rope, way too fucking long. Way
See,
too
I
long.
kind of like that a little bit because there's more
it's
neck
just done-
snappy thing.
It's done fucking poor. I don't know, man. I just don't like it, man. Bounces off the wall.
This remake, it has a lot of missteps that were typical in that era, where they would remake a movie, try to modernize it, but then also at the same time be like, okay, but we got to have this checklist of things because it's the Omen. And when they try to recreate things from the original, it's like they lose kind of what was so impactful about those scenes in the original, and they try to like add some more gloss or add some like more like longer shots on it, or try to like add little things in it that are just so unnecessary. And to me, like the way I approach remakes is like, is there anything, and I know they're their own movies, but hey, it's their fault for being the ones that want to remake something. So it's like, is there anything about this movie that makes me like it over the original? And if not, well, too bad. Then I don't like the movie.
There's really nothing in this that makes
You know
it.
what else makes this movie a product of its time? I mean, obviously this has been a thing going on for a long time, but really kind of solidifies its time too. When you're making pretty much the same movie scene for scene, and then you incorporate these nightmare scenes, and they fucking put in these really cheap jump scares, when she starts dreaming about the jackal and stuff like that. They really are trying to cater to that time, because these are very, very blatant fucking jump scares. And I'm just like, what makes the original Omen so good? It doesn't have any of that gimmicky bullshit. It plays off the atmosphere, plays off, just the pacing and just that build up. It's a freaky ass film. It's a horror movie. This one gets cheap at points. It gets really, really cheap with that type of moments, and it really solidifies itself at that time with the CG and the shitty fucking, jump scares and stuff, which don't need to be there. Like, you just don't have to do that.
Yeah, it's not that kind of a movie, and it feels like they didn't have...
Exactly.
They didn't feel like the script or whatever working script they modified, they didn't feel like it was strong enough for modern audiences. Oh, let's throw in these little half dream sequences, these little jump scares, these little things that were so unnecessary. It's just like ridiculous. I'm like, that's not the kind of movie this is, and you shouldn't be. And I think what gets frustrating is like when they try to halfway, like you guys say, scene for scene. It's like they kind of half want to do that, but then they're like, oh, but we also got to throw in this stuff because it's year whatever. I can't even remember what year it was made now, but
2006.
It's 2006. We got to have this flashy stuff in it too. It's like, no, you don't actually. If you want to make that kind of movie, fine, go make that movie. But it's just, this is why I usually, I get annoyed with remakes in general. And I know there's plenty of good ones. So it's like, I'm not trying to have the debate about remakes overall, but I just get skeptical.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I've come to conclude that, most people just, they just automatically assume the remake's going to be shitty. It's kind of inbred into them and stuff. And a lot of people just talk shit on remakes in general without really analyzing it properly, which is kind of a problem because we've come to the conclusion, when I say we, I mean, me and JP have talked about this. I've talked about this with other people too. And if you really sit down and look at if you start comparing remake or, the films and these remakes and stuff, there's a lot of really good remakes out there. There is some bad ones. Man. There is some bad ones, but in my, just looking back on it, there's almost more better remakes than there is, I mean, good remakes, not better remakes than the original, but there's almost.
No, I agree.
There's a lot of really good remakes out there, and they get a bad rap from shit like this.
There's some shitty ones like The Hitcher and shit, but
dude, I'm not saying that there isn't bad ones. I'm saying there's a lot of good ones, but a lot of people just assume that remakes automatically are going to be shit. Like, and some people just that's the way they go into it. It's like, this is being remade. Fuck that movie.
Well,
yeah, dude, I'm very pro remake.
For me, when it comes to remakes, I usually have like skepticism. I don't assume they're going to be
really bad with
shitty. But here's the thing: like a lot of the good remakes. It's like, okay, well, what made, like, if you consider, well, I guess like Cronenberg's A Fly. I don't
like counting that era. Just so different because you're remaking a film from the 50s. You know what I mean? In the 80s,
it is a completely different era. But what I see something like The Fly, I think that it's very driven by the director's passion, probably for being a fan. And wanting to have a different vision as opposed to a studio.
It's a special effect.
Well, no, but it's also opposed to a studio itself being like, what can we do to make some money? Oh, I know. The Omen was big in the 70s.
I don't think Cronenberg was like this massive Fly fan.
Well, what would make him want to even make
Actually, Cronenberg was. Actually, The Fly is actually responsible for his entire career, hence body horror and stuff, right?
Unless you're a fan. Unless you're a fan
well, if you look at Cronenberg's history of films, he does a lot of body horror and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, but do you think that's because of The Fly?
Well, I think it could be.
It's one of his influences. It actually is. Yeah, that's why he remade.
But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think that necessarily makes or breaks a remake. Is if the person's passionate about the source material.
It's not like. I mean,
I think that can get away sometimes because you want to do that film almost. You know what I mean? Like, I look at a film remake like Maniac, right? And it's like you just took like the core concept and you did your own fucking thing, and it turned out brilliant. Like.
Yeah, that's because Elijah Wood wanted, like, as opposed to some big studio saying, "Hey, we want to do the Maniac remake to make money. Let's just hire a bunch of people, slap something together, and put it out." And even that, I would say 100% doesn't automatically mean it's going to be bad. But a lot of the remakes that are good, it seems like it's because they are passion projects of the filmmakers, and there's something deep rooted within them that want to recreate it and make it really good, as opposed to.
You're telling me John Moore wasn't passionate about the Omen? Did you even watch the special features?
Well, just put it this way, man. John Moore.
I didn't watch him either.
Hasn't been in. Didn't do any like horse. I can't imagine he was passionate about the. Who knows? He could have been a big Omen fan. Who knows? I doubt it though. I mean, he seems like he was hired on to direct this movie by the studio.
Yeah, even if he was, I mean, he could have been passionate about it, but if it's very studio driven, the studio doesn't care. I mean, as opposed to these smaller films that were remade, it feels like they were driven by the creativity, and
this film was definitely not driven by any creativity, obviously. But in fact, the only creativity that is there is probably influenced by the director. It's like the atmosphere and like
the biggest problem with this movie is not the direction. It's the fact that it's the script. It's literally the same movie as the original, but just not done as good. Right?
Well, it feels like it came out of a factory floor. That type of movie.
I mean, you're right. The studio even wanted it to be PG-13, but the director insisted on it being R.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and he said people would suggest. He said that people would call it a cop out if it was PG-13, which, so I mean, he probably
that's playing off the whole fuck, what was it? Prom Night at the time. That was PG-13, and what was the other one? April Fool's Day. That was another PG-rated film, I think, around the same time too. And those got just hammered on by critics and shit, right?
When a Stranger Calls.
That was another one. So they were downplaying remakes at the time. So I don't blame them for being like, hey, we got to keep this shit legit.
Like
so.
I wouldn't call like John Carpenter's The Thing the same like type
I don't count
situation as a Platinum Dunes remake, where it's just a studio trying to throw something out there and we'll hire anyone who will do it because they'll do it for the money and make a piece of shit but put the name.
Okay, but those are so different though. Use a different comparison, like The Hills Have Eyes, which came out in the same era. You know what I mean? I think that if you're going to compare the situations of remakes, the studios weren't remaking films to capitalize on a popular thing in the 80s, right? They didn't remake The Fly because they thought that property was very successful and they would make money because of that property. So yes, you're right. All the people that were making those films back then were making them for the creative purposes. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to compare them to something, compare them to the films that were actually coming out at this time. You know what I mean? Like the ones that were being, because there are some, you're right. There are some that are like factory made, like When a Stranger Calls and Prom Night. Those feel very just studio capitalized on
April
the name
Fool's
thing.
Day. Stepfather's another one.
Stepfather's definitely.
The Fog is another one too, actually.
That one just is.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad films that were put out in a very small time period.
That window of like 06 to like 05 to 04 to like 06 or something like that. Yeah. The Hitcher, I know that one's around there somewhere.
Amityville Horror.
And I like that one. I like Amityville Horror.
It's like weak to me now.
But think of like the good ones, right?
It's like Dawn of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead. You know, I mean, 2004. I thought it was, Dawn at that time was even my favorite horror film, and then the remake came out, and I was like, yep, I actually liked it. Over time, nope, depletes, man.
I can't even. Still like it.
I do. I cannot. Strong. I don't have the same feelings as I did before.
Yeah, I think, dude, one of the things about seeing Dawn for the first time is that fucking opening. It's just so good.
The opening's the best part of the movie to me now.
It's the editing, man. Like the remake?
So well executed.
Yeah.
Yeah, the overhead shot.
Yeah, of her like climbing out the window and shit.
Yeah, the opening credits when she runs out in the neighborhood and then gets in the car.
It definitely was cool.
But think of like other ones that came out in the area, like I said, The Hills Have Eyes and Last House on the Left. I think both of those are very solid Wes Craven remakes, and I still think they were kind of studio driven, So I don't think it's always if the studio is the driving force.
It seems weird that a studio would be like, Last House on the Left, we got to put that out. Like, it seems like a weird one for.
That's a remake I actually don't care for, though.
Really?
No, I'm not. I've never been a big fan. I think it's it has elements that are okay, but I think it's another one of those cop outs because. Like in the remake, one of the girls actually lives, and there's a ridiculous microwave scene, and fucking just.
Well, the microwave scene is sort of like a post-end scene, right? It's like a final But yeah, that scene sucks. I hate the microwave scene, but I don't mind them changing the story. I kind of want that, I don't want.
But I think the one thing that really works for myself in the Last House on the Left is that it's kind of brutal in the fact that the girls, they die. It's brutal. In this one, they kind of save one of them, and I'm just like, fucking typical.
Yeah, but still, that violence that happens to them is still pretty awful.
It is. But I think what makes, that movie kind of always stick in my mind is that, wow, man, they killed off our fucking main protagonist here. It's kind of nasty.
All right, so this one,
I didn't mean to get off on that tangent. But.
Yeah, this one is just, like, it's painful because, like, okay, it's accentuated by the fact that we watch them so close together, right? Like, let's say you watch this film.
I think it makes it better for a real opinion on it, though, too, man, because you're directly comparing it to the original film, too.
I mean,
which
if that's your intention,
but
if you're going to remake a film, the burden should be on the film to be better.
I know, but the thing is, though, in my you're right, JP, but in this situation, though, where they have made a shot-for-shot remake. I think it's totally plausible to compare the two because if you're going to do that and not change anything and not make your own. See, when we do Maniac and Maniac, 80 and fucking 2010 or 12, 11, 13, 12. I forgot the year on it.
it's different because, like you mentioned before, it is literally its own thing. Takes a core idea, makes it own. I think it's unfair. It's not fair to compare the two because they're two different movies. This is a perfect opportunity.
Apples to apples.
Yes, this is exactly. You're comparing one apple to the next apple, and they're the same fucking movie. Just one is very poorly executed. So.
It's so interesting because but honestly, if I did never see the original Omen, I would probably like this. Just like maybe I recently watched Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. I've never seen the original.
That's why I opened up this review with saying that too.
What did you say?
I said if the original Omen didn't exist.
Oh yeah, I
this
thought you
movie
were saying
would be
about
good.
Baby Jane. I was like you.
No,
I mean,
that's why I purposely
well.
opened up that with stating that because I want people to understand that coming from that point of view.
But if you do watch them so close together, it really does point out how much better the first one is.
Exactly.
Tedious to get through the remake
after
watching.
It honestly is.
I remember people really liking this one when it came out, though. It's funny. I remember all my friends talking about it and saying how scary it was.
If you're gonna do shot for shot, at least.
But I heard the same thing about Amityville too. See, I knew about the originals and I had seen those back. Well, not the Omen, but I had seen the original Amityville at the time. And
still making a habit of watching remakes before the fucking originals. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane? Are you kidding me? I think once you go back and watch the original one, you'll be like, okay, you might still.
But have you seen the remake of Baby Jane?
Yeah, I have actually. Yeah.
And you didn't you thought it sucked.
Well, I'd seen the original Baby Jane, and I was like, honestly, man, the dynamic in that film.
Is it the same film? Is it the same thing?
No,
I don't know.
It's similar. Yeah, it's similar from what I remember. Yeah. I mean, the story, yeah.
Well, that might be a prime example of how, because the script is so good to start with, you know what I mean? It's you're going to like it no matter what if you've never seen the original.
Yeah, it's been
a while. But once you see the original, it's going to be boom. Because I really liked the remake of Baby Jane, but of course I've never seen the original. So anyway, this one, I don't know, man. I didn't think the kid was very good, honestly.
Yeah, I actually was not a fan.
Was lame and didn't have any charisma at all.
Super annoying at the end too, when he's just whining the entire time when the dad's taking him to the place.
I can't.
But he looks like a good.
You know
Damien,
what?
I think
I don't even I don't know, the end shot where he recreates a shot where he turns around. I don't even think that's good or anything. I just think he's
I will say that the posters and all the promotional stuff for this one was really good. I think that even the trailer, because they have that scene with all the crosses on the houses that never made the movies, the upside down crosses, but it had good promotional stuff. I think for me, honestly, the worst part of this film is having to spend the entire time with Liev Schreiber as the lead.
I can't stand him.
I can't stand looking at him. He looks fat from the face up, but if you see him from a distance, he looks like a skinny dude. And I'm like, what the fuck, is that the same dude?
And he doesn't have the screen presence of
a lead man. He doesn't have a lead man type
for the role he's supposed to be as some big time guy. It's
too young too. Too young.
The casting's horrible, man. I said that right off the start, man. Lee Shriver, Julia Stiles. What the fuck were they thinking, man?
They're so bland, and I don't know. Just the beginning scene, he's crying. He's like, I lost my child, and he's just
yeah, the original
so bad.
Save the Last Dance and
Jim Carrey. I much would have rather seen that.
Jim Carrey, you said?
Yeah, he was originally the lead.
Wow.
Oh my god.
That's fucking.
That would have been interesting.
I didn't know that.
I'd rather. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, man.
What about Mia? What'd you think of Mia Farrow's?
See, I like that shout out to the Rosemary. It's obviously done purposely with Rosemary's Baby. Mm-hmm. Just that kind of angle and stuff. I thought that was kind of cool. Her death was actually pretty funny in this one because it's that they changed that nanny death. In the first one, she gets stabbed, I think, in the head or the neck or some shit like that. And this one, she gets fucking ran over by the car, which actually made me laugh out loud because it's just so CG and shit. But
do you want to touch on the horrible zoo scene?
Oh, the zoo scene. So in
the CGI glass breaks shattering,
the CG in this film, they're actually not in a car. They're actually indoors. They're in the in part of the zoo, and they're looking at which aren't even. I think it's just monkeys in this one, isn't it?
Gorilla.
Yeah, it's been gorillas and stuff. Yeah, and they start attacking the glass, and it's just CG broken glass, and it's horrible.
It's so horrible.
It's such a bad scene. It just has no.
it doesn't have that same effect. I mean, knowing that that shit wasn't.
Dude, you know what it looks like?
It's even crazier. But this is just it has no emotion to it. It's so bad.
That glass spidering reminds me of like when you're playing like an arcade game in the arcade and like something comes up on the screen like to show that the screen's fake breaking.
Oh yeah,
that's how bad it is.
Yeah. Dude, is it me or like did they like plan on possibly post converting this to 3D or something? Because I feel like some of the shots were like that weird like intentional 3D look that you get. Like I'm like, this looks like this shit was supposed to be in 3D or something, man.
I never noticed, but no.
Yeah, like when the pole falls and stuff, you get a POV like of it falling through the air and stuff, and like that glass and stuff. I don't know. There's something about it. It almost seemed like it was supposed to be 3D or something. But and then you got that. What did you call him? Snoke.
Oh yeah. For anyone, I guess listeners who've seen some of the new Star Wars movies, the character of Snoke, the dude in the hood in this one looks like pretty much like him, which was pretty crazy.
Shitty.
Yeah, I was just like, what the hell is?
I know. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, why is this here? This is one of the hardest films to really like. I don't know what to really rate it, honestly, but
I do.
You know what's fucking lame, man, is the scene with the whole movie. I mean, the fact. I mean, like you're doing shot for shot, but then you're changing certain things. Like you downplay the mom's death, in the hospital where she doesn't fly out the window in this one. She gets suffocated, but in such a cheap way too. It's like hand over the mouth and she fucking dies. I'm like, what the fuck? That was lame. I thought the scene where, Julia Stiles gets basically tossed from the banister in this really horrible CG scene where she's falling to the ground. Mm-hmm. She's kind of looking out. It's just like
the way the fall looks. Oh my God. The way the fall,
it just looks so bad. I think the only fucking memorable thing I took from this movie is when, in the beginning of the film, when the forces kill the ambassador dies in his car. He gets flooded with gasoline and he explodes. But right before the whole shit kind of goes down, he looks at his clock looks at his wristwatch and it says 6 minutes. It's 6 after 6 and 6 seconds. And then he gets fucking blown up. I thought that was actually relatively cool. Because it's different, it's actually a completely different scene than anything that was in the original film. So they did a couple original things. They start out the film in Italy with the priests and the disciples and stuff, and there's a little bit of things going on there. So it starts out a little bit different, but then completely just turns into the same film. Besides that ambassador kill, so this is a tough one, man. This is a really tough one because I personally can't stand this movie. I think it's like, I mean, if I'm gonna watch an Omen film, I'm watching the original film. I hate the fact that this movie is exactly.
I'm watching Omen IV.
I think for me, again, it's that whole argument with Psycho. Psycho is like shot for shot, scene for scene kind of thing, and it's not technically a bad movie, but everyone hates it because it's the same fucking thing. It's what we have here. It's pointless. And I think that's what it really comes down to. This movie, to me, just seems completely pointless. And I think the only reason why this movie was even made was to capitalize on 666, the date 666. We have to do this. This is really the absolute meaning of producing a movie strictly to promote it to make money. They didn't give a shit at the end product of this. It didn't matter what the end product was. They could have made this shit shot on video. The promotion was so fucking good in this movie. The movie was so damn good itself. I mean, the promotion was so damn good itself. It could have been shot on Betamax. It could have been shot on Betamax, and people would have ate that shit up and went and seen it. It still would have made money, regardless, because of that damn promotion. Smart on their part. In our world, it's very transparent. We can see right through that bullshit. And as watching movies with critical eyes, it's shitty compared to the original. So
it's just mediocre. That's a problem. And it's like, why even strive to make a remake if you're just going to put out a mediocre product?
Yo, motherfucker!
It seems to be
this fucking dude. They didn't even get it. They didn't even hire anybody to write the script.
See,
unless the same dude wrote this, unless he came back and wrote it. in which case he fucking pulled one over them because he just gave them the same thing. Is this the same writer as the original?
Yeah. It is. I never even noticed. Actually, no, I did notice that, but I never thought about it. Maybe they just used the original script and then gave him fucking credit.
Yeah, I'm sure they built it right off the original script.
Well, there's literally nothing different. They wrote another script, dude. I think they literally just used the same script and had to give him writing credit for it.
Yeah, man. I mean, it makes complete sense, right? Holy shit! Yeah, I actually noticed that it was the same writer.
If they did have him rewrite the script, he fucking totally fucked him because he just gave him the same exact. He just went to his desk drawer. He's like, "Where is that old fucker?"
He wrote the opening scene a little bit different, and the ambassador's death was different. And he's like, "Oh, there we go."
Yeah, it's like he just erased the front of it and just fucking gave it to him. Was like, "Yeah, it fucking took me all week."
I think we got something really new and good here.
No, it took me all weekend. It took me all weekend to do it.
Wiping dust off of it and shit.
All weekend.
He's like dusting off. It's the same fucking writer.
He's got a Swiffer out and he's fucking literally dusting it off. Like, oh man, shit, that took me all in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if he rewrote it or they just they literally used the same script and just gave him the writing credit. Oh, dude, that's so fucking stupid. But that is that's literally sums up the whole movie right there. That conversation we just had.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's so funny. That is ridiculous. But this is so stupid. Like, damn, bro, they used literally the same exact fucking script, man. It's fucked up.
I was just gonna say, during that scene where the mom is killed in the hospital, doesn't she do something to her IV, and that's what actually killed her?
Yeah, they put some poison or some shit.
No, she gives her. She puts air in it, so the blood goes in, and then there's an air bubble.
Oh,
that actually grosses me out a little bit. It wasn't just.
And then basically it suffocates her out.
In your blood. And
that's the type of shit bothers me. So that was the only. Decent part.
But I mean, in the original film, I mean, she goes flying out the fucking window, and
it's much better.
It's such a better scene, man.
Mm-hmm.
They were out of budget at that time, I guess, from all the rewrites.
I'm surprised they didn't just start patching in footage from the original.
Like Corona zombies. Fuck.
All right, is it time? Is it fucking time with this piece of shit?
It is time, yeah.
I think it's back to Mike now.
Yeah.
Well, this was my least favorite out of all these ones. So it's getting the lowest rating. It's a 5. I say there's no real. I mean, other than curiosity, you've got a pretty good 1 through 4 to add to your collection or just watch or whatever. There's no reason for this one, not really, unless you want to see how not to do a remake. So 5 out of 10.
Yeah. All right.
It's me.
Oh, okay. It's you.
Sorry, I didn't say anything because I was thinking. All right.
What did you have to think about?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to give this film because I'm gonna be honest. The whole argument of well, if I just seen it by itself, I don't think I would have loved it though. Honestly, I still think I would think it's not that good. You know what I mean? I think that I would be oh, it's all right, but I definitely wouldn't be oh man, how I felt when I watched The Omen, the original.
Exactly. I think you explain it well right there. If this was the only Omen that there was, you might not hate it, but would you think of The Omen as such this great movie? Probably not.
And that's saying something because I never admitted this, but I saw Gus Van Sant's Psycho before Hitchcock's and I loved it. But that was just because it was a really good story, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this I don't think that would be the case. I really don't. I think fucking Shriver sucks. I think visually some stuff I did like some of this visual. I like the snow atmosphere. I really did. But honestly, I don't think it's a good movie even because there's all these casting missteps and just bunch of bullshit, man. It just feels cheap and not really. And even the kills, right? Like that's a big difference too, right? All the kills suck, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, that takes a huge step down. The script being exactly the same might be okay. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
the decapitation scene
script
wasn't over. At least that was probably the best use of CG that they had in the film. I mean, if I had to put one moment of decency, I kind of like the way it went down. You know, the fucking thing swinging down and it locks them up.
Conceptually, it was not a bad kill, but it was just painfully obvious that it was like overly CGI'd. Like that. That's the problem. Like, especially for a beheading. Like, I mean, I know it costs money to do practical effects, but even the way they did it in the remake, you
money
could
to
have done
CGI.
But they used to do it though. Like,
here's the thing about the practical effects. People say, well, it costs money. It's not about the money that they're worried about. It's the time that it takes to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they care about, the time, which I guess time is.
And if you don't get it in like the first shot, it's like, oh, we gotta.
But see, that you lose something in filmmaking, and I've said this before too. When you go to digital versus film, because when you're shooting film, as the film canisters like that's money burning, you know what I mean? But digital, you can shoot all day. But when you could shoot all day, it sometimes eliminates the importance of the shot. You know what I mean?
No, it eliminates the.
That was a good film.
It eliminates the importance of. You know what it does though? When you go from film to digital, it eliminates the dailies, and I think dailies was a big help in making good films because you had a bunch of people sit down that were important to the film.
You still get dailies with digital.
Yeah, but I mean, fuck, dude, it's not the same.
You're not sitting in a theater watching them. Probably you're sitting at a laptop.
Exactly. It's not the same process. I think it was taken. I mean, like you said, you can just keep shooting and shooting and shoot. You got like a millions of things. You think they look at all those things? Probably not. Like all the.
Well, yeah, too.
Okay.
But also, like, think about it, right? You're setting up your shot. You know that you only have one or two shots because you don't have the money to do more than one or two. So you make sure everything is perfect, and we got to nail it, guys. We got to nail it. But you go into it all half-assed when you can shoot it over and over again until you get it right. And that, I think that you lose something a little bit there. Same thing goes with practical effects. The same argument is you have to make sure it works right because you only get one go at it. You have to make sure that it looks right. Like if we're going to explode this head, we only got one of them. We got to make sure we get it right.
Well, depending on what your budget is too.
Well,
I mean,
I'm just saying, but there was more of like a, we have to try to get this thing to work. One or two or maybe 3 or 4 times. But with CG, it's like, we'll do it in post. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that it just ruins the creative aspect of it, which usually it makes it look shitty.
Plus, your whole shit looks better on film. Let's face it. Film
plus
digital,
plus the guy that's doing the effects when he's like at the computer is probably someone who like honestly doesn't give that much of a fuck.
Of course he doesn't,
versus,
man. He's
like,
just
Tom Savini covered blood, like, trying to do shit for his boy George Romero, versus the editor of the digital effects who might have never even met the director.
Exactly. And they usually don't.
And it's not always the case. I know that job's important and it's hard too, but just in general. Anyway, the Omen
I know
remake,
what it's like.
I don't even want to give it a passable score. So I'm not. I'm going to give it a 4.
Well, I mean, I gave the part 4, The Awakening, a 4. 4 for a 4.
You can't go higher on this one, asshole.
So exactly my point, man. I really was I was squirming while I was watching this shit, man. It's just like, and I kept saying it's so pointless over and over again. That's the worst thing you can ever just say, like, pointless.
And
pointless.
It's 2 hours of pointlessness.
Yes,
too.
it's just fucking, there's nothing here that's engaging. Seeing it, in better quality. Yeah, this is oof, man. After doing this, this is a remake I absolutely loathe. This is a shitty fucking movie, man.
This is, I think my least favorite remake ever is The Fog. And I don't even like the original Fog all that much, but that remake sucks.
It's like my third or favorite Carpenter film. I love
it. This remake, I'm with you. It's literally probably one of my least favorite ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 10. I can't go higher than a 4. So I'll give it a 3. You know, I mentioned a couple things I liked about it, but it's very far in between. Pointless. I give it a pointless out of 10.
Oh wait, we skipped Carly.
A P.
I give it a P. No, because I mean pass in some language. Fuck.
Oh,
we skipped Carly.
Okay.
Let's circle back.
It doesn't.
So first you tried to skip me, and then you guys skipped.
Yeah, for some
Serves you
reason I
right,
thought
fuck.
Carly gave her rating. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know.
It's
Serves
all
you
right. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Dude, fuck you. I
Are
get
you
the
guys
last
having
fuck
a
you.
relationship quarrel
Fuck
right now?
you.
Fuck you. Okay.
Fuck you.
Dude, stop. Come on.
They're
let me
gonna
give
have.
you a rating.
They're gonna have the SS, the Skype.
Yes.
20.
Who won?
22 fuck yous
I
of
said
moves.
fuck you
22
last.
fuck yous, and then it ends up in Skype sex.
Anyway, this movie sucked. Major dick.
Speaking
I think.
of that,
Yeah.
True. I think it's horribly casted or, horribly acted. The script is obviously the same. It's super outdated. The freaking effects suck. Everything about this movie sucks. I would never want to watch this again. I don't own it. I don't plan on owning it. I gave it a 3 out of 10 just for being a watchable a movie, I guess.
man, our ratings were pretty much the exact same. It's crazy.
What'd you say? A 3 out of 10?
Yeah.
You're like, it had a beginning, middle, and end, so it's a movie, but that's not it.
It only misses the pain by 0.5. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Shit, now I feel like I rated it.
I forgot about the Hall of Pain actually.
What did you give it, JP?
I feel
What's
like
that?
What did you give it? A 4?
I gave it a 4.
I feel like this deserves to be in the Hall of Pain. So I'm like, gosh, I went too high.
It's not too late to change it, man. You can change
No,
that
I
shit to a
can't
3.
do that. I can't.
What the fuck did you give it a 4, man? What do you give it?
Mike gave it a fucking
Gave it
5.
an average.
Yell at him.
God damn it, you two.
Because I don't do number ratings usually, so I'm like 5 sounds bad enough, and then I'm like, wait, you guys are going even lower. I was like,
Well, with our
I have
logic, that
I have
sounds
all the
average.
same criticisms as you guys do, so I'm like, damn.
If you change your rating for Omen 4 to a 6, I'll change this one to a 3.5.
Okay.
Negotiate.
See, well, the thing is about a 5 out of 10, like, for me, it doesn't have to be for you, but my logic is, like, 5 is middle ground, so it's just average. Right? I would
See, I've
not
kind
put
of
this in
changed
the
a little
average.
bit where I think 7s are good films and under are like dirt to not
No,
dirt.
but, like, I mean, average is not a good thing, though. Like, you don't,
No,
nobody
no,
wants to be
no.
average. Like, what
You
kind
know
of
what's
girls
crazy?
wants to be average?
We're under the average on IMDb. All of us.
Wow, really? What's the IMDb average?
5.5
Holy
out of 10.
fuck, it does have a 5.5 on there. I never even noticed that.
That's a lot of people who haven't actually seen Omen, I guess.
Yeah.
The original.
It's all the millenniums that have never. Wow, The Omen was a really good original film. Fuck off. Okay, so I think this has gone on long enough. I don't know how many hours we're into this, but it has been a while. It has been many, many hours. I'm really liking the fact I'm remembering the end of the show this week. It's pretty cool. I'll have to go back and completely re-listen to myself slurring my words. In fact, I didn't drink at all. The only thing I drank tonight was a lot of water, hence a lot of peas I had. So, Carly, I want to thank you for coming on the show. You did an excellent job as you usually do.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again. It was fun.
No problem.
You're right. There is another documentary, Omen Prophecy Fulfilled.
Yeah, that one, The Prophecy Fulfilled. And Mike, thank you for not falling asleep. I guess it's because we didn't do any dubs tonight.
I mean, it's only about to be 10 o'clock our time, so it's way earlier than usual.
Yeah, it is.
Could you imagine if we did this show at midnight?
Dude, it would be a 7 a.m. right
Dude,
now.
we literally 7 hours we've been recording for. Well, yeah, we've been on Skype for 7 hours.
Yeah. But we spent a good hour pre-gaming.
Nope, 6 hours and 15 minutes. So,
jeez.
So that's the Skype call right now. That's the time that we got on. We've been recording for I don't know how many, because I did this in different files. So I have no idea how long it's going to be. But anyways, I digress. Let's continue on with our Friday nights. I guess you guys are probably going to bed because it's early.
Yeah,
I mean, late for you. It's early for us, but. So JP, you want to take us out of here?
Yes. Thank you guys for listening. We hope you enjoyed the Omen discussion. It's a fun franchise for me. I really enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to the reviews. Check it out if you have never seen The Omen. And follow us on all the social medias, 22 Shots Podcast on Twitter, Facebook /group/22 Shots Podcast. Also, the Patreon, you could hop on there and watch our 11 through 25 or 25 through 11 countdown of 85 moves, and follow His and Hers Movie Podcast if you would. Check that out, me and Carly's show. Check out Fresh Cuts and No More Room in Hell, and check out Moods' YouTube channel, Moods616, mine Double Shot J, and we'll see you guys next time.
Deuces.
Later.
Peace.